The 6 seals collided with the green light and temporarily blocked the light. Seals began to spread out, trying to seal the green light back into the bronze cauldron. What? Elder Hua's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of disbelief. What kind of spell was that to be able to resist this bronze cauldron? He stared at Jiang Ming and realized that this powerful cultivator definitely had an amazing background. A spell of this level was definitely not something that an ordinary individual cultivator could master. Jiang Ming's expression was still solemn as he sighed softly. At the same time, the array formed by the seals suddenly broke inch by inch. In the end, it let out a cry and shattered. The bronze cauldron was surrounded by light, accompanied by countless decaying and broken runes as it continued to attack Jiang Ming. It's not that the seals are weak. It's just that my cultivation is still insufficient, Jiang Ming whispered. He had only cultivated the first level of the spirit restriction seal. The power contained in the bronze cauldron clearly surpassed the foundation establishment realm by a lot. Moreover, the power that devoured life force and spirituality had a weakening effect on spells. The fact that the spirit restriction seal could withstand it for a moment was enough to prove its monstrous ability. However, the small bronze cauldron had already descended and smashed onto Jiang Ming's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Green light swept out and completely enveloped him in the blink of an eye. When Elder Hua saw this scene, his eyes suddenly lit up and he was prepared to laugh out loud. It did not matter if he was a monster. He was nothing compared to this secret treasure. However, Elder Hua's laughter came to an abrupt halt. He looked at the figure as if he had seen a ghost. Jiang Ming stood in the void with the bronze cauldron embedded in his chest. His entire body was enveloped by the green light, and his skin and flesh were rapidly withering and disappearing. However, in just an instant, his flesh and blood grew back, and his withered skin became supple and smooth again. The green light continued to wash over Jiang Ming's body. However, it could no longer cause any harm to his body. The power that could devour all vitality seeped into his body, as if it was offset by some mysterious force and no longer existed. Jiang Ming reached out and took out the bronze cauldron from his chest. No matter how it trembled, it was still firmly held in his palm. Not bad. It possesses the mysterious power to devour vitality. However, it's still too weak. Jiang Ming's gaze was calm as he commented faintly. How could you? Elder Hua's eyes were filled with fear. He could not help but stagger back. What kind of monster are you? Jiang Ming did not intend to give him any more chances. After revealing so many of his secrets, it was better to kill him as soon as possible. His figure flashed like a ghost and descended in front of Elder Hua. However, the bronze cauldron did not differentiate between friend and foe. The green light enveloped Elder Hua, causing his aura to instantly fall. His vitality was rapidly devoured, and his spirit base continuously emitted cracking sounds. In an instant, he became an ordinary human. A withered corpse fell to the ground, completely motionless. This thing is really evil. Jiang Ming rubbed the bronze cauldron that was still glowing and shook his head. It seems that none of you can master it. Therefore, I'll have to do it. The light on the bronze cauldron also gradually dissipated. The power accumulated by this secret treasure was completely exhausted, and it returned to silence. It was like a simple artifact that had just been dug out of the ground, filled with an aura of decay. Its entire body was covered with rust, as if it would shatter at any moment. No one would have thought that this thing could casually devour the vitality of a cultivator at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. This evil thing should be in my hands so that it won't harm the other cultivators. Jiang Ming put away the bronze cauldron and took away Elder Hua's storage ring. His figure flashed and quickly disappeared from the dense forest. If this bronze cauldron is used properly, it will be an unprecedented lethal weapon. In a secluded cave, Jiang Ming held the bronze cauldron in his hand and observed it. He had been refining this bronze cauldron for more than 2 days. He used his divine will to remove all the other seals on the cauldron and left his own seal on it. He had complete control over the cauldron and had almost figured out how to use it. This is definitely the most powerful magic tool I have obtained other than the black sword. When the bronze cauldron erupted with its full strength, it could easily devour the vitality and spiritual energy of a cultivator at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Even a golden core realm cultivator would probably suffer a huge loss if the green light swept over them. Of course, a golden core realm cultivator would not stand there foolishly and take on such a terrifying force. Therefore, it was still somewhat unrealistic to really use this thing to kill a golden core realm cultivator. However, to me, it's a trump card. Unfortunately, the energy in this bronze cauldron has been exhausted and needs to be replenished. Jiang Ming sent his divine will into the cauldron. It was empty inside. Although the mysterious and terrifying runes still existed, it had almost lost all its power. This kind of power was obviously not something that ordinary spiritual energy could replenish. It needed the essence and vitality of living beings to nourish it. Jiang Ming took out a spirit herb from his storage ring and threw it into the bronze cauldron. Then, he shook the bronze cauldron slightly and instantly refined the spirit herb. Threads of vitality entered the bronze cauldron, causing it to flicker slightly before returning to silence. It seems to be somewhat useful. However, this is just a drop in the bucket, Jiang Ming said softly. He felt that the dried energy source in the bronze cauldron had strengthened a little. However, it seemed to be far away from being able to unleash its full strength. Ordinary spirit herbs did not seem to have much effect on this bronze cauldron. However, Jiang Ming was a little reluctant to use rare spirit herbs on it. Who knew how many spirit herbs this bottomless pit would devour? Moreover, if it was used again, it would require a huge number of rare resources to replenish it. No wonder only those major forces can refine this kind of secret treasure. Otherwise, the price is too high. Ordinary cultivators can't afford to refine it, nor can they afford to use it, Jiang Ming said softly. However, he revealed a smile. The other secret treasures were fine. However, this bronze cauldron seemed to be tailor-made for him. He activated the bronze cauldron again. This time, it began to devour his essence and vitality. The bronze cauldron was like a shark that smelled blood. It immediately trembled and emitted bursts of light. A large number of decaying runes erupted and swallowed Jiang Ming. As expected, Jiang Ming's eyes were calm. He had already expected this outcome. What kind of essence could compare to the essence of an immortal cultivator? In just an instant, Jiang Ming felt that his essence, vitality, and divine soul were being devoured crazily. His entire body withered in an instant, turning into a dried corpse that was only skin and bones. However, at the same time, the indestructible origin light seemed to have been provoked. The surging light spread out and enveloped him. The vitality that was as vigorous as the ocean filled his entire body. His body instantly recovered to its original state. The bronze cauldron was like an angry dog that had broken free of its leash. It kept erupting with terrifying power. Jiang Ming could not even control it. At this moment, if it were not for the indestructible origin light, he would have been sucked into a dry corpse at the first moment. However, Jiang Ming could finally feel that the dried-up power in the bronze cauldron was quickly filling up. With this speed, he would probably be able to completely replenish it in less than an hour. It really is a demonic item. Jiang Ming's gaze was a little solemn. At this speed, even if there were hundreds of Foundation establishment realm cultivators, they would be completely sucked dry. One could imagine how much that Sangming Grotto Heaven had paid to refine this secret treasure. The cultivation resources it had consumed were probably massive. It is essentially a forbidden tool, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. He had practiced many forbidden techniques, but this was the first time he had obtained such a forbidden tool. After a few days of refining, Jiang Ming had a faint premonition that the upper limit of this forbidden tool was far from this. That Sangming Grotto Heaven had hardly put a dent in it. If this bronze cauldron were to reveal its original appearance, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Jiang Ming whispered. However, he did not act rashly. Although he was immortal, this thing could instantly suck him dry. If the seal was removed and the explosion was completely unleashed, it might even destroy his physical body. Perhaps I can only unleash its full power when I become stronger in the future. Jiang Ming played with the bronze cauldron and became satisfied with it. Someone is approaching. Jiang Ming suddenly got up and rushed out of the cave, looking at the misty valley ahead. I have not seen anyone for the past few days. I wonder how the group of people from the Qingyuan Sword Valley is doing. Is Wu Hen still among them? Jiang Ming said softly. He moved and silently headed toward the valley. Run! More than a dozen figures covered in blood were escaping at high speed. There was no lack of Foundation establishment realm cultivators among them. These damn Grotto Heavens are too ruthless. Are they not afraid of retribution by slaughtering all the explorers in this area? Some people roared angrily. However, they could only duck their heads and flee with all their might, not daring to turn back. Behind them, a few cultivators with powerful auras were approaching at a rapid speed. They took out a large net that was filled with spiritual light and enveloped the dozen or so people. I've caught some more cannon fodder. I hope it's enough this time, one of the pursuers said indifferently, as if he was looking at a group of farm animals. When the dozen or so people who were running for their lives saw the huge net that enveloped them, their faces revealed despair. It's over. The large net rapidly contracted, and like a predator, it pulled the people into the net. They were squeezed into a ball, picked up, and flew backward. However, at this moment, a sword aura suddenly appeared in the clouds. It was like a ray of sunlight on a cloudy day, suddenly slashing across the void. Slash! Blood rained down. The two pursuers did not have any time to react before they were killed. The cultivators who were caught in the net were stunned for a moment before they revealed ecstatic expressions. Who are you? You're courting death, the remaining pursuers shouted nervously and looked around in shock and anger. Powerful auras burst out one after another as they vigilantly checked the surroundings. However, they could not find anything. What greeted them was only a merciless sword aura accompanied by blazing flames and surging clouds. A few seconds later, these pursuers were all dead, leaving nothing behind. The large net fell to the ground. However, the dozen or so cultivators inside were nervous and did not dare speak. This kind of strength was terrifying. Who exactly was behind it? They did not even show their face and still casually killed several Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared from the clouds and landed on the ground in front of them. He walked toward the group of people step by step. Jiang Ming flicked his finger, and a sword aura appeared. It tore a hole in the magic net and released the dozen people inside. Who's your leader? Jiang Ming did not waste time and asked directly. The group of people looked at each other before pushing one person out. This person was covered in blood. However, his aura was not weak. He was a cultivator in the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. He walked in front of Jiang Ming in awe and cupped his hands. Greetings, sir. Although the person in front of them looked like a young man, in this world, strength was revered. Facing this mysterious person with terrifying strength, this group of people naturally did not dare act rashly. Jiang Ming looked at the man who was covered in blood. He threw a healing pill over and asked, "Why are the people of the Jiangming Grotto Heaven chasing after you?" Those pursuers were cultivators from the Jiangming Grotto Heaven. Jiang Ming did not have a good impression of this sect. Therefore, he naturally killed as many of them as he could. Thank you, sir. The person received the pill and was overjoyed. He immediately became more respectful and said, according to the news I received, some grotto heavens and blessed lands such as the Jiangming Grotto Heaven are wantonly capturing individual cultivators and martial artists in this area. Why is this happening? Jiang Ming frowned and asked. I heard that the Jiangming Grotto Heaven discovered an extraordinary ruin somewhere and joined forces with a few cultivators from the Spirit Silkworm Mountain and a few other Grotto Heaven factions to form an alliance and organize a large number of people to explore the area. However, there were all kinds of demonic beasts and killing arrays lurking inside. Therefore, they captured many people as cannon fodder to scout the way and to act as bait to attract the demonic beasts. They then took the opportunity to enter the depths of the ruin. We were just a group of individual cultivators. We were excavating a cave abode when we met these cultivators from the Jiangming Grotto Heaven. At first, they warmly invited us to explore a valley together. After we refused, they began to hunt us down. Before you came, we had already lost more than half of our men and were captured by the cultivators of Jiangming Grotto Heaven. The man's eyes darkened as he sighed. Since they dared explore this place, they naturally knew how dangerous the Black Rock ruins were. However, they underestimated the ruthlessness of these major forces. In the face of treasure, the lives of these individual cultivators were no different from cattle to those people. Have you seen the cultivators of the Qingyuan Sword Valley? Jiang Ming asked. Again. Are you an elder of the Qingyuan Sword Valley? That person was instantly shocked and hurriedly said, haven't you heard? One of the large sects that Jiangming Grotto Heaven attacked was the Qingyuan Sword Valley. I heard that an expedition team from the Qingyuan Sword Valley was completely wiped out by Jiangming Grotto Heaven. Only a few of them escaped. His voice suddenly stopped as he looked at the mysterious expert in front of him in fear. It was as if he suddenly felt a bone-piercing chill from the other party's body. "Where are the people from Jiang Ming Grotto Heaven? Where did you escape from?" Jiang Ming asked calmly. However, the cultivator was inexplicably frightened and quickly told him everything he knew. A moment later, Jiang Ming turned around and left, continuing to go deeper into the ruins. His gaze was a little cold. These people from the Jiang Ming Grotto Heaven were simply crazy. They were sanctimonious in the outside world. However, they were so cruel after entering this place. They did not treat these low-level individual cultivators as humans at all. "Spirit Silkworm Mountain, Jiang Ming Grotto Heaven," Jiang Ming said softly. Once again, he clearly realized the cruelty of this world. Behind the resplendent light of those high and mighty grotto heavens and blessed lands was terrifying darkness. Wu Hen is not good at other things. However, when it comes to running away, there should be no one who can compare to him, Jiang Ming whispered, hoping that Wu Hen was not among the destroyed team. However, with all kinds of new and old grudges added up, coupled with the fact that those cultivators were really annoying, it was worth it for Jiang Ming to make a move. "They've been causing me trouble time and time again. How can I cultivate in peace? Those who disturb my peace must be completely destroyed. The first step will start from this place." A few hours later, Jiang Ming encountered another group of people. They all had solemn expressions and were quickly retreating from this place and running to the periphery of the ruins. Jiang Ming learned from them that the cultivators of the major forces such as the Jiang Ming Grotto Heaven and the Spirit Silkworm Mountain had joined forces in the depths of the ruins and established a base camp. They attacked everyone and swept away all the individual cultivators here. They captured those they could and killed those they could not. It was said that even geniuses at the same level as disciples of the grotto heavens and blessed lands were ambushed by these people and were almost completely destroyed. Many people realized that something was wrong and had already begun to flee, giving up on exploring this area. It really is a dark forest. Jiang Ming's gaze was calm. A day later, Jiang Ming crossed a large river and saw a gray-clad figure in the distance. He was using the signature technique of the Jiang Ming Grotto Heaven. The surging black waves were filled with a cold aura and were killing an opponent in the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. The asterisk starred, "You're crazy. I'm a disciple of the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven." It was a young man at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. He had lost an arm and half of his body was bleeding crazily. He was roaring in disbelief. "These are the Black Rock ruins. Who would know if I killed you?" The middle-aged man in gray clothes had an ordinary appearance and spoke calmly. The middle-aged man did not have a shocking aura about him. However, all his spells were vicious and cunning, fatal in every way, and constantly bombarded the young man. Another wave of water crashed onto the young man's body, causing his body to rot. His flesh fell off, and his organs were exposed. His gaze was filled with despair as he said hoarsely, "The Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven will not let you off. What does it have to do with me?" The gray-clad middle-aged man's gaze was indifferent. As he spoke, his hand movements did not slow down at all. He pressed down with his palm, and a huge wave appeared in the void, directly pressing down on the young man's body. The young man's body exploded, and he died. When Jiang Ming saw this scene from afar, his heart was filled with conflict. Had the Jiang grotto heaven gone completely crazy? Among the three grotto heavens, the Jiang grotto heaven and the mysterious Star grotto heaven were equally matched. However, the leader, the immortal Feather grotto heaven, was established by the founder of the Feather Kingdom and had an extremely extraordinary status in the Feather Kingdom. How could the cultivators of the Jiang grotto heaven actually kill the disciples of the immortal Feather grotto heaven without blinking? It is likely that there is something wrong with this trip to the ruins. In the void, a bloody mist drifted. A disciple from the immortal Feather grotto heaven, the #1 immortal cultivation force in the Feather Kingdom, was mercilessly killed by its Jiang grotto heaven cultivator without any mercy. If such a thing happened in the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge wave and even cause a dispute between the two major forces. However, in the Black Rock ruins, it seemed to be fine. Even if the immortal Feather grotto heaven came to investigate later, they might not be able to find any remnant aura. Moreover, this area could only accommodate Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. Therefore, it was even more difficult to investigate. When Jiang Ming thought of this, he also somewhat understood why that person dared be so unscrupulous. Looks like there's no need to worry too much when fighting here, Jiang Ming thought. Who is it? The gray-clad middle-aged man from the Jiang grotto heaven suddenly turned around and swept his gaze over them as he shouted coldly. It had to be said that his spiritual sense was also extremely sharp. He instantly sensed that someone was spying on him. He immediately activated several talismans and stuck them on his body. He also took out his flying sword and circled around. On the bank of the river, a figure walked out amidst the mist. Jiang Ming did not intend to hide his figure. Such an opponent was not strong enough for him to sneak up on. Where's your base camp? Jiang Ming's voice was calm. He did not intend to waste time with him and went straight to the point. Fellow cultivator, who are you looking for? Is there anything you need? The gray-clad middle-aged man's eyes were cautious, and he did not show any arrogance. He slowly retreated and kept a certain distance from Jiang Ming. If there's anything, you can tell me first. I'll pass it on to the disciples of the sect. Although Jiang Ming looked very young, the gray-clad middle-aged man did not have any intention of underestimating him. A person who could come here alone was definitely a ruthless person. Moreover, the faintly discernible dangerous aura on this young man made the gray-clad middle-aged man feel even more alarmed. He would only feel this aura when he was in a life-or-death situation. He had lived for so many years and had never doubted his instincts. This young man was definitely an extremely terrifying expert. Jiang Ming was a little enlightened. It seemed that he was too calm and made the guy opposite him suspicious. He shook his head and smiled. My issue is too important. I can't tell you about it so easily. Just bring me to your leader. This was also the reason why Jiang Ming did not attack him immediately. The ruins were too vast. It might be difficult for him to find them alone. Now that he had encountered a cultivator from the Jiang grotto heaven, he naturally wanted to make use of them. There is a murderous intent in your eyes. The middle-aged man, slowly retreated and said in a low voice, however, you should have no enmity with me. So, there's no need to kill me. If you have a grudge against any disciple of the Jiang grotto heaven, tell me your name. Perhaps, I can kill him for you. Jiang Ming's gaze was strange. He said with a faint smile, do you think I'll believe you? The middle-aged man smiled, his eyes calm. I'm an ascetic cultivator captured by the Jiang Ming grotto heaven. They planted an extremely vicious soul in me. Therefore, I had no choice but to work for them. I originally planned to escape from the control of the Jiang Ming grotto heaven on this trip to the ruins and fight for a chance of survival here. As for anything else, it has nothing to do with me. I just need to survive. If you can give me enough incentive, I can kill for you, the man said slowly. The headquarters of the Jiang Ming grotto heaven are terrifying. Fellow cultivator, you might not be able to obtain any benefits if you go alone. After all, I have the identity of a member of the Jiang Ming grotto heaven. It's extremely easy for me to kill someone. Jiang Ming's eyes moved slightly. He had heard that the ascetic cultivators of these major forces were slaves of cultivators who had their souls planted in them. They had no freedom and could only cultivate in prison. They would only be released to do things when needed. It was said that these people were evil cultivators who had committed great sins. The various grotto heavens and blessed lands had spent a lot of effort to capture them. However, in fact, only those from the grotto heavens and blessed lands knew who they were. This was also the reason why the people from the Jiang Ming grotto heaven resisted so violently when Jiang Ming used the soul seed spell on them a few days ago. It was not only because their lives were handed over to others. However, also because this kind of behavior was akin to treating them like slaves and sinners, which was difficult for them to accept. However, I still can't trust you. There are too many loopholes in your words. Jiang Ming sighed. However, he was unmoved. He walked forward slowly. Now tell me where the base camp is, and maybe I will believe you. Fellow cultivator, it seems that you still want to kill me? The middle-aged man's gaze was faint as he pointed his flying sword at Jiang Ming from afar. However, no matter how strong you are, this place can only accommodate Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. You might be able to kill me. However, you will definitely be heavily injured. You only have one chance to answer. Jiang Ming did not waste any more time. He just spoke lightly and continued to move forward. The middle-aged man's expression changed several times. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said hurriedly, "Stop," I said. The base camp of the Jiang Ming grotto heaven is 30 miles downstream along this river, in a snowy mountain valley. Have you killed any disciples of the Qingyuan Sword Valley? Jiang Ming stopped and continued to ask. Are you from the Qingyuan Sword Valley? He was shocked and hesitated. However, when he saw the dangerous light in Jiang Ming's eyes, he did not hide it anymore and quickly said, more than 10 years ago, the cultivators of the Qingyuan Sword Valley obtained a piece of a map from a certain place in the ruins. It is related to the main secret area of this area. This time, they brought it in after hearing about it. The Jiang Ming grotto heaven joined forces with the spirit Silkworm Mountain and another sect to ambush the team from the Qingyuan Sword Valley. They want to obtain that piece of the map. And the result? Jiang Ming frowned slightly. The disciples of the Qingyuan Sword Valley were almost completely wiped out. However, no one expected that the Qingyuan Sword Valley would actually go all out. That team had brought a few lethal magical tools and even hidden incomparably terrifying body-tempering assassin among them. As the middle-aged man said this, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. It was as if the assassin had left a terrifying impression on him. Many people from the alliance formed by the Jiang Ming grotto heaven and other factions were killed. In the end, the three people from the Qingyuan Sword Valley fled into the depths of the snowy valley with the piece of the map. Was the assassin killed? Jiang Ming asked. As expected, the body-tempering assassin was an old acquaintance of his. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment before he laughed bitterly. To be honest, I really don't know. Perhaps no one knows. Some people said that the assassin had died in the chaotic battle. However, no one seemed to be able to confirm who the assassin was when they found the corpses. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, if that's the case, then he's not dead. It seems that Wu Hen has been doing quite well. His methods are getting more and more exquisite. Put away your magical tool and give me your storage ring. I'll spare you. He looked at the middle-aged man and said calmly, fellow cultivator, don't push your luck. How about we each take a step back? The middle-aged man sighed and slowly retreated. I can give you all the treasures of that disciple from the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven. As he spoke, he took out a silver-white storage ring and threw it at Jiang Ming. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly made a move. A dazzling sword aura burst out from behind the storage ring and cut through the void toward Jiang Ming. Looks like you're not stupid. Jiang Ming's expression was calm, and he was not surprised. He flicked his finger and the fire metal sword technique slashed out. Golden flame swept across the sky and smashed into the sword aura, shattering it. The middle-aged man's eyes darkened, and his heart sank. This casual attack that did not rely on a magical tool was enough to prove that this young man was definitely a terrifying foe. He wanted to stall for time. However, this young man was obviously a cunning fox and did not fall for his tricks at all. Fellow cultivator, you're indeed an expert. I admit defeat. As the middle-aged man spoke, he turned around without hesitation. His body exploded with a blood-red light as he used a secret technique to escape. However, the outcome had already been decided. Jiang Ming moved his body and crossed the sky. More than 10 sword auras shot out, sealing all the escape routes of the middle-aged man. The battle broke out and ended in a dozen moves. Jiang Ming shattered the middle-aged man's spiritual core with a punch, and the violent spiritual energy completely crushed his vitality. Jiang Ming put away all the spoils of war and quickly left the place, rushing downstream along the river. Even if Wu Hen's methods were extraordinary, with so many enemies hunting him down, his situation would probably not be too good. Along the way, Jiang Ming could see some traces of battle from time to time. There were bloodstains and some corpses left. The temperature in the vicinity is dropping rapidly. Gradually, Jiang Ming suddenly noticed that the surrounding environment was changing. A large snow-covered mountain range could be vaguely seen in front of him. Thinking of what the middle-aged man had said earlier, Jiang Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that they were about to reach the base camp of the Songming Grotto Heaven. A magic ship suddenly appeared from behind. It flew in the same direction as Jiang Ming and headed toward the snowy mountain ahead. If you dare to use a flying ship to fly here, you're either courting death or you're extremely familiar with the surrounding environment. Do you think you won't encounter a demonic beast attack or an array? Jiang Ming said softly. The identity of the person controlling this ship was self-evident. At this moment, the people on the ship seemed to have discovered Jiang Ming in front of them. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation erupted, and the direction suddenly changed. It wanted to collide with Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. If such a ship crashed into him, even a cultivator at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm would be seriously injured or even killed. He saw a few young men and women with extraordinary auras standing on the deck. In front of the ship. They seemed to be the genius disciples of some large sections. They were smiling as they looked over. Their eyes were filled with ridicule, as if they were wicked children preparing to crush little animals. Interesting. Jiang Ming smiled and saw the emblem of Songming Grotto Heaven on the ship. Friend, can you break the ship's defensive array? The black sword appeared in Jiang Ming's hand, and he quickly communicated with it. Long-range attacks might not work. However, if I were to touch that ship, I could even cut the ship into two, let alone the array, the black sword shouted. Good. Jiang Ming looked at the rapidly approaching ship and smiled brightly. The communication between him and the black sword was done in a split second. Without any hesitation, he activated the burning spirit scripture with the mystic flame spirit sacrifice spell, and all his spiritual energy exploded. Jiang Ming's body was covered in flames as he shot out like a meteor toward the ship. Ha ha ha. You are so stupid that it makes my heart ache. At the front of the ship, a few young geniuses could not help but laugh when they saw this scene. How dare he attack our ship? Doesn't this kid know he's courting death? Perhaps he's an individual cultivator from some remote corner. He doesn't have much knowledge. He's really ignorant and fearless to barge into the ruins alone. Hurry up and run over him and return to the camp. The cannon fodder on the ship still needs to be used. They chatted casually and did not spare Jiang Ming a glance. Behind the ship, hundreds of individual cultivators with mixed auras were trapped on the deck under a large net. Their eyes were deathly still and filled with despair. The entire ship suddenly shook violently. These captured individual cultivators raised their heads in shock and looked at the violently trembling array above their heads. They were somewhat bewildered and uncertain, not knowing what had happened. In front of the ship, the young geniuses who were calm earlier had already retreated hundreds of feet, looking at the scene in front of them in horror. A black sword was stabbing their protective array with incomparable strength. It erupted with astonishing spiritual energy ripples and slowly cut a hole in the array. He, little ones, I'm about to come inside. The black sword's entire body was flickering with a bloody light as it let out a laugh. However, only Jiang Ming could hear it, and he automatically blocked this lunatic. However, even though the black sword was a lunatic, it was indeed powerful. When it fought, the hole became bigger and bigger, and soon it could accommodate an entire person. Jiang Ming stood outside the array and grinned, revealing his pearly whites. He smiled at the group of young geniuses who were a little flustered. How could this be? One of the geniuses stuttered, his face pale. Isn't this array formation able to block all attacks under the core formation realm? Calm down. He is alone. He can only be at the Foundation establishment realm. At the most. He relied on that strange black sword to pierce through the array. It doesn't matter if he comes in. We are the geniuses of the Feather Kingdom. Why should we be afraid of him? No matter what, I feel that something is not right. Let's use the communication talisman to call the people in the camp first. One of them frowned and said cautiously. At this moment, a large hole was finally broken through the array. These young geniuses watched helplessly as the young man stepped into the ship. Fellow cultivators, the gates of hell are open to you. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. Then, without any hesitation, sword auras rushed into the sky and attacked fiercely. His entire body turned into a shadow and disappeared from where he was. The next moment, he appeared in front of the group of geniuses. His blood chi and sword aura erupted at the same time, and blood splattered all over the deck in an instant. At this moment, Jiang Ming was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Wherever he passed, limbs flew everywhere, and screams could not be heard. No one could block his attacks. Jiang Ming's figure was like a blazing divine light as he rushed across the deck of the ship. The black sword swept across and instantly slashed the bodies of the two young geniuses, killing them. His gaze was cold as he charged toward the remaining people. There was no sympathy on his face. These people were the ones who had stood on the stern of the ship and wanted to hit him with a mocking expression. Stop. Do you know who we are? A beautiful woman stood on a pavilion in the middle of the ship. She looked extremely shocked and angry. She shouted, "You're bringing disaster upon yourself. Even your family and legacy will suffer. Your entire family will be exterminated. When you wanted to crush me to death, did you ever think about whether you were bringing disaster upon yourselves?" Jiang Ming had a faint smile on his face. He killed another genius with a punch and threw his body to the corner of the deck. "It's not too late for you to escape now." The woman's face was slightly pale. However, she still forced herself to say coldly, "We've already sent word to the experts in the sect. When they arrive, you'll die. You're still trying to scare me when you're about to die?" Jiang Ming's eyes were cold as he rushed out and pounced on the woman. There was a separate protective array where the woman stood. However, it trembled violently under Jiang Ming's punch. In a few moments, it shattered inch by inch and was about to explode completely. The woman's expression changed drastically. What kind of monster was this? How could there be such a strong foundation establishment realm cultivator? She hurriedly moved her body, wanting to escape from this place. However, it was already too late. The sound of the array shattering could be heard behind her, and a sword aura erupted. The expression on her face immediately froze, and her head rolled down to the ground. "It's your turn." Jiang Ming turned around and looked at the last few people. They were all hiding in an array in the middle of the ship, trying to escape. However, all of this was futile. Even the ship's protective array had been cut open by Jiang Ming. Even if the remaining array had any special features, it could only delay their death. He activated the 100 Tribulations sacred body and injected his blood chi into the black sword. He hacked at the array. The array shook and the geniuses inside changed their expressions. Where exactly did this monster come from? They found it hard to believe. After experiencing the explosion just now, how could he still have such terrifying strength left? Won't his blood chi and spiritual energy be consumed? No. That black sword of his, suddenly, a shocked voice sounded from within the array. That black sword is able to withstand the blood chi. I have heard of this thing. A chi refinement realm genius stared at the black sword in Jiang Ming's hand and cried out, "It seems to be the sword that appeared in those ruins more than 2 years ago. It has an extremely shocking origin and seems to have a connection with the Black Rock ruins. I heard that it was later snatched away by an individual cultivator named Yan Qixia, and he even killed many cultivators of the Tsangming Grotto heaven." What? The other geniuses who were still alive all changed their expressions. and looked at Jiang Ming in disbelief. Almost all of them had heard of that incident because the origin of that place was too shocking. It was a place that had once transcended tribulation. The remnant light of the heavenly tribulation had never been seen before, and it almost caused all the grotto heavens and blessed lands to tremble. The black sword that had appeared was highly valued by various factions. They sent countless people to search for its whereabouts. However, there were no results. No one expected that the black sword would appear here. Impossible. Yan Qixia is only a small cultivator in the qi refinement realm. How could he have such strength? Jiang Ming's divine will was now formed, and his spiritual sense was extremely sharp. He heard their conversation and grinned. Yan Qixia is my junior. Today, I, Zhang Shan, will avenge my junior. Starts from the Tsangming Grotto Heaven once attacked my junior ruthlessly. Today, I'll avenge him. In the array, a man heard this and quickly shouted, "Fellow cultivator, I'm a disciple of the Tianhong sect, not the Tsangming Grotto Heaven. I won't participate in the enmity between you and the Tsangming Grotto Heaven. Please let me go. I am not from the Tsangming Grotto Heaven either. I'm from the spirit Silkworm Mountain." They quickly shouted and begged Jiang Ming to spare their lives. The Tsangming Grotto Heaven, the Tianhong sect, and the spirit Silkworm Mountain, Jiang Ming said softly. There was one Grotto Heaven and two blessed lands. No wonder they could be domineering in the Black Rock ruins. Who could resist them? Who knows if what you said is true or false? I can't tell. I really can't tell. Jiang Ming sighed and muttered to himself, only by killing them all can I ensure that there are no hidden dangers? They were furious, and the disciple from the Tianhong sect could not help but say, which force are you from exactly? You provoked several major forces at the same time. Aren't you going to consider the sect behind you? Jiang Ming had just casually mentioned that Yan Qixia was his junior, which made these people inevitably have many assumptions. They were certain that Zhang Shan and his junior must have come from some immortal cultivation sect. I don't care. It's not worth my consideration. Jiang Ming chuckled and said casually. His attitude made those people even more bewildered. They looked at each other and revealed terrified expressions. Is he a disciple of a major sect outside the Feather Kingdom? One of them muttered, his voice trembling. Even though these grotto heavens and blessed lands could do whatever they wanted in the Feather Kingdom, the world of immortal cultivation was incomparably vast. As disciples of grotto heavens and blessed lands, they knew that the cultivation sects outside the Feather Kingdom were the true behemoths. Compared to those terrifying forces, even the three great grotto heavens were nothing. Moreover, their guesses were not without reason. This was because they had already seen the geniuses from outside the Feather Kingdom during this trip to the ruins. They were indeed not people that a small country like the Feather Kingdom could compare to. The last array also cracked open and was about to completely shatter. Fellow cultivator, please hold back. There are also geniuses from the blessed land of cultivation in our camp. A genius from Tsangming Grotto Heaven gritted his teeth and hurriedly exclaimed, perhaps they might even know you. All our conflicts can be resolved through negotiations. The array was completely shattered. Jiang Ming looked at the lambs waiting to be slaughtered coldly. What nonsense. The sword aura was glaring. Jiang Ming rushed out and started the final hunt. Stop. A furious shout came from afar. The reinforcements that these people had called for had finally arrived. Jiang Ming's expression was calm, and he did not have any intention of paying attention to them. He slashed out with his sword, and another 2 geniuses were killed. Run! When the people remaining heard the shout from afar, they fled frantically. Jiang Ming strolled leisurely and walked to the last genius. Looking at her tearful expression, he did not even blink as he shattered her skull with a punch. Ah! B** starred, you're courting death. In front of him, a white-robed middle-aged man from the Jiangming grotto heaven roared with despair and pain. Jiang Ming shook off the bloodstains on his sword and stood at the highest point of the ship. He looked up at the figures rushing over. There were more than a dozen of them. The lowest cultivation level was at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm, and there were even 3 cultivators at the peak of the foundation establishment realm. The leader was the white-robed, middle-aged man. Jiang Ming sensed the auras on their bodies. They were from the Jiangming grotto heaven, the spirit silkworm mountain, and there was also an unfamiliar aura that he had never seen before. His eyes glinted. That should be the cultivator from the Tianhong sect, which was also one of the 6 blessed lands. Looks like they rushed out from the so-called headquarters. Jiang Ming smiled. That's good. I can kill a batch first. It'll save me some trouble. Now that his sword was stained with blood, Jiang Ming did not plan to hide anything. He was ready to go on a killing spree and completely wipe out the forces in this area. Jiang Ming suddenly turned around and quickly flew backward. Stop him. He's trying to escape, a genius from the Tianhong sect, who was covered in blood, roared hoarsely. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Jiang Ming with hatred. Jiang Ming turned around and glanced at him. He grinned at him. Of course, he did not plan to escape. He just did not want to reveal too much terrifying strength at once and scare these people away. The white-robed middle-aged man, who had rushed over, shouted with a cold gaze, fellow cultivators, don't hold back. If this person escapes, how will our grotto heavens and blessed lands face us? Don't worry. I'll turn him into a silkworm and make his soul experience the most horrible pain, a cultivator from Spirit Silkworm Mountain said, coldly. More than a dozen powerful auras burst out and chased after Jiang Ming. The light of all kinds of magical tools gathered around their bodies, ready to unleash a lethal attack at any time. This damned Zhang Shan is dead meat. The few young geniuses, who were lucky enough to survive, finally heaved a sigh of relief. They watched as the elders of the various sects chased after Jiang Ming. Although these people's aptitudes were ordinary, they were almost all veteran experts who had been immersed in the foundation establishment realm for decades or centuries. In terms of strength, they could almost crush geniuses of the same level as them. With more than a dozen people attacking at the same time, no matter how strong one was, they would die. 3 foundation establishment realm cultivators flew past a dense forest of pine trees and scanned their surroundings vigilantly. This guy is really good at hiding his aura. One of them frowned. It's fine. There are 2 cultivators who have taken out the divine light mirror outside the snow forest. As long as that person makes any strange movements, he will definitely not be able to escape their sight. We only need to search bit by bit. That person's range of activity will only become smaller and smaller. The 3 of them laughed in unison. However, their eyes were cold. They did not intend to show any mercy to the murderer who had killed so many of their disciples. Suddenly, one of them felt his heart palpitate. No. However, before he could finish speaking, he felt his mind shake violently, as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer, and he became a little dizzy. A terrifying blood chi burst out from the ground. It was extremely vigorous. A figure rushed out with surging blood chi and instantly bombarded this person. A body exploded into pieces. A dignified cultivator at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm died on the spot without any strength to retaliate. What? Not good. The other two people's expressions changed drastically. They were shocked by this sudden scene, and their hearts could not help but tremble. When they arrived at the ship earlier, the battle was almost over. They didn't see Jiang Ming make any moves, so they thought that Jiang Ming was only slightly stronger than those young juniors. However, it was only at this moment that they realized that he was a terrifying powerhouse. Jiang Ming attacked with all his strength and used all his forbidden techniques to kill them. He did not hold back at all for the remaining two people. In just a short moment, another two corpses fell. When the divine light mirror sensed the aura of this place and the other pursuers gathered here, Jiang Ming had already left and was hiding in the dark. Damn it. The white-robed middle-aged man from the Songming Grotto heaven looked at the corpses on the ground with an ugly expression. He could not help but have a bad feeling. Outside the snow forest, an extremely terrifying fluctuation suddenly erupted. His heart sank, and he raised his head to look. That's in the direction of the two cultivators with the divine light mirror. One of them muttered, his expression somewhat uneasy. The others also realized that something was wrong. They looked at the white snow forest and the silence around them. Suddenly, they felt a chill. They had come to hunt down a murderer. They originally thought that it would be a piece of cake. However, now, it felt like the tables had turned. Retreat. Retreat from this snow forest, the white-robed middle-aged man gulped and shouted decisively. They had lived for hundreds of years. Thus, their reputation was no longer important. In the face of sudden danger, survival was the most important. We still have 11 people left. As long as we do not split up, no matter how strong that person is, he will not dare attack us alone. The white-robed middle-aged man saw the panic in the others and immediately said in a deep voice to calm them down. The others also realized this and nodded. They gathered together and quickly ran out of the snow forest. As Foundation establishment realm cultivators, even the most monstrous powerhouse could not take on 10 of them alone. Unless he doesn't care about his life, right? One of them laughed lightly and relaxed a lot. However, his voice had just sounded when an incomparably bright light suddenly erupted from the side. It suddenly shot toward this group of people. A figure covered in flames suddenly shot up from the nearby area like a meteor that would never return. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding temperature to rise greatly. The ice and snow turned into steam in an instant, causing the area to fog up. However, there was an intense killing aura permeating the area. The terrifying aura made the 11 veteran Foundation establishment realm cultivators from the various grotto heavens and blessed lands tense up, and their hair stood on end. This guy doesn't want to live anymore. In a flash, everyone was extremely shocked and furious. The next second, Jiang Ming's hand had already descended. A huge golden sword, formed by spiritual energy, appeared in the void. Jiang Ming's entire body was integrated into the sword aura, and he ruthlessly shot toward the nearest figure. Damn it. Why me? A Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, who was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, had a drastic change in expression. There was no way he could survive this. The Foundation Establishment realm cultivator could only desperately take out all his protective talismans and magical tools. His spiritual energy erupted in an attempt to block this attack and wait for the others to join forces to kill Jiang Ming. The white-robed middle-aged man and the others did not stand by and watch. They retreated in anger and took out all kinds of magical tools to ruthlessly kill Jiang Ming. At this moment, no one dared hold back. They could no longer care about their companion who was attacked. If Jiang Ming escaped, they might be the ones to die next. All kinds of magical tools exploded with light, almost covering the entire area. Terrifying fluctuations spread out, and even cultivators who had just stepped into the golden core realm would probably be terrified if they saw this. You really have some guts to charge over alone, lunatic. Humph, it's a pity that you won't be able to live. Their eyes flashed with cold killing intent. No matter how strong Jiang Ming was, he was courting death by looking down on them. It is a pity that one of our companions will be buried with him. At the last moment, this thought flashed through their minds. However, they were not too sad. Death was unavoidable on the path of immortal cultivation. Jiang Ming's figure was instantly covered by all kinds of spiritual light. He rushed into the sky, and the entire forest seemed to be trembling. The others retreated one after another, leaving only the companion who was attacked. In despair, he was enveloped by all kinds of terrifying attacks. He already knew that he had been forsaken by the others. Even if he could block the attack of the person opposite him, he would still be killed by his companions' attacks with their magical tools. Within the light, there seemed to be a rain of blood splattering everywhere. After a few explosions and a miserable cry, there was no more sound. Only remnant ripples of energy swept out in all directions. Dozens of towering trees were hit by the aftershock and fell to the ground. Is he dead? The white-robed middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and withdrew his blade. I can't sense both their auras anymore. However, that be asterisk star's ability to hide his aura is very powerful. It's impossible for him to still be alive. No Foundation Establishment realm cultivator can withstand such an attack. One of them immediately shook his head. It's good that he's dead. Where did he come from? He's too terrifying. The others also felt a lingering fear in their hearts. They heaved a sigh of relief and put away their magical tools. What a pity for that cultivator from the Tianhong sect. The white-robed middle-aged man sighed softly. No matter what he thought, he still had to express his grief on the surface. The others were expressionless and were about to say a few words when one of them suddenly exclaimed, "That's not right. I can't retrieve my magical tool." What? The white-robed middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He turned his head abruptly and stared at the smoke that had yet to dissipate. A figure covered in blood suddenly shot out of the smoke, leaving a trail of dust behind him as he flew into the distance like a meteor. Ha ha ha, thank you for your gift, fellow cultivator. This axe is pretty good. The figure had a gray stone axe embedded in his shoulder. Blood spurted out from the wound, and many parts of his body were injured. However, his expression was extremely arrogant as he turned around and laughed. Fellow cultivators, don't be stingy. Take out something better. Jiang Ming's speed increased again after he provoked them again. In an instant, he disappeared into the vast snow forest, leaving behind 10 shocked figures. At this moment, the smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Everyone could see that the forest in that area had been completely blown apart. A charred pit was revealed on the ground, and a mangled broken corpse was lying on the ground. It was obviously their companion. How is that possible? How did that person survive, a spirit silkworm? Mountain cultivator stared at his companion, who had died tragically, and said, in disbelief, such an attack was enough to kill a cultivator at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm several times over. No one below the Golden Core realm could withstand it. He is seriously injured, another person suddenly said. Perhaps if we continue to chase after him, we can finish him off. Is that so? But who can catch up to him? He's so fast even after being seriously injured. God knows how much combat strength he still has, the white-robed middle-aged man muttered as he looked at the endless snowy forest. I feel extremely uneasy. I just want to leave this place. As soon as he said this, several people nodded. Let's go back to the camp first and think about it later. Most importantly, we are not familiar with this area. The commotion from the battle earlier was too much. If we were to awaken any terrifying demonic beasts, it would be terrible. That's right. They were either worried about the beasts or that there was no one guarding the camp. Almost no one was willing to stay and continue the chase. Although everyone could see that the terrifying mysterious cultivator was already heavily injured, they had been completely scared out of their wits. They had no desire to fight at all. Cultivators were also humans. The longer they lived, the more they cherished their lives. No one was willing to play with their lives here anymore. In the end, they finally decided to temporarily retreat. However, they all expressed their determination to take revenge. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Under a snowy peak, Jiang Ming took deep breaths. His injuries had completely recovered. He swallowed a few pills and ate some spirit herbs to restore his spiritual energy. It's almost time. Let's move on to the next round. Jiang Ming's eyes were calm as he quietly walked out of the snowy peak like a ghost. With a flick of his wrist, a small bronze mirror appeared in his palm, and an invisible ripple of energy spread out. There were many light spots of different sizes on the glass. 10 of them were as bright as the sun and were moving in a certain direction. This was the divine light mirror that he had obtained from the 2 cultivators outside the snow forest. It could detect spiritual aura within a radius of 100 miles. After obtaining it, he refined it and was using it to find the traces of those cultivators. Jiang Ming smiled calmly. He put away the divine light mirror, and his body moved silently, quickly, drifting in a certain direction. A moment later, a figure surrounded by flames charged into the crowd again as if he did not care about his life. Accompanied by a rain of blood and ear-piercing screams, he fled with serious injuries again. Damn it! The remaining people had ugly expressions. They were shocked and angry. What kind of monster was this? Wasn't he seriously injured? How did he recover so quickly? Everyone's heart sank. They realized that they had provoked a terrifying monster. To have such power meant that he likely had a shocking background. He either had a priceless treasure or cultivated a peerless secret technique. No matter which one it was, it had surpassed the grotto heavens and blessed lands of the Feather Kingdom. "Run," the white-robed middle-aged man ordered with a gloomy expression. He no longer cared about saying anything polite. At this moment, his entire body was cold, and he only wanted to escape from this place. Everyone nodded in unison. Without saying a word, they unleashed their secret techniques and fled frantically out of the snow forest. Somewhere in the forest, Jiang Ming looked at the figures in the divine light mirror whose speed had increased significantly. He muttered, "This time around, I'll have to use my lethal attack. Otherwise, it won't be good if they come to their senses and flee separately." Jiang Ming's eyes flickered as he communicated with the black sword using his divine will. "Friend, was that axe delicious just now? Can you show me your skills?" Although he had always used the black sword as a weapon, he had never underestimated its strength. Moreover, he had fed him many treasures and weapons he had obtained from other cultivators. The black sword should have recovered a lot of its strength long ago. "No problem. Don't worry, bro. At the very least, I can kill one of them. In fact, it's not impossible to cripple another one as well." Jiang Ming smiled and took out another lethal weapon from his storage ring. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A moment later, a blinding light erupted again. A black sword light flashed with lightning and suddenly pierced through the void. Any spell or magical tool that came in front of it was as cut down. A cultivator took out a spiritual shield in front of him. He thought that it could withstand for a moment. However, it was instantly shattered. The black sword easily pierced through the man's head, leaving a bloody hole in the middle. Have the cultivators of this era not experienced battle? They rely too much on magical tools. "It's not good," the black sword commented casually, and continued to move forward. At the same time that the black sword appeared, Jiang Ming's figure suddenly rushed out and descended from the sky to kill the white-robed middle-aged man. He struck 3 times with his fire metal sword technique, and the terrifying fluctuation plowed 3 huge pits on the ground. The air was filled with an incomparably sharp aura. He could already tell that this cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment realm from the Jiang Grotto heaven had the highest status among these people. "You're courting death." The white-robed middle-aged man was furious. He did not expect that this person would come back again after they had already made a concession and were about to leave. "Kill him. Don't hold back." Angry shouts sounded one after another. Including the white-robed middle-aged man, 6 or 7 figures gathered together. They took out their magical tools at the same time and attacked fiercely. Blinding rays of light erupted at the same time. It was as if a small sun had risen in this forest. This should be able to force him back again. The white-robed middle-aged man and the others had this thought in their hearts. With their previous 2 experiences, they had already discovered that although this mysterious cultivator's strength was terrifying, the most monstrous thing was his ability to recover. As long as he was given a moment, he would be able to make a comeback. However, they were not far from the edge of the snow forest. As long as they escaped from this place, they would be very close to the camp. Perhaps they could escape before the monster appeared again. At this moment, they actually felt a complicated mix of fatigue and joy. It was as if they were finally about to escape from a desperate situation. However, the next moment, the white-robed middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He shouted in fear, "Be careful!" A green light swept up from the depths of the blinding light, filled with ancient runes that emitted a feeling of decay. Wherever it passed, all the magical tools lost their luster and fell to the ground in a rusted heap. A bronze cauldron rushed out and swept across the void. Green light spewed out of the cauldron and swept in all directions. Ah! A Foundation Establishment realm cultivator was only slightly touched by the green light. However, half of his body withered immediately. His vitality rapidly flowed away, and his skin and flesh withered, quickly turning into ashes. The two people who were hit by the shockwave did not even have the chance to let out a scream. Their entire bodies turned into dried corpses and fell to the ground. "You killed Elder Hua," the white-robed middle-aged man shouted in horror. He recognized this treasure from his sect. This bronze cauldron was definitely one of the rarest treasures excavated from the ruins by the Jiang Ming Grotto Heaven. It was refined by Jiang Ming Grotto Heaven at a huge price. It was held in the hands of the powerful Elder Hua and was reserved for use in a life-or-death situation. The white-robed middle-aged man only knew that he had not been able to contact Elder Hua's team for several days. However, he did not expect that his secret treasure, the bronze cauldron, had already fallen into the hands of this person. Even the most precious secret treasure had been lost. There was only one explanation. The white-robed middle-aged man was extremely shocked. He could not understand how Elder Hua, who had the cauldron, was killed by this person. Couldn't he kill this person even after using this treasure? However, within this time, the small bronze cauldron killed 3 people in a row. Its momentum did not decrease. It slashed across the void and ruthlessly attacked him. Damn it! The white-robed middle-aged man turned around and fled. He frantically took out all kinds of talismans and magical tools, trying to wear down the power of this treasure. However, what made him extremely afraid was that the green light that spewed out of this thing seemed to be even richer than when they had brought it out of the sect. The magical tools and talismans that he had sent out were nothing against it. They could not stop the power of the small bronze cauldron at all. How could this be? The white-robed middle-aged man cried out in fear. However, he could not stop it. He could only watch helplessly as the cauldron got closer and closer. It was wrapped in a large amount of green light as it came crashing down. Ah! After a scream, a skeleton shrouded in a white robe fell to the ground. Jiang Ming waved his hand and took back the small bronze cauldron and the black sword. He stood in the air and looked at the 2 remaining figures. They were like stray dogs, running out of the snow forest without even looking back. Even if Jiang Ming was seriously injured and on the verge of death again, they did not dare look back. Is that it? They're so weak, the black sword shouted crazily. It had performed exceptionally in this battle and stabbed 3 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators in a row. Its confidence was already at its peak. Jiang Ming smiled and stepped forward. He disappeared from where he was like a wisp of smoke and quickly chased after the last 2 cultivators. At the edge of the snow forest, a figure, who was fleeing frantically, had a hopeful look on his face. It was as if he was confident that he could survive. If he escaped from the snow forest. A black sword shot out from between his eyebrows, instantly killing him. Jiang Ming shook his head. He swung his sword and threw the body down. It's time to go to your camp to take a look. Jiang Ming's killing intent rose, and he could not suppress it. He flew forward. Behind him, the snow forest was silent, as if nothing had happened. However, more than 10 veteran Foundation Establishment realm cultivators from the Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands had already been killed by a single person. In the snowy plains, a flying ship lay suspended in the air. Damn it! These B** stars from the Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands are like roaches. They're impossible to kill. On the deck at the rear of the ship, the prisoners, who were enveloped by the large net, had ashen faces and were somewhat desperate. They thought that they had encountered a ruthless person who would be able to kill all these damned scumbags and save them. They did not expect to attract a group of terrifying veteran Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. It seemed that the mysterious individual cultivator with extraordinary strength was about to be surrounded and killed. As for them, they would probably be sent into various dangerous areas later to be used as cannon fodder. At the front of the ship, the few disciples who had survived the first battle were leisurely brewing tea and chatting, quietly waiting for the return of their sect elders. Zhang Shan is being chased by more than 10 elders. Even if he dies, he should be honored. However, those elders haven't returned for so long. Could something have happened? A young Qi refinement realm genius said worriedly. Ha ha ha, you're not at the Foundation Establishment realm. You have no idea how terrifying the strength of the elders, who have been at the Foundation Establishment realm for more than 100 years, is. Their spirit base is extremely solid, and their understanding of immortal cultivation is extremely deep. It's not something that young Foundation Establishment realm cultivators like us can compare to. A handsome young man from the Jiang Ming Grotto Heaven laughed confidently. No matter how strong he is, no one will be able to survive the hunt of over 10 elders. Another person also laughed. Rest assured, we will wait for the elders to return triumphantly with Zhang Shan's head. We will return to the camp together. However, before he could finish speaking, a sharp aura swiftly rushed over. From afar, a figure suddenly descended upon the ship like a bolt of lightning. He looked down at these young disciples, who were still alive, and revealed a gentle smile. Fellow cultivators, you haven't left yet. You seem really enthusiastic to welcome me here. The air suddenly became still. The disciples from the various Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands looked at the familiar figure in a daze, unable to believe what they were seeing. How could you? The young genius of Jiang Ming Grotto Heaven, who was full of confidence just now, was pale. He asked with a trembling voice, where are those elders? How did you escape their pursuit? Escape? Who said I had to escape their pursuit? Jiang Ming smiled faintly. If I killed them all, no one would discover me. Impossible, you're lying. The young genius immediately shook his head and stared at Jiang Ming with bloodshot eyes. You must have used some secret technique to escape the senses of those elders. When they realize that something is wrong, they will definitely come back. When they return, the genius muttered, his eyes becoming frenzied. He was somewhat incoherent. The others were silent, and their eyes were filled with despair. Everyone knew that no matter if those elders were dead or alive, even if they rushed back now, their fate was set in stone. All of them would die in Zhang Shan's hands. On the deck, hot tea was still bubbling in a kettle. Tea leaves with dense spiritual energy floated in the middle, filling the air with traces of warmth. However, at this moment, the disciples only felt their bodies turn cold. At this moment, they were extremely regretful. Why did they not immediately run back to the camp after surviving the disaster just now? Instead, they waited here for some triumphant return. The cold wind was biting, and Jiang Ming's figure slowly descended. The outcome was not unexpected. Blood splattered everywhere. The disciples were all killed without mercy. You sure are leisurely. Jiang Ming glanced at the tea on the fire, poured himself a cup, and drank it all. Then, he went to the back of the deck and cut open the large net, releasing the prisoners. Fellow cultivators, this place is dangerous. Please leave as soon as possible. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. Sir, please tell us your name. We will never forget your kindness. An old cultivator mustered up his courage and walked forward with tears in his eyes. The others also agreed. They looked at Jiang Ming with red eyes and excitement. They were immensely grateful to him for saving their lives. However, they were also excited to get to know such a powerhouse. He had single-handedly killed dozens of genius disciples from the grotto, heavens and blessed lands. He had also used some unknown technique to kill a group of veteran Foundation establishment realm cultivators. This was not a simple battle. He had offended several major forces. He had practically provoked them. Although the world of immortal cultivation was cruel and chaotic, it had been many years since such a terrifying incident had happened. Who would dare imagine that one day, the disciples of those high and mighty grotto heavens would be mercilessly slaughtered like livestock? This was simply unbelievable. Jiang Ming looked at these people, and his eyes flickered. Then, he laughed and said, I, Zhang Shan, have never seen such hypocritical and cruel people. This was nothing. You don't have to take it to heart. In the future, if these grotto heavens and blessed lands dare to cause trouble in the world of immortal cultivation again, the flower fruit mountain might have to eliminate such evil by wiping out these forces. His voice was calm and arrogant. It had been more than 60 years since he came to the world of immortal cultivation. Jiang Ming now had the ability to protect himself. It was time to make a new name for himself. The Flower Fruit Mountain? When these individual cultivators heard this name, their bodies trembled. Why had they never heard of this sect before? The old cultivator was tasked to ask where the Flower Fruit Mountain was and how strong it was. Moreover, what kind of status did Zhang Shan have in the Flower Fruit Mountain? Was he the most monstrous powerhouse in the sect? The Flower Fruit Mountain is mysterious. Only a few disciples are chosen from each generation. However, I'm the weakest one there. There are more than 10 people who are stronger than me. For example, my junior, Yan Qixia, is extremely talented. His future achievements will definitely far exceed mine. And I still have a senior. He's a genius who surpasses me by 100 or even 1,000 times. My senior's name is Sun Wukong. Perhaps one day in the future, he will become the strongest in the world of immortal cultivation. Everyone gasped in unison. They looked at Jiang Ming in shock. He was the weakest disciple in the sect? What kind of terrifying force was the Flower Fruit Mountain? It's definitely a legendary blessed land for cultivation. It might even be the most mysterious and terrifying blessed land out there. It has never been revealed to the world. However, its foundation is extremely terrifying. As everyone talked about this, Jiang Ming smiled and waved his sleeve to send them off the ship. Fellow cultivators, the flower fruit mountain just started operations not too long ago. Please keep it a secret. The disciples of the flower fruit mountain do not like to be too high profile when they travel the world. Farewell. He activated the ship's array, which was suffused with spiritual energy, and it shot forward with a boom. On the ground, the individual cultivators were all excited. A blessed land for cultivators called the Flower Fruit Mountain has appeared. I must tell my old friends about this. This faction is so inconspicuous. It must have an extraordinary background. I have to quickly share the news. An individual cultivator with an extraordinary aura said in a deep voice. That senior from the Flower Fruit Mountain said that this information must be kept confidential. Guys, don't spread it wantonly. Otherwise, the consequences might be very serious. We all understand. We all understand. Don't worry. However, in an instant, many individual cultivators had different thoughts. They turned around and rushed out of the ruins. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Lightning flashed in the air, and a flying ship moved forward at high speed. On the ship, there was only one figure standing at the helm. His clothes were fluttering in the wind as he looked at the endless snowfield in front of him. It seems that we have arrived. From afar, Jiang Ming could see some pavilions and halls that were flickering with spiritual light. Judging from their style, it was obvious that they were not from the ruins, but were set up by later generations. Looks like these forces have been operating here for quite some time. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes. From the surroundings, he could tell that this camp had existed for many years. It's possible that these grotto heavens and blessed lands have been exploring these ruins since they last opened 60 years ago. This thought flashed through Jiang Ming's mind. He leaped up and stood in the void. The speed of the ship did not slow down, and it charged straight toward the camp. The ship crashed into a light screen, causing a violent tremor. Then, it toppled over to the ground. There really is an array. Jiang Ming was not surprised at all. As expected. Of a stronghold that has been operating for many years. It's quite something. Who goes there? This movement also attracted the attention of the cultivators in the camp. One figure after another immediately soared into the sky and glared at Jiang Ming. Where did you come from? A Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator shouted coldly. However, before he could finish speaking, a sword aura pierced through the void. It instantly shot through his body and shut him up. Jiang Ming did not say anything unnecessary. He came here to kill. His figure suddenly flashed and rushed toward the others. The sword aura swept across the sky in all directions. Jiang Ming and the Black Sword's cooperation became more and more tacit. Blood chi and spiritual energy switched at will, and terrifying attacks poured out like gushing water. He fought several Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators alone without holding back. In an instant, blood splattered in the air, accompanied by a furious roar. These cultivators who had rushed out of the camp did not expect that someone would dare attack their stronghold and launch an attack without mercy. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Screams and alarm bells instantly resounded throughout the camp. All the cultivators who were still in the camp rushed out of their residences and looked up in shock. Why would someone break in? Has he gone mad? Many people were extremely shocked. However, looking at the blood that kept Raining from the sky, they were also frightened. They realized that the enemy was abnormally strong. Among these people, there were 3 figures who were even more terrified. Their bodies trembled as they looked at the figure that was charging at them. How dare he, Mo and the other 2 from the spirit silkworm mountain, gathered together, their faces incomparably pale. They were the 3 spirit silkworm mountain cultivators who were planted with the soul seed spell by Jiang Ming in the stone hall. They took advantage of Jiang Ming's absence while he was cultivating the 100 tribulations sacred body in the stone palace and fled all the way to this camp. They wanted to wait for Jiang Ming to die in the ruins so that the spell could dissipate naturally. However, no matter how they thought about it, they did not expect to see this terrifying murderous demon again in this camp. In the sky, Jiang Ming also sensed the soul seed's aura. He immediately smiled. What a coincidence. Blood rained down constantly. Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators from various major forces continued to fight in the sky. However, no one could withstand even one of Jiang Ming's attacks. Corpses fell one after another. None of the cultivators who came up was Jiang Ming's match. They were all killed in the blink of an eye. Blood rained down, dyeing the snow red. Gradually, no one dared come out. The hundreds of figures that remained stood in the camp's protective array. Formation in fear, not daring to take another step. Many of them even held their breaths and were so shocked that they did not dare even utter a word. Such grand headquarters. However, why are there only this many experts guarding it? Jiang Ming was a little puzzled and muttered to himself. He felt that these people were not as strong as those veterans who chased him into the snow forest. However, his words made the cultivators below unable to help but reveal angry expressions. They stared at him, and their auras fluctuated. When had the cultivators of the high and mighty grotto heavens and blessed lands ever been looked down upon like this? However, no one dared rush out of the protective array formation because the powerhouse in front of them was terrifying. These experienced cultivators of the grotto heavens and blessed lands were in disbelief. Why would there be such a terrifying powerhouse in the Foundation Establishment realm? Have they all gone out to explore, leaving only a few experts in the camp? I even killed a group of them just now. Now, there's almost no one left, Jiang Ming muttered. The moment those words left his mouth, the expressions of everyone below changed drastically as they looked at him in horror. They could not contact the cultivators who had left earlier. Had they all been killed? How was this possible? For a moment, the camp was in chaos. In the deepest part of the camp, there were a few figures with calm expressions. They watched this scene as if it had nothing to do with them. These forces are still useful. Come out and deal with them. Among the few of them, a youth with delicate features spoke up and said indifferently, "Yes, sir." A middle-aged man nodded respectfully and turned around to walk to the periphery of the camp. Soon, he arrived at the front. He jumped up and stood in the sky, separated from Jiang Ming by a light screen. "Fellow cultivator, enough is enough." The middle-aged cultivator's gaze was steady as he slowly said, "Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences if you offend someone you shouldn't." Jiang Ming originally felt a little bored. However, when he heard this, he was stunned. Then, his eyes lit up with interest. Someone interesting had finally come. Above the camp, there was a light screen that isolated Jiang Ming from the outside. He could not enter for the time being. After all, this was a stronghold that had been operated by various grotto heavens and blessed lands for decades. The array formation had been expanded and repaired many times, and it had fused with the array patterns of the black rock ruins itself. Even Golden Core Realm cultivators would not be able to break through this array formation. However, that might not be the case. Jiang Ming's eyes moved slightly. He secretly activated an item in his storage ring. However, he did not take it out immediately. He still had to figure out the ins and outs of this place first. He looked forward and saw a middle-aged man standing across the light screen. He was different from the panicking cultivators of the various grotto heavens and blessed lands on the ground. He stood there calmly, without a hint of nervousness. "Fellow cultivator, I won't say it again. Leave now." The middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing said indifferently, "You can't break into this place. Otherwise, you won't be able to face the consequences." Jiang Ming looked at this person and remembered what he had said earlier. He could not help but smile and sigh. "Someone I can't afford to offend? I've indeed met many people I can't afford to offend. However, when I encounter such people, I simply kill them so that the people and forces behind them won't be able to find me." Jiang Ming sighed again. "After all, I'm very timid. I just want to live my life peacefully. I don't want to make enemies with any major forces, nor do I want to bear any terrible consequences." As Jiang Ming spoke, he looked at the middle-aged man seriously and asked, "Sincerely, looking at your arrogant appearance, it seems that you and the people behind you are people I can't afford to offend, right?" What an arrogant brat. The middle-aged cultivator's expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "Do you know what force you are? Provoking? Why do you keep asking me questions?" "How would I know?" Jiang Ming pursed his lips. The middle-aged cultivator was so angry that he could hardly breathe. Then, he said coldly, "You don't know what's good for you. Your 3 grotto heavens and 6 great blessed lands are just ants that we can easily crush. We come from the ancient kingdom blessed land." When the middle-aged cultivator said these words, his eyes were blazing. Then he looked at Jiang Ming as if he was looking at a dead man. In the past, when the Black Rock ruins were at their peak, it was only on equal footing with the ancient kingdom, blessed land. Our force is an existence that you will never be able to touch in your entire life. Today, you dare insult us. No matter where you try to hide, you will die. No one can save you. Ancient kingdom, blessed land? Jiang Ming repeated these words and took a deep breath as if he was trying to suppress the excitement in his heart. He said in disbelief, "You're actually from a blessed land of cultivation? That's terrifying. As expected, you're someone I can't afford to offend. Haha. Now you know how to be afraid." The middle-aged cultivator looked at him and immediately felt extremely happy. He sneered. However, before he could finish, he heard Jiang Ming continue, "Looks like if I don't kill all of you today, there's no way to end this matter. If you guys escape, I won't be able to live in peace." The middle-aged cultivator's eyes darkened, thinking that this kid was playing with him. He said coldly, "You're courting death." "I'm not. I just want to live in peace." Jiang Ming shook his head seriously. "Unfortunately, for the sake of my overall peace, I can only ask you to sacrifice yourselves today." "Is that so?" The middle-aged cultivator sneered. I'd like to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Can it break this array formation? He looked extremely confident and did not respect Jiang Ming at all. The array formation here not only contained the array symbols of the blessed lands. However, it also contained the array flags and rare materials they had brought from the blessed lands. When they were fused into the array formation, the array formation's power was even more terrifying. It was comparable to the protective array formations of some immortal sects. Moreover, now that the Black Rock ruins had been revived, the power of the broken ruins that had been fused into this array formation had increased exponentially. It was not something that a Foundation establishment realm cultivator could break through. The middle-aged cultivator turned around and left. He returned to the handsome youth and shook his head. Young master, this person is a bumpkin from the countryside. There's no way to communicate with him. It seems that we can only deal with this child after the eldest young master and the others return. The young man frowned slightly and looked up at the figure. His eyes seemed to have a golden glint in them, and his aura inadvertently leaked out. He was a cultivator who had surpassed the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. The vigorous spiritual energy around his body far exceeded the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Many cultivators from the Jiang Ming Grotto heaven and other forces looked at the young man in awe. Even the proud geniuses of the various sects did not show any disrespect. They had seen him fight before. His terrifying power was not something that a Foundation establishment realm cultivator could unleash. It could be said that almost none of the Foundation establishment realm cultivators present were a match for him. What if I make a move? The young man stood with his hands behind his back and spoke calmly. Young master. The middle-aged cultivator was shocked. After a long pause, he slowly said, your talent is unparalleled. In the future, you will definitely be like the eldest young master and have a chance to compete for the position of the Holy Sun. However, there's something wrong with this mysterious cultivator outside the array formation. I suspect that he's some old fox with some tricks up his sleeve. This kind of person doesn't care about life and death. His strength is almost at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. If you attacked, even if you could kill him, you might suffer some light injuries. It's really not worth it. The middle-aged cultivator saw that the golden glint in the youth's eyes had somewhat receded and quickly struck. While the iron was hot. Even if you make a move, you should fight with geniuses of the same rank and crush them all under your feet. That is the invincible path that you should walk and not be injured in the hands of this old fox. The handsome young man did not say anything else when he heard this. The glint in his eyes gradually dissipated. The middle-aged cultivator finally heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, he had just made all of that up. He just did not dare let his young master get hurt. Otherwise, he would have to pay dearly. However, that guy's strength is terrifying indeed. Fortunately, we have this array formation. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. The middle-aged cultivator stared at Jiang Ming, who was outside the array formation, with a solemn look. Although he looked down on Jiang Ming, an unknown individual cultivator, he had to admit that his strength was definitely comparable to the core geniuses of the blessed land. However, the world of immortal cultivation doesn't lack talented disciples. Only geniuses who can move forward are qualified to stand on the top of the world of immortal cultivation. Those who die halfway are just stepping stones. For the others. The middle-aged cultivator shook his head lightly. In his heart, he had already sentenced this person to death. If he offended a genius from the blessed land of cultivation, he would be no different from a dead man. After a short period of chaos, the cultivators of the Jiang Ming Grotto Heaven, Spirit Silkworm Mountain, and the other major forces calmed down slightly. He can't break this array formation. He didn't seem to notice us. Mo and the other two, who had the soul seed planted in them, hid in a room in the deepest part of the camp. Just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief, the entire campsite seemed to suddenly tremble. Snow fell from the treetops, proving that it was not an illusion. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Look at the sky. Suddenly, someone screamed in horror. What? The middle-aged cultivator from the ancient kingdom-blessed land suddenly looked up and saw a scene that shocked him. In the air, Jiang Ming stood quietly in front of the array formation. A large flag had appeared in his right hand. The pitch-black flagpole was like a spear, exuding a cold and sharp aura. Above the flagpole, a grayish-white flag fluttered in the cold wind. The flag seemed to be made of animal hide, and the edges were rotten and tattered. The flag was also covered in holes, and vague runes flickered on the flag, exuding an ancient and magnificent aura. As the runes on the flag flickered and emitted threads of light, the cultivators in the camp were shocked to discover that the large array formation protecting them had actually begun to flicker slightly. Those runes. Some of the older cultivators stared at the blurry runes on the array flag, and their expressions changed drastically. Those are the runes of the array flags that were engraved in the black rock ruins. Damn it, how could he have such a thing? Moreover, it doesn't seem to be an ordinary array flag. It seems to be one of the main flags that can control the array formation of a region. Moreover, it can move almost unimpeded in the black rock ruins. It can also control the array formations of other regions. In an instant, the entire camp was in a state of panic. Even the people from the ancient kingdom-blessed land were stunned by this scene. They had not expected such a turn of events. Quickly send the young master out of this place, the middle-aged cultivator from before immediately felt uneasy and shouted in horror. Many other cultivators had the same thought as him. They rushed out of the array in the direction opposite Jiang Ming. Now, no one could care about whether they would be chased after leaving the array formation. They only knew that if they continued to stay in this array formation, the consequences would be terrifying. However, just as these people reacted, the frequency of the array flag in Jiang Ming's hand had already quietly merged with the frequency of the array runes here, producing a heart-palpitating resonance frequency. The array flag in his hand burst out with a terrifying light. Runes rushed out from the flag and cut through the void like meteors, fusing with the array formation below. This array is mine. Jiang Ming held the array flag and suddenly felt a close connection with this array formation. Stay. The runes of the array formation changed, and the light screen seemed to be somewhat different from before. A figure who had just rushed to the edge of the array formation crashed into the light screen with a bang. Due to the speed of the collision, he started bleeding. He stared blankly at the light screen in front of him and did not recover for a long time. Behind him, many figures tried to escape. However, they were unable to get past the light screen. How could this be? A few old men with white hair trembled as they looked at this scene in disbelief. Even if he has an array flag in his hand, it is impossible for him to refine this array formation so quickly if it is not the main flag of this region. They found it difficult to understand. They had studied the array formation of the Black Rock ruins for more than 100 years. They had even spent decades of painstaking effort in this place to repair and fuse the array formation of the Black Rock ruins. It was not easy to build a camp. How could it be controlled by someone so easily? Ugh, a group of brats who have yet to learn the ways of the world actually dare study the formation in this place. In Jiang Ming's other hand, the black sword sneered disdainfully. I was the one who passed down the core runes of these array formations to the few brats who opened up the blessed land. Now that I have this array flag and some additional runes, there is almost nowhere in this Black Rock ruins that I cannot go. What is the significance of setting up outer array formations here? You're amazing. Jiang Ming praised sincerely. Indeed, having an old fox on the team was like having a treasure. With the help of the black sword, he had saved a lot of effort on this trip. The black sword suddenly let out a strange laugh. Hee, this group of people is quite smart. They used the ruins' pre-existing array formation to build a protective array formation. Now, this array formation contains quite a number of rare metal and stone materials, and there are also some remaining runes. Give me the array flags and refine them in this array formation. By absorbing the runes and pure materials within, I'll definitely be able to destroy them. Jiang Ming was speechless. However, he still stuck the black sword on the flag and let it have fun. He had already refined the array flags. As long as they were not too far away, he could completely control and unleash their power. He did not need to hold them in his hands at all times. The black sword had already impatiently wrapped up the array flags and turned into a black light. With a swoosh, it rushed into the light screen. After a ripple, it directly plunged into the camp and disappeared into the ground with a bang. Jiang Ming shook his head and took a step forward. The light screen rippled and cracked open. Then, he stepped in. Fellow cultivators, it's time to settle the score. Jiang Ming smiled. Fellow cultivator, someone wanted to say something. Jiang Ming, however, flicked his finger with an indifferent expression. A bright bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the array formation and struck the person. I have no choice but to do this today. I hope that everyone can understand. Jiang Ming said apologetically. He walked forward step by step. He struck out one seal after another and fused them into the array formation. Every seal was accompanied by terrifying lightning. One cultivator after another was turned into ashes. Countless screams and pleas for mercy sounded in his ears. However, he did not slow down at all. Soon, those cries for mercy turned into angry roars and curses. However, in exchange, they were struck by even more terrifying lightning. Gradually, fewer and fewer cultivators were left alive. Jiang Ming's gaze was calm. He killed the remaining cultivators who were hiding there. I'm really sorry, fellow cultivators with extraordinary backgrounds. Your backgrounds are too powerful. I really can't afford to offend you. Only by killing all of you today can I have a chance of survival. The black sword could not help but sigh when it heard Jiang Ming's words. A light breeze blew past, and gray dust floated in the air, landing on the ground in a thick layer. Jiang Ming stood in front of the last few people. I'm really sorry. I really can't afford to offend you. In the void, lightning bolts descended one after another. Jiang Ming did not hold back. He activated the array formation here and attacked the ancient kingdom-blessed land cultivators below indiscriminately. A blood-red light flashed, and two people immediately exploded. Jiang Ming's gaze was faint as he continued to summon the lightning to attack. He had no intention of holding back. I really have to thank you all. Jiang Ming smiled. If these people had not spent decades repairing and fusing the broken array formation here, he probably would not have been able to exert such power. However, they probably did not expect that the array formation would fall into Jiang Ming's hands. In the end, these people dug a grave for themselves. Ah! Below him, the handsome young man with delicate features roared angrily. With bloodshot eyes. He was no longer as calm as before. He wanted to rush into the sky to kill the enemy. However, he was struck by the lightning and was almost hit several times. He did not have the strength to fight back at all. Relying on the power of the array formation to hurt us is despicable. Do you have the courage to partake in a fair fight with me? The handsome youth from the ancient kingdom-blessed land shouted coldly. Jiang Ming smiled expressionlessly. A teenager was still too young to provoke him. What is a fair fight? Feel free to use whatever treasure you brought from home, Jiang Ming said indifferently, the array formation that I control with my own ability can naturally be used by me. This is what I call a fair battle. A head-on fight with bare hands is not a fair fight. That's called a play fight, understand? Lightning flashed as the cultivators of the ancient kingdom-blessed land died. One by one. Jiang Ming did not plan to stay here for too long. After all, it was the other party's camp. If some powerhouse really came back with a lethal weapon, it would be troublesome. B*****. You're courting death. The handsome young man trembled and clenched his fists tightly. He looked at the people around him dying one after another. After a moment of struggle, he no longer retreated and suddenly rushed into the sky. At the same time, he also formed a strange ritual gesture. The light in his eyes soared, as if the galaxy was surging. Young master, don't. On the ground, the middle-aged cultivator, who had spoken arrogantly to Jiang Ming earlier, had already been seriously injured by the power of the array formation. At this moment, his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly tried to stop him. However, the young man was too fast and had already rushed into the air. Bolts of lightning struck down, but two golden sword auras simultaneously shot out from the young man's eyes. They crossed paths in the void and instantly expanded into two terrifying sword auras that were hundreds of feet long. Sweeping forward. Wherever the sword aura passed, the lightning bolts exploded. Jiang Ming's figure moved sideways. The two sword auras slashed at the light curtain behind him, causing the array formation to ripple. His aura is a little off. Jiang Ming was also shocked, and then he frowned slightly. He looked at the young man who was rushing toward him. His aura became extremely terrifying and doubled in strength. However, it was completely different from the young man's previous aura. Golden flames rose in the young man's eyes, surrounded by specks of starlight. He was like an awakened god. With a casual swipe, a terrifying sword aura slashed out. Jiang Ming used the fire metal sword technique thrice to block the sword aura. You dare challenge us? The handsome young man spoke. His voice was extremely indifferent. It was as if he were standing atop the clouds and looking down at Ants. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes and noticed that something was wrong with this young man. It seemed to be the same person. However, his actions, tone, and even the aura around him seemed to be covered with a layer of unfamiliarity. Suddenly, Jiang Ming thought of a possibility. Was it the soul seed spell? Not only could the soul seed spell be used to control other cultivators, but some experts with high cultivation levels would even spend a lot of effort to plant their own psyches on their disciples or relatives. When these disciples or relatives were in danger, they could activate this psyche and erupt with terrifying strength that far exceeded their own. However, once this kind of psyche was activated, it would cause terrifying side effects to the person who had been implanted with the psyche. Therefore, unless it was a life or death situation, it would usually not be used. That's how it is. After figuring it out, Jiang Ming looked at the handsome young man again and instantly understood. Is this your so-called fair battle? Jiang Ming could not help but laugh. As expected of the blessed land of immortal cultivation. You guys are the only ones with such thick skin. However, this is still not enough. Jiang Ming's eyes turned cold. He did not say anything more. He rushed out and unleashed the 100 Tribulations sacred body, the burning spirit scripture, and the mystic flame spirit sacrifice spell all at once. He raised his strength to the upper limit and charged at the handsome young man. The two of them collided in an instant. Terrifying ripples of spiritual energy swept out, plowing a huge gully in the camp below. A few geniuses who wanted to hide in the camp immediately screamed and were killed under the terrifying aftershock. Those who provoke the blessed land must die. The handsome young man spoke as if he were a terrifying immortal cultivator. His fingers formed seals one after another, attacking Jiang Ming. The strength of the blessed land of cultivation is indeed not something that anyone can compare to. Jiang Ming could not help but sigh as he took the opponent's attack head-on with both fists. Any one of the spells that the handsome youth was using would be enough to cause a huge commotion in the world of immortal cultivation, causing countless people to fight over them. However, in his hands, they were nothing. However, it is not the actual body that has descended. It is only a psyche. There are still flaws. Jiang Ming was suppressed by the other party's terrifying spell. However, he did not panic. Compared to the density of his spiritual energy, there was still a gap between him and this genius who had surpassed the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. However, that was all. Although the other party's attacks were terrifying, they could not hurt him at all. On the contrary, in Jiang Ming's eyes, the power of the psyche that the young man opposite him had activated was his biggest flaw. After all, no matter how powerful the psyche was, the young man's soul was extremely fragile and could not withstand a powerful psyche. Therefore, this psyche was just a candle in the wind. It could still be ferocious with the help of the young man's body. However, if this candle was extinguished. Haha. Jiang Ming smiled and was not in a hurry to fight back. He was waiting for an opportunity. There was another terrifying collision. Jiang Ming's body was covered in blood. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was not injured at all. Instead, he became more and more courageous as he fought. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning as he calmly looked at the handsome young man. Is this your trump card? It is still not enough. You're a genius of the blessed land, Jiang Ming said calmly. Is this all you've learned in your life? Hee hee. If you were born in the blessed land, you might also have grown into a peerless genius of your generation. The handsome youth seemed to be in a strange state at this time. He did not get angry when he heard this. The light in his eyes became colder and colder. It's a pity that you're an enemy of the ancient kingdom blessed land. No one in this world can tolerate you. Since you are so arrogant, I won't hold back anymore. It's an honor to be killed by the ancient kingdom blessed lands. Secret technique. At this moment, the delicate young man's entire body emitted a boundless divine light. Every strand of his hair was sparkling and translucent, and they were all rippling with light as if they were cast from gold. Nirvana divine light, the handsome young man exclaimed softly. He stretched out his hand and shot forward. A yellow divine light suddenly rushed out of his body. It was like a ray of light that covered the sky and instantly descended in front of Jiang Ming. At this moment, Jiang Ming felt that all the spiritual energy in his body seemed to be extinguished. All the spiritual energy and blood qi in his body were about to sink into oblivion under this divine light. Is this the blessed land's secret technique? Jiang Ming's eyes moved slightly. He was shocked and a little envious at the same time. Compared to this, the techniques he had cultivated before were really crude. However, techniques are only external. He's still human. In a flash, Jiang Ming calmly made several hand gestures. 6 seals circulated around his hand and finally turned into a bigger seal that flowed like water. It gently fell toward the yellow light. Under the shocked gaze of the handsome young man, the moment the strange seal and the yellow light came into contact, both of them melted at the same time, completely disappearing in the blink of an eye. How is that possible? What kind of ritual gesture is this? A hint of shock finally appeared in the depths of the handsome young man's eyes. Not only was he shocked, but even the psyche was shocked as well. The secret techniques of the blessed land had always been successful and almost unstoppable. However, whether it was the delicate and pretty youth or the consciousness of that wisp of psyche, they had never seen such a seal before. This was definitely an unknown and mysterious terrifying technique. This spirit-restricting seal is really ridiculous. Jiang Ming was slightly shaken. Looks like that fire mayfly might have really reached incomparably shocking heights in the world of immortal cultivation back then. However, this was not the time to think about this. At the same time as the spirit-restricting seal was released, Jiang Ming's last lethal move was also launched. Without a sound, Jiang Ming's divine will turned into a torrent, crossing the void in an instant and bombarding the handsome young man's glabella. Not good. The expression on the handsome young man's face did not change. However, a look of horror suddenly flashed in the depths of his eyes. He realized that something was wrong. However, it was all too late. When he realized that something was wrong, the flood of divine thoughts that was like a heavy hammer had already smashed into his soul sea and bombarded his fragile divine soul. The handsome young man felt a cracking sound in his mind, followed by a sharp pain that penetrated deep into his soul. He could not help but scream, and his entire person seemed to sink into a daze. The handsome young man's aura also became unstable at this moment. The coldness and pain in his eyes intertwined, and he was almost unable to maintain his body. It's the divine will, he spat out in a vague voice. A scorching hot blood qi descended at the same time, and a fist smashed onto the handsome youth's head. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and his screams stopped. Abruptly, a headless corpse fell from the sky, However, Jiang Ming's expression suddenly changed slightly. He stared at the area where the handsome young man was originally standing. A blurry golden light swirled in the sky, and an old face seemed to be vaguely revealed. It stared at Jiang Ming with cold eyes, revealing a killing intent. That seemed to have solidified. What a powerful person. Jiang Ming's eyes moved slightly. The young man, whose soul was possessed, had already died. However, he was still alive. This was enough to prove how terrifying he was. The strength of the owner of this psyche had probably already surpassed the Golden Core realm. Who are you? A blurry consciousness that was filled with anger shot out from the ball of light and questioned Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming pursed his lips. The one who's about to kick your ass. Jiang Ming shot a fist, and the glaring blood chi wreaked havoc. The ball of light was immediately twisted into nothingness and completely dissipated. It did not matter if his main body was strong. What was left here was just a remnant thought. Jiang Ming descended from the sky and landed directly in front of the last person from the ancient kingdom-blessed land. He was also the middle-aged cultivator who had been the first to shout in front of the array formation. What do you want to do? At this moment, the middle-aged cultivator displayed the arrogance from before. Instead, he had a terrified expression and could not help but retreat. Did you participate in the attack on the Qingyuan Sword Valley? Jiang Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him and asked directly. The middle-aged cultivator was stunned for a moment. However, he still nodded in shock. At this moment, he was almost scared out of his wits and could not raise any thoughts of resistance. Jiang Ming was expressionless as he continued to ask, where did the people who survived escape to? Where did the others in your camp go? The middle-aged cultivator gulped and quickly continued to answer Jiang Ming's questions. After a full 15 minutes, Jiang Ming stopped asking questions. Then, without hesitation, he smashed the middle-aged cultivator's head with his fist and gave him a quick death. He slowly walked into the depths of the camp. In front of a house, he waved his hand and lifted the roof. The walls of the house collapsed, revealing the 3 people inside. Friends, you ran quite fast. Jiang Ming looked at them and smiled warmly. Mo and the other two's faces were ashen and filled with despair. They had thought that this demon had not discovered them. However, now they realized that this person had intentionally left them alive until the very end. Master, I can continue to be your slave and explore dangerous places for you. Mo was crying and begging for mercy at this moment. Answer a few questions first. Jiang Ming's gaze was indifferent as he began to ask about matters related to the Qingyuan Sword Valley. A moment later, 3 streams of blood spurted out. Jiang Ming turned around and left with a calm expression. There was only one path for the cannon fodder. Who betrayed him, and that was death. Suddenly, Jiang Ming felt the entire array formation shaking. Just as Jiang Ming was about to hold his breath and be on guard, an array flag suddenly rushed out from the ground and hung in the air. The flag fluttered in the wind, and the runes on it flickered. It was crazily sucking up spiritual energy from all directions. The array formation's light screen rippled, and wisps of light gathered toward the array flag. Friend, what are you doing? Jiang Ming was shocked. He quickly fished the black sword out of the ground and could not help but ask. The array formation that these people refined is a great supplement for your array flag. After completely devouring the symbols and array Materials here, the strength of this array flag will rise to another level. We'll be able to go to even more places when the time comes. We might even be able to charge into the true core of the ruins and make a killing, the black sword said excitedly as it jumped up and down. In the air, an array flag was fluttering. The dense, blurry runes shone brightly as they absorbed the essence of the array formation and fused into the flag, making it even more terrifying. Even the black flagpole that Jiang Ming had refined had benefited from it. It had been purified and tempered by the essence of various array materials. Its color had become deeper and richer, and it was undergoing a transformation. The array flag you obtained is like a catalyst. If it can be tempered and transformed more times, the black sword explained, it might be able to become exponentially stronger and possess all kinds of mysterious powers. Is it that powerful? Jiang Ming was shocked. Being able to become the main array flag of the former blessed land of immortal cultivation represents the power and foundation of the blessed land. The price of refining it far exceeds your imagination. Even though it has decayed and fallen, its foundation still exists and has extremely high growth potential, the black sword explained. Array flags of this level usually won't fall outside. Even if the sect is destroyed, it will be destroyed along with it. However, it was separated from the area outside the ruins and was picked up by others. It can be seen that this blessed land suffered an unimaginable change back then. It fell apart overnight and no longer exists. Moreover, I have some experience in the refinement of spiritual artifacts. I can guide this array flag to transform. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment, then he immediately reacted and said, "Seriously, many thanks." The black sword spoke casually, but Jiang Ming knew that the knowledge it had was definitely invaluable for other cultivators. Then, Jiang Ming could not help but daydream about exploring the ruins in peace. What are you daydreaming about? The black sword rolled its eyes. It said, even immortal cultivators still pay attention to gradual progress in their cultivation. Moreover, it's an inanimate object. Perhaps after many years, this flag will develop sentience. Only then can it be considered to have transformed. However, it is still uncertain whether you will be able to live to see it. Also, although the blessed land here has been destroyed, the ruins can be revived regularly. Who do you think is in charge? After all, normally, a destroyed land will not revive every 60 years. What do you mean? Jiang Ming was stunned, and then he figured out something about the black sword. He was shocked. Wait. What kind of magical tool has gained sentience in these ruins and is leading the revival of this place? 10,000 years have passed. No cultivator can live for so long, the black sword said faintly. No one knows what exactly is in the deepest part of the ruins. Perhaps my old friends from back then are there. I advise you not to go too deep. After exploring this foundation establishment realm area, it's time to leave. Friend, didn't you know the founder of this blessed land? Won't they be able to help? Jiang Ming probed. He was wondering if the old friend, the black sword mentioned, was also a spiritual artifact. Humph, the black sword snorted and said calmly, my old friends have long turned into dust. At most, I can help you here and there with the aid of my memories from back then. If I really dare go to the depths of the ruins to find an old friend to reminisce about the past, they might devour me. The mysterious Black Rock ruins is not a good place. There are golden core realm. And even nascent soul realm cultivators who roam freely here. Maybe we'll all be in big trouble. Jiang Ming was shocked, and his back seemed to be covered in a layer of cold sweat. He felt as if there were eyes on him. However, these ruins have already been destroyed. Even if there is something lurking in the depths, it should not be able to extend its claws this far. As long as we don't go too deep and get out in time, it'll be fine, the black sword said. Jiang Ming nodded slightly. He had already made his decision. After he found and rescued Wu Hen, he would immediately leave this place and flee thousands of miles away. He would never get involved in the Black Rock ruins again. He was not afraid of any danger. However, if he was discovered and captured by some powerhouse, he would really be finished. In the void, the array flag was still emitting divine light. Runes rushed out from the ground one after another, accompanied by rays of multicolored light, and continuously fused into the surface of the flag. Even the decayed holes on the surface of the flag were emitting light at this moment. Jiang Ming began to scavenge the battlefield with the black sword, searching for the storage rings left behind in the battle and the treasure stored in the camp. Whoa, there's a spirit herb field. Jiang Ming walked to a corner of the camp and could not help but smile. The spirit herb field was 2 to 3 acres in size, and there were many rare spirit herbs planted there. They were well taken care of and looked very healthy. They were probably transplanted from various places in the ruins by the cultivators of these grotto heavens and blessed lands, and planted here temporarily. Jiang Ming did not hold back. He picked the spirit herbs one by one and put them away in his storage ring. He was overjoyed. More than half of these spirit herbs were rare and miraculous herbs that were of great use to Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Some could increase cultivation, while others could stabilize their spirit base. In the outside world, any one of these spirit herbs would be extremely rare. Even in the grotto heavens and blessed lands, not many people were allowed to use them. However, there were several acres of them here. This is definitely something that the Tsangming Grotto Heaven and the Spirit Silkworm Mountain spent immense effort to collect, Jiang Ming said to himself. However, his mood became lighter. Jiang Ming plucked 2 foundation condensation fruits the size of a raspberry and stuffed them into his mouth. He chewed twice and swallowed them. The pure medicinal power immediately seeped into his bones, replenishing the spiritual energy that Jiang Ming had lost in the battle. Most importantly, there was a trace of extremely strange medicinal power that flowed along his meridians and finally gathered in the spiritual base in his spiritual core. The spiritual base rotated slowly. Runes of the great cultivation flickered, one after another, absorbing the medicinal power. Jiang Ming could clearly feel that his spiritual base was becoming more and more solid and tenacious, making his cultivation more and more stable. The more stable the spiritual base, the higher the success rate of forming one's core in the future. This is simply a thing that all foundation establishment realm cultivators dream of. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered. He ate another one without hesitation and continued to pick all kinds of spirit herbs. In the field, wherever he went, he would dig 3 feet into the ground, not even leaving behind a single root. He would also dig out the soil used to cultivate the spirit herbs and seal it into jade boxes, waiting for the opportunity to cultivate it again in the future. This was not the cloudy dream mountain forest from back then, where picking herbs required leaving roots behind. Jiang Ming naturally did his best to take everything he could from here. The spirit herbs in this field will probably be able to support my cultivation to the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. I will completely consolidate my foundation in the foundation establishment realm and there will be no more flaws. Jiang Ming was a little happy. This was really an amazing gift. No wonder everyone liked to explore the ruins. He was already set for a few years. A moment later, Jiang Ming had just dug up the entire field when the black sword suddenly shouted from the depths of the camp, "Come quickly. There's a secret warehouse here. This guy is amazing." Jiang Ming raised his brows and quickly strode over. A bronze door was blasted open, and Jiang Ming stepped into the cave that was deep into the mountain. As expected of a stronghold that has been operating for decades. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up with satisfaction when he saw the scene in the secret warehouse. This was a huge secret warehouse built into a cave. It was different from the dimness he had imagined. The secret warehouse was as bright as day. The mountain walls and the ceiling were inlaid with magical tools and lamps, illuminating the entire place. Stacks of wooden and jade boxes of various sizes were displayed in the warehouse. There were even strange stone pillars and copper tablets engraved with various runes and characters. What painstaking efforts! Jiang Ming clicked his tongue in wonder. One could imagine that more than half of the treasures in this area had probably been collected by these grotto heavens and blessed lands. The stone pillars and stone statues are useless. The black sword circled around the ancient stone pillars and said, however, those bronze tablets and other metal products are not ordinary metal. They have not rusted after 10,000 years. We can keep some. In the future, when we refine array formations, we can use them as building materials. The effects will be extraordinary. When Jiang Ming heard this, there was nothing to think twice about. He immediately waved his hand and put all those things into his storage ring. This jade tablet, the black sword suddenly stopped in front of a jade tablet that was as tall as a person, and a strange expression appeared on its face. The jade tablet was pale and square. There were hundreds of faint golden runes carved on the surface of the tablet. It seemed to be an unknown scripture. Jiang Ming followed it and stopped in front of the jade tablet. Looking at the runes on the tablet, he was also stunned. These runes. I think I saw them back in the cave where I met you. Moreover, Jiang Ming remembered that the spells cast by the two genius disciples from the chasing moon lake seemed to contain these mysterious runes that he had never seen before. These are extremely ancient symbols. They were discovered in an ancient ruin during the last era, the black sword explained. My former master wanted to use these runes to survive. Although he failed, these runes contain an extremely divine power. Jiang Ming was stunned. Was it possible that the origins of the chasing moon lake were more terrifying than everyone imagined? Lu Xiaoyu had been accepted as a disciple by the chasing moon lake. He did not know whether it was good or bad. However, I've never seen this jade tablet before. The black sword then slowly said, the runes that master discovered back then numbered only a few dozen. They were recorded on a piece of decaying wood. The symbols on this jade tablet might have a much more shocking origin than the ones master found back then. Friend, can you interpret it? Jiang Ming's heart was thumping, and he quickly asked. The owner of the black sword back then was definitely a peerless talent. He was able to place his hopes of passing the Great Tribulation on these runes. Before he died. From this, one could see how powerful these runes were. If he could decipher them, they would definitely have an astonishing effect. No one can decipher it. The Black Sword sighed. The origins of these runes are too mysterious. Even Master had to fumble around for hundreds of years before he figured out some uses for them. According to what he said, these runes could only be understood and could not be explained with words. They needed to be comprehended and felt by oneself. I've never tried doing that. Jiang Ming was immediately splashed with the cold, hard truth. Even such a brilliant talent had spent hundreds of years trying to figure a few dozen runes out. Hundreds of these runes would probably take even longer. However, what I do not lack the most is time, Jiang Ming muttered and put the jade tablet into his storage ring without hesitation. No matter what, such a treasure could not be left to others. Then, Jiang Ming began his sweep. He took almost everything the warehouse had to offer. In the end, there were only some huge stone pillars, stone statues, and so on left behind. The Black Sword did not let them go to waste. It sucked out their power and devoured it. Jiang Ming nodded in satisfaction and strode out. Outside the secret warehouse, the entire array formation was almost broken. All the spiritual materials that maintained the array formation had been completely absorbed by the array flag. The array flag swayed and was surrounded by a layer of silvery white light. Jiang Ming waved his hand, and the array flag immediately descended. It shrank into a palm-sized flag and fell into his hand. Now, with a gentle sweep of this array flag, I'm afraid I can kill a group of Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Jiang Ming said softly and put it away with satisfaction. It's almost time. It's time to leave. Jiang Ming looked at the messy camp and nodded in satisfaction. No one is watching over this camp. No one will know if something is lost. Goodbye. The cold wind was biting. The corpses on the ground did not answer. A few pairs of angry eyes seemed to be expressing silent protests. No one objected. Looks like everyone has agreed. Jiang Ming smiled and strode away. This is AF * King Lunatic. The Black Sword burrowed into his storage ring and silently cursed. Everyone was F * King dead. Who could object? In the distance, terrifying flames filled the sky. They could not see the end. And wisps of power came over, making people's hearts palpitate. Is that another region? Jiang Ming stood in the sky above a snowy valley and looked into the distance. His eyes were solemn. According to the information he had obtained over the past few days, that should be an area of a higher level. It was closer to the core of the Black Rock ruins and could accommodate Golden Core Realm cultivators. Of course, Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators could also enter, but the danger there was much greater. Even Golden Core Realm cultivators could die. Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators were no different from ants if they entered. What is Wu Hen doing here? Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked in front of the snowy valley. This direction was heading toward the Golden Core Realm area. In the boundless snowfield, Jiang Ming walked alone and continued to move toward the deepest part. It had been about 3 days since Jiang Ming had destroyed the camp. He had crossed mountain ranges one after another and even encountered many demonic beasts and dangerous places. However, he still could not find anyone If it were not for the traces of battle along the way, Jiang Ming would have suspected that he had gone the wrong way. Jiang Ming looked at the sky. The strange flames that spanned the sky were the same as 3 days ago. There was still no change. It seemed that he was indeed very far away from that higher level area. This made Jiang Ming feel a little relieved. It was always good not to go to a more dangerous place. He hoped that he could find traces of Wu Hen before he reached that area. Suddenly, Jiang Ming's eyes moved slightly. He heard a thunderous sound, like the roar of a demonic beast, shocking his soul. Jiang Ming's heart moved slightly, and he sped up a little more as he rushed forward. He continued to move forward. After about 15 minutes, the deafening sound was endless. Finally, a magnificent river appeared in front of him. Jiang Ming estimated that it was tens of thousands of feet wide and blocked his way. This river was extremely strange. The water was a strange dark color, like obsidian. Occasionally, a golden light flashed and disappeared. It was impossible to see how deep it was. As it surged, a thunderous sound erupted, making Jiang Ming's divine will feel the impact. Over the past few days, he had killed several waves of cultivators from various grotto heavens and blessed lands, and interrogated several people in the stronghold. He had almost figured out the many dangerous places and opportunities in this area. This strange, pitch-black river was one of the most mysterious places in the Black Rock ruins. It was called the soul-suppressing river. It was said that this river ran through all the areas of the Black Rock ruins. However, no one knew where it started or where it eventually flowed to. They only knew that this river was extremely mysterious, and that the river water contained a strange power that could shock one's divine soul. In fact, the deeper one went, the stronger the power of the soul-suppressing river. Legend had it that even nascent soul realm cultivators could not go to the bottom of the soul-suppressing river. I wonder if my luck is good enough to get some soul jade. Jiang Ming stared at the golden light that flashed in the river, and he was tempted. The soul-suppressing river was extremely mysterious. However, it also produced a mysterious and precious treasure, called soul jade. It could greatly increase the power of a cultivator's divine soul and even greatly nourish their divine will. However, soul jade was extremely rare and could only be found in the soul-suppressing river. Moreover, it was not an easy task to enter the river to retrieve the soul jade. The soul jade was the essence of the soul-suppressing river. Wherever it appeared, the power of the nearby river water would often increase by several times or even more, which would cause great damage to the divine soul. To an ordinary cultivator, if they encountered soul jade while crossing the river, it was not an opportunity, but an incomparably terrifying fate. However, I can give it a try. Jiang Ming thought to himself as he approached the soul-suppressing river. At this moment, a spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly came from afar, causing Jiang Ming to raise his brows. Who is this? Jiang Ming's expression changed, and he quickly looked downstream. Far away, there seemed to be several streams of light shooting along the river, and quickly approaching the place where Jiang Ming was. Glaring balls of spiritual light exploded from time to time as if an intense battle was taking place. The aura of these people, Jiang Ming was stunned. Was this a group of Qi refinement realm cultivators? Jiang Ming was already used to the powerful aura of cultivators of the same level after killing his way through this area. Now that he suddenly saw a group of cultivators in the Qi refinement realm, he was still a little confused. The area he was in was only a small part of the Black Rock ruins. Most of the areas in the Black Rock ruins could only accommodate Chi refinement realm cultivators. That was where the geniuses of many immortal cultivation sects competed after the ruins officially opened. It was the liveliest place. As a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, Jiang Ming naturally could not enter those areas. However, if those Chi refinement realm cultivators accidentally entered the Foundation establishment realm area here, they would not be stopped at all. It was just like how if Jiang Ming rushed all the way into the Golden Core realm area, he would be unimpeded. However, the danger of the Golden Core realm area was not something that this area could compare to. While he was deep in thought, those figures also approached quickly. The aftermath of the battle had already affected Jiang Ming. He narrowed his eyes slightly and spread out his divine will. According to the many auras and the spells that those people used, he could almost distinguish their identities. The Mystic Star Grotto Heaven, the Cloudstream sect, is it another group of geniuses from the Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands? However, these geniuses seemed to be fleeing for their lives. Behind them were a few figures chasing after them. However, it was only a moment before Jiang Ming's gaze moved. He looked at the figures that were rushing over at the front with a strange expression. "Are they acquaintances of the people I killed?" he muttered to himself. What a coincidence. At the same time, the group of fleeing cultivators finally discovered Jiang Ming's figure. There's someone ahead. It should be a Foundation establishment realm expert. A handsome young man shouted in joy. His body was covered in wounds, and blood flowed from his nose. His hair was disheveled, and he looked like a beggar. Even so, the young man was still holding a folding fan in his hand, trying to maintain his elegant and otherworldly aura. I'm afraid that Li Qianya will hold on to that folding fan until he dies. Jiang Ming was rendered speechless. He shook his head. This young man was Li Qianya, whom he had met once in the secret area where the Black Sword had been discovered a few years ago. He was a genius from the mysterious Star Grotto Heaven and an unparalleled genius among disciples in his generation. Li Qianya's cultivation had improved over the years. He was almost at the end of the Qi refinement realm and was only one step away from the Foundation establishment realm. It was obvious that he had suppressed his cultivation for the sake of this trip to the ruins. Beside Li Qianya were a few other cultivators from the various Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands. They all had extraordinary auras. However, they were all heavily injured. It was as if they had encountered a powerful enemy. However, Jiang Ming only glanced at these people and did not bother with them. Instead, he looked at the beautiful woman beside Li Qianya. The woman was wearing a green gauze dress. She was a delicate beauty, and her body was stained with blood. However, even in this dangerous situation, her eyes were still calm. Qi Yu. Back then, she had appeared with Li Qianya in that secret area. Later, she had left a letter to Jiang Ming, saying that she had taken Lu Xiaoyu to the Chasing Moon Lake to cultivate. The woman named Qi Yu seemed to have a frail and graceful figure. However, the power of her spells was astonishing. She raised her hand and shot out dazzling lights. With a rumble, they swept toward the enemies and chased after them like a tidal wave. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes and saw the runes she formed. The runes emitted an ancient, strange power. Perhaps I really need the Chasing Moon Lake's help if I want to translate that jade tablet, Jiang Ming whispered. During the past few days, he had also studied the hundreds of strange runes on the jade tablet. However, he could not understand a thing. Even if he wanted to cultivate it, he could not. Currently, the only sect that was suspected to have knowledge of these runes was the Chasing Moon Lake. Also, I wonder how Lu Xiaoyu has been doing over the past few years, Jiang Ming said to himself. Sir, please save our lives. At this moment, Li Qianya and the others finally rushed to Jiang Ming and begged him to help. We are disciples of the mysterious Star Grotto Heaven, the Cloud Dream sect, and other major factions. If you're willing to help, we will definitely repay you handsomely, another person begged. Chi Yu, the genius girl from the Chasing Moon Lake, did not say anything. She threw him a fist-sized purple stone that was suffused with a metallic luster. Jiang Ming raised his brows and looked surprised. He recognized that this was a rare spiritual material of extraordinary value. Even for cultivators in the Golden Core realm, it was extremely hard to come across. This thing is delicious, the Black Sword's voice rang out quietly with a hint of a plea. Jiang Ming was speechless. The Black Sword was like a bottomless pit. However, he remained expressionless. He did not look like Yan Qixia back then. Therefore, Li Qianya and the others naturally could not recognize him. However, before Jiang Ming could say anything, the people chasing after Li Qianya shouted, "Who are you? How dare you stop that Sangming Grotto Heaven from doing things? Get lost." His voice was like thunder and rolled over a Foundation establishment realm. Aura burst out, causing Li Qianya and the others' expressions to change slightly. They all looked at Jiang Ming with hope. He was their only hope of survival. A look of understanding appeared in Jiang Ming's eyes. No wonder these geniuses from the Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands were being chased so miserably. It turned out that they had encountered Foundation establishment realm cultivators. They were really unlucky. However, they were asking for trouble by charging into this area. Suddenly, a blinding sword aura shot down mercilessly, enveloping Jiang Ming, Li Qianya, and the others. Interesting. Jiang Ming sneered. He raised his hand and pressed it forward. Sir, be careful. Li Qianya's expression changed slightly, and he quickly warned him. A Foundation establishment realm cultivator from the Sangming Grotto Heaven was much more powerful than ordinary individual cultivators. However, Li Qianya's jaw dropped in shock the next moment. As Jiang Ming pressed down with one hand, a handprint made out of spiritual energy, that was dozens of feet long, suddenly appeared in the sky and pressed on the sword aura. The sword aura shattered. However, the handprint did not lose its momentum and whistled forward. What? Not only did Li Qianya and the others widen their eyes, but even the Foundation establishment realm cultivator from the Sangming Grotto Heaven who was chasing after them had a drastic change in expression. Spare me. I'm from the Sangming Grotto Heaven, he screamed. However, the handprint landed and crushed him mercilessly. Then, it exploded, leaving nothing behind. Jiang Ming pointed with his finger, and the remaining pursuers were killed in the blink of an eye. Only a pale-faced youth, with a buzz cut, was left. His body trembled as he stood in front of him. His eyes were filled with horror. He even lost the courage to escape and did not dare make any moves. The Foundation establishment realm cultivators of the Sangming Grotto Heaven are very bold. I've already killed dozens of your fellow cultivators. However, you still dare provoke me. You guys are really interesting. Jiang Ming looked at the last young man in the Qi refinement realm and smiled predatorily. This young man was someone he knew. He was Fei Ming, the genius from the Sangming Grotto Heaven, who had attacked Jiang Ming in the cave where the black sword was found. Jiang Ming being chased all the way to the ruins where the remnant light of the heavenly tribulation could be seen was all thanks to Fei Ming. It was he who secretly sent a message to call for help. He did not expect that his former enemy would come knocking on his door today. It saved Jiang Ming a lot of effort. Fei Ming's pupils constricted when he heard Jiang Ming's words. His entire body was ice cold, and he trembled non-stop. He looked at the person in front of him with even more terror in his eyes. What kind of monster had they encountered? Li Qianya and the others were also shocked. How did he kill dozens of Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators from the Sangming Grotto Heaven? How was this possible? How many Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators did the Sangming Grotto Heaven send into this area? Were more than half of them killed by this mysterious cultivator? Moreover, as Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, the cultivators of the Sangming Grotto Heaven were among the strongest of those at the same level. How could so many of them be killed by one person? Jiang Ming ignored Li Qianya and the others. He looked straight at Fei Ming and said calmly, "Let me ask you something. Tell me the truth. Otherwise, you'll pay dearly." Fei Ming's gaze became even more terrified as he nodded his head with great difficulty. "Tell me everything you've seen in the Black Rock ruins," Jiang Ming said indifferently. "Also, what is in the deepest part of this snowy valley? Why did the Sangming Grotto Heaven set up a camp here for decades?" His voice was faint, and it carried an invisible power that shook people's hearts. He was using the power of his divine will to intimidate Fei Ming and make him tell the truth. Although Fei Ming's cultivation level was not high, his status was definitely much higher than the cultivators who were guarding the camp. Jiang Ming had a feeling that Fei Ming knew more about the depths of the snowy valley than the others. Jiang Ming stood in front of Fei Ming, a disciple of the Sangming Grotto Heaven. They were by the soul-suppressing river. His eyes were calm as he asked one question after another. In Fei Ming's eyes, this seemingly gentle young man was undoubtedly no different from an incomparably ferocious demonic beast. He did not dare hold back as he replied fearfully. Jiang Ming had already planted a soul seed in his mind. At such a close distance, he could really control him so that he would not be able to resist. "I am mainly responsible for searching for a map fragment during this trip to the ruins," Fei Ming said while trembling. However, Li Qianya, Qi Yu, and the others could not hear anything. A small flag with a black pole hung in the air, isolating Jiang Ming and the other man in an array formation. They could only vaguely see two figures in it. However, they could not see clearly or hear anything. "It seems like he doesn't trust us." Li Qianya clenched the folding fan in his hand and whispered. Qi Yu was calm as she smiled. "What right do you think we have to ask him to trust us? If I'm not wrong, he's a powerhouse with a terrifying background. He should not be provoked." "You mean," Li Qianya was stunned. "You mean he's from a cultivation sect outside the Feather Kingdom?" Of course, how else could the Feather Kingdom find such a monstrous Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator? Qi Yu's fingertips were surrounded by runes that danced around her body like butterflies, healing her injuries. Li Qianya clicked his tongue in wonder as he looked at the mysterious runes of the chasing moon lake. Qi Yu's eyes flashed as she chuckled. The method he used to kill that Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator could be said to be very skillful. There was no profound technique at all. He killed him with a casual strike. If he goes all out, I'm afraid none of the cultivators in this Foundation Establishment Realm area can withstand even a few of his moves. What he said just now about killing dozens of Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators was probably not fabricated. It really happened. Li Qianya's breathing stopped, and a hint of terror flashed in his eyes. Was there really such a ridiculous powerhouse in this world? What kind of cultivation sect could nurture such a terrifying existence? He did not doubt Qiyu's judgment at all. The disciples who came out of the Chasing Moon Lake were all extremely mysterious and terrifyingly powerful. They could basically be considered the strongest disciples of their generation. Even in the three great grotto heavens, it was difficult to find someone who could contend with them. Since Qiyu said this, it was definitely not far from the truth. Then, if we cultivate to the peak of the Foundation Establishment Realm, can we come this far? Li Qianya asked quietly, suddenly curious. Qiyu glanced at him. The problem is that his cultivation is not at the peak of the Foundation Establishment Realm at all. He's only at the early stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm. If he cultivates to the peak of the Foundation Establishment Realm, what kind of frightening strength do you think he will have? Li Qianya was completely dumbfounded. Was this guy even human? If he had such terrifying combat strength at the early stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm, then when he cultivated to the peak of the Foundation Establishment Realm, wouldn't he be able to fight a Golden Core Realm cultivator? Li Qianya shuddered, frightened by his ridiculous idea. Jiang Ming naturally did not know that these two were having an in-depth discussion about him. However, he had transformed into Zhang Shan and did not deliberately hide his cultivation. He did not care if his cultivation was seen through. What he was concerned about was that Songming Grotto Heaven's plan for being in this area. So, you're saying that in the deepest part of this snowy valley, at the end of the Foundation Establishment Realm area, there's a saint-level cultivation technique? Jiang Ming's eyes were sharp as he stared at Fei Ming. Fei Ming immediately felt a terrifying pressure around his divine soul. He could not help but answer, I only heard from the elders in the sect that there seemed to be some remnants of a scripture when this blessed land was destroyed back then. However, after tens of thousands of years, I don't know if this scripture still exists. One of the most important goals of the Songming Grotto Heaven's exploration of the ruins this time is to explore the location of that scripture. It said that the Black Ruins belong to a blessed land of cultivation. Back then, the saint-level cultivation technique was the strongest scripture in the world of immortal cultivation between the Foundation Establishment Realm and Golden Core Realms. It can crush the cultivation techniques of other blessed lands of the same realm. Jiang Ming's emotions fluctuated as he listened to Fei Ming's answers. Beneath the ethereal and untraceable immortals, the saints were the strongest cultivators in this world. It was rare for such an existence to appear in tens of thousands of years. Every saint had left a supreme reputation in the history of immortal cultivation. Legend had it that saints were so rare that in every era, the great cultivation of heaven and earth could only fuse into one person. However, this was only speculation made by the immortal cultivators in this world. Everything about saints was shrouded in mystery. Almost no one below saints could delve into the intricacies of becoming a saint. Some people even speculated that the reason why saints were rare was that the path to becoming a saint was too difficult. If a saint could be born in an era, it was enough to be called an incomparably brilliant era. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years had passed since the development of this era of cultivation. The number of blessed lands in the entire cultivation world could be counted on one hand. Some people even secretly speculated that some blessed lands were suspected to have been inherited from the previous era. If this was true, then there were even fewer saints born in this era. In this era, there had been no saints for a long time. From this, it could be seen how rare and powerful a saint was. The so-called blessed land of cultivation was the inheritance and foundation left behind by the former saints. This was why they could stand at the peak of the world of immortal cultivation and overlook the changes in the world of mortals. The core and source of a saint's foundation, other than the saint level magical treasure that was fused with the saint's vitality and refined for a lifetime, was undoubtedly the saint's scripture that was passed down for eternity. Every saint's scripture was the essence condensed from the saint's long journey of becoming a saint. It represented the highest achievement in his life and even made up for the flaws and shortcomings on his path to becoming a saint. However, saint-level scriptures were extremely rare. Even ordinary paper and materials could not withstand the runes. Even if they were written, they would turn into ashes. In the guesses of most immortal cultivators, perhaps the saint-level scriptures in the Black Rock ruins had long since vanished with the destruction of the blessed land. Even if there was an inheritance left behind, it would only see the light of day after countless years. No one would have thought that the saint-level scripture was still suspected to be in these ruins. However, it shouldn't be possible. It's a complete saint-level scripture. Jiang Ming muttered to himself. He did not let his excitement get to his head. Even if it was a scripture the saint left behind, if it was a complete scripture, it would be impossible for outsiders to touch it unless it was recognized. For a faction at the level of the Jiangming Grotto heaven to plot against it meant that the greatest possibility was that it was incomplete. If what he said is true, it should be an incomplete chapter, the Black Sword. Listen to the conversation between the two of them in the storage ring. At this moment, it also quietly said, not just anyone can pry into the complete scripture of the saint. However, even if it's an incomplete scripture, it's still worth exploring. If you miss it, you might not be able to encounter it again in your lifetime. That might not be the case. After all, my life is a little long, Jiang Ming muttered in his heart. However, he also knew that this kind of opportunity was rare. No matter how incomplete it was an amazing opportunity for an immortal cultivator. It seems that the thing that Wu Hen entered the ruins to find is the same thing that the ancient kingdom blessed land came all the way here for. There's a high possibility that it's this incomplete scripture of the saint. Otherwise, these people would not be so secretive and dive into the depths of the snowy valley. He asked Fei Ming a few more questions, but he was only a Qi refinement realm cultivator after all, so the things he knew were limited to this. He knew very little about anything else. Thus, Jiang Ming could not understand more about the opportunities at the end of the snowy valley. Since that's the case, there's no use keeping you alive. Jiang Ming shook his head and said lightly. He put away the array flag, and the two of them appeared in front of Li Qianya and the others. When Fei Ming saw this scene, he immediately understood that this mysterious cultivator with terrifying strength wanted to kill him. A look of terror flashed across Fei Ming's eyes. Although he knew that death was imminent, he still found it difficult to control himself when he was faced with this scene. He said with a trembling voice, "Sir, can you spare my life? It was all a misunderstanding earlier. Those people deserved to die. However, I have no enmity with you. If you let me off today, the Jiang Ming Grotto Heaven will definitely repay you generously in the future. I know the principles of the Jiang Ming Grotto Heaven." Jiang Ming glanced at him with a faint smile and then said leisurely, "Besides, who said that you have no enmity with me? I killed your people to avenge my junior. There must be a misunderstanding." Fei Ming's expression changed slightly as he stuttered, "May I know your junior's name? When did the Jiang Ming Grotto Heaven offend your junior? Please give me a chance to apologize." "It's too late." Jiang Ming snorted coldly. "Back then, the cultivators of the Jiang Ming Grotto Heaven almost killed my junior, Yan Qixia, in a secret area. If it weren't for my junior's extraordinary talent and strength, he would have died. Then, the Jiang Ming Grotto Heaven would have really caused a great disaster." Yan Qixia? Fei Ming was stunned when he heard this name. He was not the only one. Even Li Qianya and Qiyu were shocked. They looked at each other in disbelief. Although several years had passed, the two of them naturally would not forget that terrifying Qi refinement realm genius with unfathomable strength. They did not expect to hear about that person again today. Moreover, was this person with terrifying strength actually Yan Qixia Sr.? Just what kind of sect is it to be able to nurture more than one such terrifying genius? Even Qiyu's eyes flashed in extreme shock. Compared to Li Qianya and Qiyu's shock, Fei Ming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was in extreme despair. He did not know how unlucky he was. Back then, he had met Yan Qixia and was almost beaten to death. Today, he met Yan Qixia Sr. and was about to be killed. As a genius of the Jiang Ming Grotto Heaven, Fei Ming had been smooth sailing for more than 20 years and had never encountered any major obstacles. However, the only two calamities in his life were caused by a pair of friends. If this kid knew the truth, he would probably find it even harder to accept. The black sword muttered softly. Then, it said fiercely, "Damn it. You deserve it. Back then, you nearly chased me until I died. You even snatched my master's corpse away." Jiang Ming could not be bothered entertaining Fei Ming. With a flick of his finger, a sword aura appeared and pierced through Fei Ming's glabella, blowing his entire head into a mist of blood. After dealing with Fei Ming, Jiang Ming also looked at Li Qianya and the others. He had deliberately pointed out his identity so he could express some goodwill to these people. Back then in the cave, Li Qianya and Qiyu had maintained their goodwill toward him and did not attack him. He was returning the favor today. Li Qianya and Qiyu hurried forward and bowed respectfully to Jiang Ming. "All of you should leave as soon as possible. This area is too dangerous. You shouldn't have come. You guys are from the mysterious Star Grotto Heaven and the Chasing Moon Lake, right?" Jiang Ming said with a smile. "I heard Yan Qixia mentioned them before. He thinks highly of you." Li Qianya and the others were delighted to hear this. "We've met Yan Qixia once. He's truly a peerless genius. His future achievements are unimaginable." Li Qianya sighed from the bottom of his heart and asked respectfully, "May I know which sect you two are from? If we meet Again in the future, the mysterious star grotto heaven will definitely welcome you. Ha ha ha, Yan Qixia will be very happy to hear your evaluation of him. Jiang Ming maintained Zhang Shan's boorish style and laughed. Since you're acquainted with my junior, there is no need to be so formal with me. My name is Zhang Shan. As for our sect, it's called the Flower Fruit Mountain. However, we've always kept a low profile, Jiang Ming said with a smile. We're not considered a blessed land. Please don't spread it around. Definitely. Li Qianya and the others nodded hurriedly. However, they were all shocked. They had never heard of such a sect before. Where exactly was it? Jiang Ming looked at their different expressions and smiled. Then, he prepared to leave. Li Qianya gritted his teeth and suddenly asked, Zhang Shan, do you know why Fei Ming was chasing us? He said that it was for a map fragment. However, that thing has nothing to do with me. Don't worry about me snatching it away, Jiang Ming said with a smile. You have such a wonderful attitude. Li Qianya smiled wryly and sighed. He reached out and took out a palm-sized piece of yellowed paper from his storage ring. He handed it over. This is the map fragment. I'll give it to you. A piece of paper floated in the air. The paper was squarish and yellowed. The edges of the paper seemed to be damaged. It exuded a dilapidated aura, and there was nothing particularly odd about it. However, after the paper appeared, it immediately emitted threads of faint light that spread in all directions. Everyone felt an inexplicable pressure around them, making their hearts palpitate. This map fragment appeared deep inside the Black Rock ruins. When it appeared, it was shooting out a ferocious aura, causing dozens of Qi refinement realm geniuses to die tragically. Li Qianya's eyes were solemn. After we obtained this item, the geniuses from the Zhangming Grotto Heaven and the Spirit Silkworm Mountain came after us like crazy. We had no choice but to escape into this Foundation establishment realm area. Who knew that we would encounter another Foundation establishment realm cultivator from the Zhangming Grotto Heaven? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. This map fragment must be extraordinary. However, it's also extremely powerful. Zhang Shan, you must be careful, Li Qianya warned cautiously. According to what I know, this map fragment should lead you to a great treasure in this Foundation establishment realm area. Perhaps it can help you on your journey. Jiang Ming's gaze moved, and he glanced at Qiyu. The latter's gaze was as calm as ever. Previously, when I interrogated Fei Ming, he seemed to have said that this map fragment was related to the treasure in the depths of the Snowy Valley. Could this thing be related to the Saint's scripture? Jiang Ming thought to himself. If that is the case, the value of this map fragment is too difficult to estimate. Are you really giving it to me? Jiang Ming raised his head and said with a faint smile, it must have been difficult for you to get this blueprint. However, I won't give away anything I find using this. Don't start having ideas. You're worrying too much. To tell you the truth, this map fragment will lead you to something amazing. I've heard about it as well. Otherwise, Fei Ming and the others wouldn't be chasing us like crazy. In fact, before we entered the ruins, the elders in this sect instructed us to obtain this map fragment if possible. However, a few days ago, the situation changed. Li Qianya said. Frankly, our sect has given up on the opportunities related to this map. All Our strength is gathered in a certain place in the deepest part of the ruins. That place seems to be more important. All the cultivators above the Foundation establishment realm have already rushed there. However, I know very little and can only tell you this much. Please forgive me. This map fragment is no longer useful to me. Instead of rotting in my hands, I might as well give it to you. If you can snatch this opportunity from the Jiang Ming grotto, heaven, it will be a joyous occasion. Jiang Ming looked at the blurry handwriting under the map fragment. However, he could not see it clearly. Jiang Ming shook his head and put the map fragment into his storage ring. He let the black sword observe it to see if it could see anything. Then, he bid farewell to Li Qianya and the others and prepared to cross the soul-suppressing river and continue into the depths of the snowy valley. There are some treasures in here that I obtained from the Jiang Ming grotto. Heaven's camp. There are some odds and ends as well. Consider it a reward for giving me the map fragment. Jiang Ming threw a storage ring to Li Qianya and smiled. Li Qianya quickly took it and checked the storage ring. He was stunned and gasped in shock. There were priceless treasures inside. How could Jiang Ming just call them odds and ends? Did you really kill dozens of Foundation establishment realm cultivators? Li Qianya still could not help but ask in shock. I was just lucky and caught them off guard. Jiang Ming laughed. Li Qianya was speechless. This was clearly a lie. Wow, you're basically a god. Thank you, Zhang Shan. In the end, Li Qianya could only thank him. He looked at the various treasures in the storage ring and felt a little excited. With these resources, especially the rare spirit herbs, the cultivation of his Foundation establishment realm would definitely be more stable. Zhang Shan will be in Xuanguang City and won't be leaving for the time being. If you and Yan Qixia are free, you must come and visit. A moment later, Li Qianya smiled brightly. He was holding the folding fan in his hand and had returned to his elegant state. It was obvious that he was in an extremely good mood. A map fragment that was useless to him had been exchanged for so many cultivation resources. It was definitely a good deal. Definitely. Jiang Ming replied with a smile. Before she left, Qiyu suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Ming with a smile. Everything is fine at the Chasing Moon Lake. Don't worry, Zhang Shan. Jiang Ming was stunned for a second and then smiled calmly. Qiyu did not say anything else. She took out a flying sword and turned into a streak of light as she fled far away. Did Qiyu recognize me? Jiang Ming's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Jiang Ming instantly guessed what she meant. She was saying that Lu Xiaoyu was fine and that he did not have to worry. Jiang Ming hummed. It seemed like the Chasing Moon Lake was quite powerful. He even felt that Li Qianya was a little reserved in front of Qiyu. The most mysterious sect in the Feather Kingdom, the Chasing Moon Lake, might be a shockingly ancient sect, Jiang Ming muttered and suppressed all of this in his heart for the time being. He walked forward. He came to the soul-suppressing river and stepped into the water. The dark water surged. As soon as Jiang Ming touched it, he felt a vague and tangible force rushing toward his divine soul. Although the force was very weak, it was like a tide, washing over him wave by wave. After a while, Jiang Ming felt a sharp pain in his divine soul, as if a layer of it had been forcefully cut off. The indestructible origin light was immediately activated to repair it. The soul-suppressing river is terrifying. No wonder the soul jade is almost Impossible to obtain, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. No matter how strong a cultivator was, they would only dare cross the soul-suppressing river by flying over it. Almost no one would ask for trouble and touch the water with their bodies. It contained a strange power that could destroy the divine soul. It was not constant and was related to the strength of the immortal cultivator. The stronger their cultivation, the stronger the destructive power would be. Therefore, it was unrealistic to rely on his powerful cultivation to come here and obtain the soul jade. Even if he could succeed, it was not worth it. The soul jade he obtained might not even be able to make up for the damage to his divine soul. However, I want to. Jiang Ming's eyes flashed as he looked around. It was quiet and there were no living beings around. His entire body sank into the river. The water surged past and no one could be seen anymore. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. His field of vision was pitch black, and only a faint golden light flashed before his eyes. Jiang Ming knew that it was the so-called soul jade. The corrosion of my divine soul under the surface of the river has indeed become stronger. Jiang Ming frowned slightly. However, it was still within the range of his tolerance. Although the corrosive power of the water continued, it was a good thing that it was a slow erosion instead of a violent attack. This allowed Jiang Ming to maintain the power of the indestructible origin light to repair his divine soul at all times. Therefore, it was not too painful. The deeper we go, the more soul jade there seems to be. Jiang Ming looked down. The frequency of the golden light appearing seemed to be higher, and he immediately continued to sink without hesitation. Suddenly, a violent corrosive force attacked, causing Jiang Ming's divine soul to feel as if it was being stabbed by needles. It's here. Jiang Ming did not panic at all. Instead, he was delighted. He quickly checked his surroundings and circulated the spiritual energy in his body, ready to attack at any time. Wherever the soul jade was, the power contained in the water would increase exponentially. This was a great misfortune for other cultivators. However, for Jiang Ming, it was a sign that he had found the soul jade. A magical wave flashed past Jiang Ming like lightning. However, Jiang Ming was already prepared. His figure shot out, and he grabbed something. Bang! Something warm and smooth fell into his hand. Jiang Ming quickly looked down. Threads of golden light flowed out from between his fingers. There was a small piece of jade in his palm. It was extraordinary. Is this soul jade? Jiang Ming sensed the extremely pure energy in it. The golden light flowed over his body, and he felt more vigorous. Jiang Ming put it into his storage ring without hesitation. Then, his body continued to sink, looking for the area with the densest pieces of soul jade. He did not know when he would come here again. Thus, he naturally wanted to make a fortune. Soon, Jiang Ming sank to a depth of more than 100 feet. However, he still did not touch the bottom of the river. Regardless, the number of pieces of soul jade here had greatly increased. He could grab 2 or 3 pieces of soul jade every few minutes. However, Jiang Ming continued to sink. Finally, when Jiang Ming sank to about 500 feet, he finally stepped on a layer of fine sand. At the bottom of the river, soul jade could be seen everywhere. It was like a meteor shower. In just a moment, Jiang Ming had obtained more than 10 pieces of soul jade at the bottom of the river. However, this river is too strange. Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched. The soul suppressing river was ridiculous. It was so deep. However, where did it come from and where did it lead to? Why had no one ever found out? A river of such a scale had suddenly and mysteriously appeared in the black rock ruins. It was ridiculous. This sand doesn't seem to be normal. Jiang Ming bent and grabbed a handful of fine sand. He used the light of his spiritual energy to look at it carefully. There seemed to be nothing at the bottom of the river except for these grains of sand. Each grain was the same size and was round and crystalline. It was unknown what material this sand was made of. Forget it. I'll take it away first. Jiang Ming did not hesitate. He did not want to act like a stranger passing by. He wanted a piece of everything. He could not let go of anything. While he was preparing to grab the soul jade, he took out a total of 10 storage rings and began to shovel the fine sand at the bottom of the river into them. As for the river water, Jiang Ming tried to collect it as well. However, after the river water was poured into the storage ring, it would turn into ordinary water. Just as the information stated, the water of the soul-suppressing river cannot leave the river, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. The mystery of this river lay in itself, not the water. Soon, Jiang Ming filled up 10 storage rings and captured hundreds of pieces of soul jade. It should be about time. According to ancient records, pieces of soul jade had a limited effect on strengthening one's soul. Jiang Ming's 100 pieces of soul jade were enough for dozens of cultivators to use. It's time to leave. Jiang Ming was satisfied. These pieces of soul jade were rare treasures that could be exchanged for many rare cultivation techniques or spirit herbs in the outside world. However, it is still not enough. Let's get some more. Finally, after collecting more than 300 pieces of soul jade, he finally stopped. This time, no matter what, it should be enough. Jiang Ming muttered. However, just as he was about to leave the river, his gaze suddenly focused. What the hell is that? Ahead of him, in the darkness, there were strands of colorful light flowing. And the corrosive power in the river seemed to have become much more intense. At the bottom of the dark river, Jiang Ming withstood the intense corrosive power and slowly moved toward the place from where the light came. Jiang Ming gasped. As he got closer to the bright light, the corrosive power around him became more and more terrifying. Not only was it eroding his divine soul, but his bones, meridians, and even his spirit base were being eroded. Under that mysterious and terrifying power, it was as if his entire being was about to be destroyed. If it was not for the constant operation of the indestructible origin light, Jiang Ming suspected that he would have been completely annihilated before he even reached this place. What kind of terrifying place is the source of this river? Jiang Ming was shocked. Pieces of soul jade would occasionally flash by his side. However, he no longer had the energy to grab them. The pain that penetrated deep into his divine soul almost made him collapse. The corrosive power that hit Jiang Ming with each breath was enough to completely destroy a peak foundation establishment realm cultivator. It is likely that no one can reach the bottom of the soul-suppressing river, Jiang Ming said softly. Even if he had condensed his divine will in the foundation establishment realm, he could not last for a moment under this terrifying power. Most ordinary foundation establishment cultivators did not have their divine will at all. They would probably be destroyed before they could go halfway into the river. What even lies at the bottom of the river? Jiang Ming was even more curious. Is this a piece of soul jade as well? Jiang Ming looked at the object in front of him. It was a large stone, and its surface was extremely smooth. Streams of rainbow light flowed on the stone, reflecting the colorful light in the river. It emitted an aura that was very similar to soul jade. However, it was purer and more mysterious. Moreover, this stone did not seem to be completely made of jade. When Jiang Ming looked at it again, he felt it seemed to have a metallic luster. Regardless of whether it's soul jade, this thing is probably not an ordinary item. Jiang Ming whispered in his heart. Something that had existed at the bottom of the soul-suppressing river for an unknown period of time was probably worth more than the soul jade. Moreover, the corrosive power around this thing was exponentially stronger than that around the previous pieces of soul jade. They were not on the same level at all. However, Jiang Ming had never seen any records of this thing in the information about the soul-suppressing river. Perhaps no one had ever obtained this item before. I can only wait until I leave the Black Rock ruins before figuring out its origins and uses, Jiang Ming thought to himself. He walked forward and reached out to grab it. His blood chi secretly circulated, and he suddenly grabbed it and lifted it up. He immediately staggered. It's so light. Jiang Ming was rendered speechless. He had been prepared for this thing to weigh a ton. However, he did not expect it to be as light as a feather in his hand. He almost fell down. Wait, it's rapidly becoming heavier. Jiang Ming suddenly stared at the colorful stone in his palm and felt its weight increase rapidly. He had a subconscious premonition that if he held it in his hand for a while longer, it would get too heavy for him to hold. What a strange thing. Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched. He was a martial artist at the Foundation Establishment realm who had cultivated the 100 Tribulation sacred body. It was terrifying to think that such a tiny thing would be too heavy for him to carry. Jiang Ming made a prompt decision and quickly threw it into the storage ring. Then, he checked it and found that it was quietly put in the storage ring. He heaved a sigh of relief. Could it be that it only changes when it comes into contact with people? Jiang Ming muttered in his heart. However, it was not the time to overthink. He walked around for a moment and found nothing else unusual. Thus, he was ready to leave. However, it's difficult to tell where I'm going. Whatever, let's jump out of the river first. This river is really strange, Jiang Ming thought to himself. He did not want to stay here any longer. The source of the soul-suppressing river was probably not something he could explore with his current strength. However, before Jiang Ming could do anything, his heart suddenly jumped. He realized that the flow of the surrounding river seemed to be a little different. An indiscernible ripple flashed and disappeared. An undercurrent shot past him and rushed into an unknown depth ahead. However, in the darkness, he could not see what was going on. Jiang Ming was not paying attention and was hit by an undercurrent. He staggered and almost lost his balance. What a strong undercurrent! Jiang Ming was shocked. His body could withstand a mountain's impact without even shaking. However, he was almost sent flying by the undercurrent. Jiang Ming observed it carefully. There seemed to be similar undercurrents coming from all directions. At some point, an invisible torrent erupted at the bottom of the river, which was so dark that one could not even see one's fingers. It was surging past him. The trajectories of the golden streams of light in the surroundings seemed to have become chaotic. They were scattered by the impact and could not maintain their original direction. The direction of this undercurrent. Although Jiang Ming could not observe the torrent in the darkness, he quickly locked his eyes on a place near the direction of the impact of the soul jade. That's the place where I took the rainbow stone just now. Jiang Ming's heart sank. It was only now that he noticed that at the place where he had just taken the stone, a few pieces of golden soul jade had quietly gathered and were spinning rapidly around the empty spot. In the span of a few breaths, more and more golden pieces of soul jade had gathered there. It was as if they were being driven by an invisible tornado. Something's wrong. Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched. When he saw the pieces of soul jade, he realized that the pebble he took away must be something extremely important. After leaving the soul-suppressing river, it triggered an unknown change in this place. With such a sudden change, there was no need to hesitate. Jiang Ming activated his spiritual energy and immediately used his escape technique. He rushed up the river at an explosive speed. However, an invisible wave suddenly swept past Jiang Ming's body, making him unstable. What followed was a mighty torrent. Although he could not see it, Jiang Ming still felt suffocated. It's all over. Jiang Ming seemed to have been slapped by an invisible palm and was shot back onto the fine sand at the bottom of the river. He rolled forward like a donkey, wrapped in the surging torrent. In just a moment, Jiang Ming had no strength to resist and was brought back to the place where the stone was taken by the torrent. At this moment, this area had already completely formed a water tornado. Golden pieces of soul jade danced in the tornado, vaguely illuminating the scene here. In his sorry state, Jiang Ming vaguely saw that at the bottom of the tornado, which was where he took the stone, there seemed to be a pitch-black hole. It was filled with a deep aura, and it was unknown where it led to. Endless river water and sand, as well as countless golden pieces of soul jade, were continuously sucked into the black hole by the terrifying force. Looks like this is the source of the flood. A thought flashed through Jiang Ming's mind. In the end, he was the culprit. However, at this moment, Jiang Ming no longer had any power to resist. Under the terrifying suction force, Jiang Ming was no different from an insect in the waves. He had no resistance at all and was instantly sucked into the black hole. At this moment, Jiang Ming finally felt a little regretful. Why was he so greedy? Why did he have to play with the stone for no reason? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A huge waterfall fell, and the clear water poured down. Golden dots of light would jump out of the waterfall from time to time. What was most shocking was that these dots of light would turn into fish. However, these fish were clearly too weak. They rushed into the void from the waterfall. After flopping twice, they plunged into the deep pool at the bottom of the waterfall and were smacked around until they were confused. In a daze, they swam into the distance along the clear stream. In the deep pool, a head popped out and looked around blankly. A fish that had just fallen also popped its head out and glanced at the strange creature curiously. It swung its tail and splashed water on Jiang Ming's face, before continuing to swim away. What is this place? Jiang Ming was a little confused as he looked around. It was a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, and the sky was clear and boundless. The only thing that was a little strange was the waterfall where Jiang Ming was. He looked behind him. The mountains pierced into the clouds. He could not see the end of the waterfall. It was as if the waterfall was falling from the sky. Jiang Ming was familiar with the golden light in the waterfall. It was from the soul jade in the soul-suppressing river. It had actually come here and transformed into golden fish in the waterfall. At the bottom of the soul-suppressing river is another world. Jiang Ming was amazed. Looking at the clear sky, he was obviously not in the snowy valley. It was just that he did not know if this place was still in the black rock ruins. The golden light is dimming. Jiang Ming suddenly realized that the golden light spots in the waterfall were rapidly thinning, and the golden fish in the river were also decreasing. Could it be that the stone that I took away has caused some kind of change? Has it opened up some kind of tunnel, causing these pieces of soul jade to come from that tunnel to this place? If that was really the case, then judging from this situation before him, the tunnel should be about to close or had already closed. Those pieces of soul jade earlier were merely inanimate objects. Now, they have transformed into fish. This change is definitely extraordinary. If I eat these fish, it might be beneficial to my cultivation. Jiang Ming's eyes were a little fiery. He did not waste this short opportunity. He did not care about going ashore to clean himself up first and immediately began to catch fish in the water. However, the soul jade was already extremely slippery. Now that it had transformed into fish, its movements were even faster than lightning. In the end, he only caught 2 fish. The golden light in the waterfall was about to completely disappear. Jiang Ming threw the 2 fish into a magic cauldron, took out the black sword, and shook it. Friend, use your lightning. Spiritual energy poured into the black sword, and dazzling lightning erupted, lingering around the sword. Then, Jiang Ming plunged into the river. The deep pool was flashing with a strange luster. In a short while, a dozen golden fish floated up from the surface of the water. Don't even think about escaping, Jiang Ming muttered and let the black sword maintain the lightning while he began to pick up the fish that had accidentally been killed. Finally, the last golden fish fell into the deep pool from mid-air. Then, it was electrocuted and floated up in an instant. Seeing that there was no more golden light in the waterfall, Jiang Ming finally went ashore in satisfaction. After drying his clothes with a spell, he could not wait to set up a grill on the shore and start roasting the fish. Friend, can you fish? Jiang Ming smiled. I don't eat ordinary fish, the black sword replied. However, these fish were transformed from the soul jade in the soul-suppressing river. They contain the essence of nurturing the divine soul. They are also somewhat useful for me to recover my consciousness and memories. However, you don't have to roast them. I'll just eat the raw ones. The black sword was confused and muttered to itself, what the hell are you saying? You're the weirdo, alright? These fish encountered a huge opportunity to transform from soul jade. However, a large number of them were electrocuted to death by a sicko like you. A moment later, Jiang Ming finished grilling the fish. As he ate, he asked the black sword, friend, since you know about the existence of this river, do you know where this is? The black sword was silent for a moment before it said faintly, I've never seen such a place before. However, according to the legends, there seems to be an extremely special place in the depths of the soul-suppressing river. However, I have always thought that it was only a legend. On the riverbank, the bonfire crackled, and the aroma of grilled fish spread out. This fish is really good, Jiang Ming exclaimed as he gobbled his food. He had already eaten 3 grilled fish, bones included. He felt a rich and pure power flowing into him, nourishing his body and meridians. In his spiritual core, the runes on his spirit base flickered, crazily, absorbing the power from the fish to strengthen his spiritual energy. Jiang Ming could feel that his cultivation was growing rapidly. However, this was not what surprised him the most. After all, these fish were formed from soul jade. The main power contained in them was still the nourishment of the divine soul. While his spirit base was reaping many benefits, Jiang Ming could clearly sense that more power was gathering in his divine soul, leading his divine will to condense and grow at an amazing speed. The fish formed from the soul jade contains much more strength than the original soul jade. Jiang Ming was both surprised and delighted. After eating these fish, his divine will would definitely become stronger. Perhaps even some golden core realm cultivators would not be able to compete with him. When my physical body and spiritual energy reach the peak of the foundation establishment realm, no one at my level will be able to defeat me. Although he was confident in his own strength, he was not blindly arrogant. The gap between the golden core realm and the foundation establishment realm was immense. If my guess is correct, this should be that place. Beside him, the black sword remained silent after muttering to itself vaguely. At the beginning, as if it was pondering something. What place? Jiang Ming asked quickly. The burial ground. The origins of the soul-suppressing river are much greater than you can imagine. It appeared in the previous era, the black sword said, in a deep voice. Even my master has never been able to find its source. However, he has seen records of it in some ancient books. In those records, the soul-suppressing river is suspected to be related to the Yellow Spring, the Nirvana realm, and even samsara. It is a place that even saints fear. However, everything in the world will come back to life. Just like your heavenly tribulation, there will always be new life in the midst of destruction. It was recorded in an old book that the deepest part of the soul suppressing river can kill the souls of all living beings in the world. However, there is also a chance of survival. Legend has it that there was once an invincible existence who went deep into the soul-suppressing river in his twilight years in search of a chance to live a second life. He buried himself in the depths of the soul-suppressing river, hoping that he would be able to regain his vitality. Why is the soul-suppressing river so powerful? Jiang Ming was shocked. He knew that this mysterious river was extraordinary. However, he never thought that it was related to the Nirvana realm and even samsara. Even a saint would not be able to clearly explore such a mysterious place. The Black Sword continued, legend has it that there was more than one saint who buried themselves in this river. Saints are supreme existences that control the great cultivation of heaven and earth. Even if such existences die, they will also cause their surroundings to change for them. The burial ground is a mysterious place that was born when a saint died in the depths of the soul-suppressing river. It doesn't belong to the world of immortal cultivation. Almost no one can find it. It has always only existed in legends. There are even some powerful cultivators who have said that the burial ground itself is a myth. No one can confirm its existence. Perhaps it is just an illusion. Then how can you be sure that this is the burial ground? Jiang Ming was stunned. The runes here are unmistakable. At the end of the last era, I saw a saint fall with my own eyes. The Black Sword's voice was a little low. This place Seems calm, and that aura is so faint that it's almost untouchable. However, it does exist. In other words, there's a fallen saint here? Jiang Ming asked in shock. He felt a little numb. He originally wanted to stay away from trouble. Therefore, why did he suddenly rush into such a dangerous place? The living saints were supreme, and the dead saints were equally terrifying. They were definitely not people ordinary cultivators could cross. Once, a saint's tomb had appeared, and countless cultivators went to plunder it. However, a trace of dead chi flowed out of the tomb, turning into a ferocious creature that could destroy the world and kill thousands of cultivators. Friend, let's discuss how to leave this place. Jiang Ming smiled awkwardly. There is no need to worry too much. Since this place really exists, the legends back then should be true. There shouldn't be any terrifying things like the corpses of saints here, because this entire area can be seen as a place transformed by the great cultivation of saints. Perhaps we can encounter some unknown opportunities here. Even if you want to leave this place, you'll probably have to walk into the depths of the burial ground. I'm afraid it's impossible to climb up the waterfall again. Jiang Ming was stunned when he heard that. He sighed after a moment. What else could he do? This was the only way. However, I have to eat all these fish first. Jiang Ming then continued to roast the fish. As he ate, he tried his best to refine its power. His entire body was emitting heat that turned into wisps of fire. He wanted to seal these fish and bring them out of this place to slowly refine them. However, these fish were originally formed from soul jade after entering this place. If they turned back into soul jade after leaving this place, then his efforts would be in vain. Therefore, even if he had to pay the price of losing some essence, Jiang Ming had to finish refining and eating them here. Friend, please go ahead. Jiang Ming asked the black sword to start eating as well. I've had two. It's enough. It's useless to eat more, the black sword explained as it hovered at the side. Then, it fell silent. No one knew what it was thinking about. Jiang Ming's heart stirred. Ever since the black sword followed him, he had treated it well. Today, the golden fish transformed from the soul jade were even more extraordinary. It had a wonderful effect on the divine soul and divine will. Would the black sword recover some of its memories now? However, the black sword did not say anything. Thus, Jiang Ming did not ask. After spending time with it, he felt that it was not so bad. I wonder when it will be able to remember what happened on that starlit path? Jiang Ming said to himself. That entire trip still felt like a dream to him. That old man should be the strongest among the saints. Who knew what his destiny would be? Would there be a day when they would meet again in the future? Suddenly, Jiang Ming felt his head shake, and his entire divine soul seemed to be trembling violently. He hurriedly looked into his glabella and immediately saw a shocking scene. Deep between his eyebrows, there was a place that was neither real nor illusory. A ball of blazing golden light floated. It emitted wisps of light that flowed to his body. This golden light was Jiang Ming's divine will. The divine soul of an ordinary cultivator did not have a specific form and was as erratic as smoke. Once it was attacked, it was almost defenseless. After the divine soul transformed into the divine will, it became a tangible body. The difference between the divine soul and the divine will was like snow and ice. They were not on the same level at all. Therefore, even if Jiang Ming did not cultivate his immortality, he could still suppress and defeat anyone at his level with his divine will. To be precise, it was not his divine will, but the place where his divine will was located that was changing. The surroundings of his divine will were originally a gray void. However, as Jiang Ming's divine will shone, the gray fog retreated rapidly wherever the golden light went. Under his divine will, a surface of water seemed to appear, reflecting the shadow of his divine will. The surface of the water was as clear as a mirror and very calm. It was unknown how deep it was. However, as the light of the divine will shone on it, it rapidly expanded. After a few minutes, it stopped. A ball of golden light was suspended above the calm, clear water. Wisps of mist were swirling on the surface, as if the light of the divine will and the water vapor were blending and complementing each other. Jiang Ming was a little surprised and uncertain. He felt the transformation of his divine will. It was now more closely connected to his body. With a thought, he could control his divine will more freely. My soul see, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. After carefully observing the changes, he finally made a final judgment. In fact, when he saw the sudden change in his divine will, he had already realized what was about to happen. However, when it actually happened, Jiang Ming still found it hard to believe. He did not dare confirm it immediately. Can this even be called a burial ground? This is clearly a blessed land, Jiang Ming muttered in a strange tone. He never thought that he would open his soul see here. When mortals set foot on the path of cultivation, they needed to open up their spiritual core and place their spiritual energy in it. All the cultivation fruits on the path of cultivation were in it. Other than the spiritual core, there was another mysterious place in the body of an immortal cultivator, called the soul sea. The divine soul of an ordinary cultivator was like a floating piece of seaweed. It could only slowly grow stronger with an increase in cultivation. When the divine soul transformed into a divine will and became powerful, it could open up a soul sea with the power of the divine will. From then on, his spiritual energy would be placed in his soul sea and would complement each other. It would become more stable and tenacious, and he would be able to grow faster. Apart from that, the soul sea itself was also a layer of protection. It had all kinds of wondrous uses and was a mystical place that was not inferior to the spiritual core. It had a great effect on cultivation. However, opening up a soul sea had always been an extremely difficult task. According to the records, even among Golden Core realm cultivators, only less than a tenth of those who had condensed their divine will could open up a soul sea. Most of the cultivators could only open their soul sea in one go when they broke through to the nascent soul realm. Only then would they be considered a powerful expert. And now, Jiang Ming had actually opened his soul sea at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. This was almost unheard of. At the very least, he had never heard of such a thing in the ancient books he had read. I've already opened my soul sea at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. When I break through to the nascent soul realm, how much will my divine will grow? Jiang Ming could not help but think about this. Then, he saw a few grilled fish on the wooden shelf and quickly ate them all. The extremely pure power seeped into his soul sea and fused into his divine will, instantly making the blazing golden light even more dazzling. His entire soul sea seemed to be surrounded by wisps of cultivation runes, making it even more extraordinary. Let's go and take a look in the distance. After eating, Jiang Ming also stood up and looked along the length of the river. The mountains were high, the sky was clear, and there seemed to be bees and butterflies dancing. It was like a paradise. Jiang Ming went down the river and saw some animals from time to time. Rabbits with fiery orange fur scurried back and forth in the grass, and white unicorns leaped into the sky. Countless living beings lived in this unworldly land, undisturbed by the outside world. Is this the burial ground? Why is it like a paradise? Jiang Ming muttered to himself. The burial ground is formed by the cultivation fruit, the sacred body, and even the will of a saint. It represents the great cultivation of a supreme existence. However, it might also be entrusted with a certain yearning of that existence. Perhaps this fairy-like place is a place that this fallen saint yearned for, the Black Sword said. Jiang Ming did not comment on it. He did not have any intention of delving into the place the saints yearned for. He just wanted to find out if there was any treasure here. If there was none, he had to leave as soon as possible. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, it was still like a cage. It was not a good thing. What's that? Suddenly, Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed. He saw a huge white skeleton standing on a huge rock. It was the remains of some demonic beast. Even though it had died, and only its bones were left, it still stood tall. The skeleton had 8 legs and 3 heads, and it exuded an ancient aura. The white bones glistened under the sunlight like jade, casting a large shadow. He moved his body and approached the giant rock. It was not until he reached the skeleton that he realized that the skeleton was shockingly large. Jiang Ming stood in front of it like an ant. It is at least 1,000 feet tall. Jiang Ming was amazed. Looking up at the skeleton, it was like a towering mountain. Even the bones of its toes were as thick as a pillar. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this creature would have been when it was alive. It was likely that it could crush a mountain with a light step. This is a creature from the previous era, the Black Sword's voice suddenly rang out with a hint of inexplicable shock. The last era? Jiang Ming was stunned. He looked at the huge skeleton in front of him in surprise. It was like a mountain. These demonic beasts are extremely terrifying. When they mature, they can contend with mighty cultivators. The best among them are even more terrifying. The strongest among them can almost arm wrestle with saints, the Black Sword said slowly. However, this race is similar to the demonic beasts at the beginning of many eras. Their bodies are too huge, and they need to absorb a huge amount of vitality to survive. It's very common in the early stages of the world's formation. However, in the middle of the last era, when the entire world entered the living stage, these giant beasts became very rare after they lost their living environment. Then, they were completely extinct and could not survive. If such a ferocious creature exists forever, then no one else can prosper. The world is born and subsequently destroyed. There are laws. How many living beings can transcend? After millions of years, everyone I knew has passed away. In the end, I am the only one drifting alone in the river of time. Jiang Ming glanced at it from the corner of his eyes. He was holding himself back from saying anything. When the time came, he would let it know what immortality truly was. However, why would there be such a huge skeleton in the burial ground of a saint? The Black Sword muttered. The scene before it was something that even an old fox like him could not understand. Everything here evolved from the cultivation fruits of a saint. However, this kind of beast was born at the beginning of the world. Its origins are mysterious. The only possibility is that the saint brought this skeleton here before he died. The more the black sword thought about it, the more it could not figure it out. In the end, it could only give up speculating. Jiang Ming walked slowly to the skeleton and tried to touch it. However, he had just touched it when a crack suddenly appeared on the bone, which was still sparkling and translucent like jade. After which, it shattered like porcelain. The entire skeleton soon shattered into shards so fine that they looked like ashes. It's good-looking, but useless. Jiang Ming was almost buried in it. He quickly coughed violently and retreated. It seemed that this skeleton had been here for too long. No matter how strong it was when it was alive, it could not withstand the erosion of time. Jiang Ming released a breeze made out of spiritual energy to sweep away the dust in front of him before walking forward. The bones that seemed extraordinary before had lost all their luster. Looks like there's no use for it anymore, Jiang Ming shook his head with some regret. The bones of ordinary demonic beasts could be used to refine weapons. However, there was nothing he could do with these bones. What is this? Just as Jiang Ming was about to give up, he suddenly found something shiny in the pile of bones. He pushed aside a pile of broken bones and picked up a crystal ball the size of an egg. It was reflecting a faint light and had a bumpy surface, like amber. It's the origin bone. It's a treasure formed from the essence of their bones and blood after they die. It's very useful for cultivators who follow the path of body tempering, the black sword explained. It can even be used to refine powerful bone puppets. This is the origin bone? Jiang Ming was pleasantly surprised. He had read about it before. This was the first time that he'd come across one. According to the ancient records, the origin bone was born from the fusion of the underground spirit vein and the bones of powerful creatures. However, no one would have thought that these peerless beasts were the source of the origin bones. Jiang Ming looked at the sparkling light in the pile of bones again, and his face was filled with joy. The origin bone was extremely hard. However, these broken bones that had lost their spirituality were no different from dirt. In just a moment, the pile of broken bones was ground into dust and swept away by Jiang Ming. In the end, only some sparkling and warm origin bones were left on the ground quietly. Jiang Ming put all the origin bones into his storage ring, including the first one. There were more than 30 of them. Even the 3 grotto heavens of the Feather Kingdom combined might not have so many. Jiang Ming was satisfied and continued to walk forward. After crossing a few mountains and walking for more than 10 miles, he was stunned. Why is there another one? Jiang Ming looked ahead. Another huge skeleton stood at the end of his line of sight. It was even bigger than the previous skeleton, and its appearance was different. It only had 4 legs and 1 head. It seemed to be the skeleton of another demonic beast. This is also a species of ancient old beasts, the black sword's voice rang out. It was also a little surprised. This burial ground is different from the legends. Why are there so many giant skeletons? The burial ground of a saint is entrusted with his own great cultivation. It is one and transcends all things. It exists for the sake of revival and rebirth. It won't accommodate external things for long. These bones don't conform to the sacred art. Logically speaking, they shouldn't exist in such a place. Jiang Ming's eyes moved slightly. He leaped into the air and rose high into the sky. He only stopped when the wind was blowing above his head and an inexplicable pressure came from it. Jiang Ming looked at the scene in front of him and revealed a shocked expression. As far as the eye could see, there were endless mountains and rivers, filled with a vast and ominous aura. On this vast land, huge skeletons stood one after another. There were more than a dozen of them, and the tallest ones almost reached the clouds. It was a magnificent sight. The black sword could not see this. However, when it heard Jiang Ming's description, it was also shocked by this scene and did not know what to say. Suddenly, Jiang Ming exclaimed softly. "What's wrong?" the black sword hurriedly asked. Their heads seem to be facing the same direction, as if they are gathering at the same place. Jiang Ming said in surprise. According to their location, they should be at a place hundreds of miles away, where they will converge. Go take a look, perhaps, the black sword asked. Yes. Perhaps this is an opportunity to leave, Jiang Ming agreed immediately. Jiang Ming returned to the front of the second ferocious skeleton and smacked. He continued to collect the origin bones. There was a total of 15 origin bones on the second skeleton. Jiang Ming continued to shatter all the skeletons. This is the 16th skeleton. It should be the last one. Jiang Ming shattered the last skeleton and obtained the origin bones. He had obtained almost 200 origin bones from the 16 skeletons. Jiang Ming would be richer than a grotto heaven if he were to sell all of them. Next, we'll see what exactly is at the end of these skeletons. Jiang Ming muttered to himself. He held the black sword in his hand and walked forward slowly. The terrain in front of him was flat, and it was a plateau with dense forests. The mountains and valleys behind him were all under his feet. If he looked back, it was as if all the mountains and rivers were bowing to this plateau. Gradually, smoke and clouds rose under his feet. Jiang Ming walked into a green grassland. It was quiet all around him. It was as if this place was completely detached from the world. Clouds of spiritual energy swirled around. It was almost tangible. It was so dense that it seemed to be unable to dissipate. It made Jiang Ming's cultivation, which had just increased by a lot, become restless again and slowly increase. What pure spiritual energy! The quality is terrifyingly high. The so-called grotto heavens and blessed lands are probably far inferior to this place. Jiang Ming sighed. He was suddenly shocked, however. He realized something and quickly looked down. Is this spirit-dissolving grass? He was stunned. Beneath his feet, there were patches of green grass that only grew to his ankles. They looked ordinary. However, if one looked carefully, one would be able to discover that the spiritual energy was emerging from the tips of the blades of the green grass and merging into the void. Even the black sword was shocked. Although the spirit-dissolving grass did not have any special medicinal properties, it was hellishly strong. Its roots were extremely vigorous, and it could absorb the essence of the earth veins deep underground and transform it into pure spiritual energy of extremely high quality. It had a huge effect on the cultivation of immortal cultivators. However, the spirit-dissolving grass was extremely rare and required a huge number of resources to grow. In addition, this grass was almost impossible to transplant. In addition, it was extremely difficult to bloom and bear seeds, making it even rarer in the cultivation world. Even the grotto heavens and the blessed land did not have much of this grass. In fact, even for a top immortal cultivator, if they could plant a small patch of this grass in their cave abode, they would be set for life. Every day, they would cleanse their cultivation with pure spiritual energy. Over time, they would be able to transform themselves, and the quality of their spiritual energy would far exceed that of cultivators of the same level. Unfortunately, I can't take it away, Jiang Ming sighed and greedily absorbed the pure spiritual energy between heaven and earth. He circulated the burning spirit scripture with all his strength and absorbed it into his spirit base, to refine his spiritual energy. That's not necessarily true, the black sword suddenly said. The spirit dissolving grass rarely blooms and bears seeds. However, there is so much of it here. It's also more than 10,000 years old. I'm sure you'll be able to plant it. If we can find enough grass seeds, we might be able to recreate a treasured land like this. I can't afford to grow it even if I can find seeds. Jiang Ming rolled his eyes. He was not a saint. Although he had a lot of money, he probably would not be able to grow a few feet of this grass even if he invested all of his money into planting it. I'll be satisfied if I can find some seeds. Jiang Ming muttered as he expanded his spiritual energy to the limit, searching for the grass seeds that might be buried underground. What's this? In just a moment, Jiang Ming's eyes moved. With a wave of his hand, he swept up a large bit of soil. There were dozens of light yellow grass seeds the size of rice grains in the soil. If one did not pay attention, they would not be able to see them clearly. It seems to be rather average in terms of quality. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. However, he did not throw it away. He found a jade box and sealed it inside. Then, he continued to walk forward. Just as the black sword had said, there were indeed many grass seeds to be collected. However, most of them were of average quality. My luck is pretty good. Suddenly, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. He quickly walked to a stalk of spirit-dissolving grass. On its stem was a white flower that was about to wither. Dozens of crystal clear grass seeds that were filled with spiritual energy were in the flower. Grass seeds of this quality were much more valuable than those that fell into the soil. A moment later, Jiang Ming saw 7 or 8 more stalks that had not yet fallen, and he carefully sealed them all. This trip was really worth it. Jiang Ming's eyes flashed. The value of these origin bones and grass seeds was immeasurable. They would be of unimaginable use to his future cultivation path. In the world of immortal cultivation, many magical tools and secret techniques could no longer be bought with spirit stones. They often needed to be exchanged for items. The rarer the item, the more priority it had in exchange. The origin bones were already amazing. However, the grass seeds could buy him anything he wanted. All right. We're here. Suddenly, the black sword's solemn voice sounded. Jiang Ming was shocked. He quickly gathered his thoughts and looked forward carefully. Although the black sword's range of visibility was not as far as his, its ability to detect certain mysterious and unique auras was still extraordinary. Over the grass, fog filled the air. It was hazy ahead, as if something was hidden away. A desolate aura swept by. Jiang Ming gathered his thoughts and stopped digging. Anyway, he had already dug up a lot of seeds, which should be enough for him. If the route you are taking is correct, no matter what is in front of you, it should be the thing protected by the dozen or so peerless demonic beasts from earlier. However, other than some ancient cultivation runes, I don't sense any special aura, the black sword said solemnly. Even it was unable to clearly sense what was in the depths of this land of pure spiritual energy. Jiang Ming's eyes were also solemn as he slowly walked forward. A blurry black shadow gradually appeared in front of him. When the last layer of fog dispersed, Jiang Ming finally saw that in the deepest part of the grassland was a stone platform. It was about 10 feet tall and covered in black ash. On the side of the stone platform was a stone staircase, leading to the highest point of the stone platform. However, Jiang Ming was surprised and a little disappointed. He did not expect it to be such an ordinary stone platform. There were no runes carved on the stone platform. In fact, it looked rather sloppily produced as well. There were only some remnants of ancient cultivation runes on the stone platform. Other than that, there was nothing special about it. Since we're already here, let's go up and take a look. Jiang Ming sighed and slowly walked up the stone steps. Perhaps there was indeed some treasure on this stone platform back then. However, after countless years, it has long ceased to exist, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. There was nothing eternal in the world. Everything had to return to dust sooner or later. However, the black sword said in surprise, this seems to be an altar. Moreover, this altar might have already refined billions of living beings. An altar? Jiang Ming was shocked. Why didn't he notice anything unusual? Moreover, didn't the altar symbolize sacrifice? How did it become something used to refine living beings? Moreover, how had it refined billions of living beings? Jiang Ming felt uncomfortable. He did not want to stay here anymore. The essence within this stone platform is hidden and dormant. I was almost fooled. The black sword's voice was a little solemn. When I reached this altar, I could vaguely touch its origin. It was as if I saw a terrifying scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. All of them prostrated themselves under this altar. The sky seemed to have turned dark red, and one couldn't see the end at a glance. Billions of living beings seemed to have been destroyed and burned and refined by this altar. The black sword seemed to be mumbling as it described the terrifying scene it saw when it fused with the stone platform's origin. Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched when he heard that. Why was it trying to scare him? I remember now. Suddenly, the black sword's voice turned cold. I seem to have heard someone say that there was an altar that witnessed the birth and death of an era. It appeared with the birth of an era, accepted the worship of all souls, and passed down the path of cultivation. During the most prosperous period of the new era, it appeared again. It was considered an omen and caused the blessed land to endlessly attack everyone. That was the beginning of the bad stage of the new era. At the end of the era, it appeared in the sky. It was like a god watching over the mortals. Billions of living beings had died, and it absorbed the blood, bones, and essence of those living beings to refine them. Jiang Ming stood not far away and stared at it with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The words it said were incredibly shocking. This stone platform seemed to have a terrifying background. It seemed to be even more terrifying than a saint. However, now that something seemed to have happened to the stone platform, it lay dormant here without any movement. Jiang Ming did not care about anything else. He just wanted to know if it could kill him. However, Jiang Ming was a little surprised by the black sword's current state. The black sword was normally a bloodthirsty lunatic. However, now it was very subdued and somber. Jiang Ming remembered the time he had seen the black sword in the hands of the old man on the starlit path. Is the black sword going to completely recover? Jiang Ming muttered in his heart. He had never underestimated the black sword. The old man on the starlit path back then was very likely a top-notch saint. How could an existence that could follow such a big shot be an ordinary magical weapon? Bro, why are you standing there like a fool? Suddenly, the black sword jumped in front of Jiang Ming and asked in surprise. Looks like the treasure on this altar is already gone. Let's escape first. At this moment, the black sword seemed to have returned to its usual noisy self. It was no longer as cold and somber as before. Didn't you hear about this altar? Jiang Ming stared at it faintly. What? I've never heard of it. The black sword was dumbfounded. No, this thing is scary. If I heard someone mention it, I would not have forgotten. Jiang Ming's eyes flashed. It seemed to have no memory of what it had said earlier. It's really no different from a lunatic. Jiang Ming sighed and was too lazy to argue with it. Whether it was crazy or not, he had developed a sense of kinship with it during this period of time. As long as it did not stab him in the back, he would let it be. However, he also agreed with the black sword's suggestion. This seemingly ordinary thing was suspected to be an extremely fierce and ominous object. It was better to escape as soon as possible. They turned around and prepared to leave at the same time. They were much quieter, as if they were afraid of waking the altar up. However, just as the black sword had flown out of the altar and Jiang Ming was about to rush down the altar, something suddenly stirred. A ripple that came from the depths of his consciousness quietly spread out and landed on the altar. F***ck. Even though Jiang Ming had lived for more than 200 years, this was the first time he was so shocked. He could not help but curse. The undulation was actually emitted by the indestructible origin light. It had existed in the depths of his consciousness since he had crossed this world. It was the source of his immortality. It had always only healed his own injuries, and had never come into contact with or reacted to the outside world. However, today, when the indestructible origin light encountered this mysterious altar, it actually took the initiative to release a fluctuation and come into contact with it. Looks like this altar has a terrifying origin. Jiang Ming was shocked. No matter what kind of existence he had encountered in the past 200 years, the indestructible origin light had never shown any abnormal movements. However, it had broken its precepts when it encountered this altar and acted for the first time. It seemed that the altar that had been dormant was suddenly disturbed. A fierce aura that made Jiang Ming's heart tremble quietly spread, as if it would explode completely in the next moment. As the altar that had once refined billions of creatures, it seemed to have its own vague consciousness. It was the most ferocious thing in the world. It had its own purpose for hiding here. However, now that it had been disturbed, it wanted to take revenge immediately and kill the pest that disturbed it. F***ck. Outside the altar, the black sword was jumping up and down and shouting loudly. It was obviously frightened by this scene. It started screaming and spouting nonsense. ******. At the altar, Jiang Ming also vaguely heard the crazy words of the lunatic outside, and he was instantly rendered speechless. However, he could not care about it at this time. At this moment, Jiang Ming only felt his divine soul tremble, and his whole body was cold. The altar had not really erupted with terrifying power. However, he felt like he had sunk into a sea of endless death. He felt extremely hopeless and suffocated. The black sword is right. This thing is truly demonic and frightening. However, just as Jiang Ming thought that he was about to welcome the revival of a peerless giant, the aggressive and terrifying aura suddenly stopped and broke off. The fluctuation from the depths of his consciousness had finally spread out and landed on the altar. When this fluctuation completely descended, the altar that was about to recover suddenly stopped. Then, it disappeared at an incredible speed. Jiang Ming was dazed. Was the terrifying power he sensed just now an illusion? That's it? Jiang Ming could not help but mutter to himself. Looks like my indestructible origin light is quite powerful. The indestructible origin light shook slightly and sent out another wave of energy, entering the altar. The altar shook violently, as if it was angry. However, more than that, it was frightened. The altar was glowing. At this moment, blurry runes were flowing on the altar. Vaguely, Jiang Ming seemed to see thousands of scriptures in front of him. Terrifying flames of light swept up and covered the entire altar, as if it wanted to resist the fluctuation. At this moment, Jiang Ming realized how terrifying this altar was. It definitely had a terrifying foundation. Perhaps it was really the top existence in the world when it was fully awakened. However, Jiang Ming felt that the altar that was recovering violently at this moment seemed to only be strong on the outside. It was frightened by the sudden change. A blurry rune flashed over the altar. However, it made Jiang Ming's eyes narrow. He was not unfamiliar with those runes. The jade tablet he had obtained, and the scriptures cultivated by the Chasing Moon Lake cultivators all contained those mysterious runes. Could this altar be some kind of recorder? Does it record the scriptures of every era? Jiang Ming cursed. At this moment, an inaudible cracking sound was heard. Even though the altar had tried its best to resist, it still could not withstand it. The runes of the great cultivation and the terrifying flames stopped at the same time. Jiang Ming's expression was strange. He searched around and finally saw a crack in the corner of the altar. The atmosphere was a little quiet for a moment. The indestructible origin light no longer moved. However, it was still in the depths of Jiang Ming's consciousness, emitting wisps of faint light, as if it was overlooking the altar outside. The altar was completely silent. It no longer had any arrogance. It seemed to have finally realized that it had finally encountered a real powerhouse today. A moment later, the altar shook slightly. Wisps of light started to flow. You still want to resist? Jiang Ming raised his brows. His eyes flickered as he saw the thousands of runes flowing on the surface of the altar and gathering at the center. The indestructible origin light was extinguished, and Jiang Ming seemed to hear a chant. The altar was surrounded by a mist of light, and there seemed to be countless illusory shadows flowing rapidly in it. It was as if hundreds of millions of living beings were kneeling outside the altar to worship. At this moment, the indestructible origin light finally calmed down. The scene in front of it seemed to be its goal. Now that its goal had been achieved, it was calm. As the runes on the altar circulated, Jiang Ming gradually saw that in the center of the altar, thousands of runes were blending, and an item was slowly being refined. On the altar, spiritual light spread as the aura of the great cultivation rose. Ancient cultivation runes gradually spread out from the center of the altar. In the cultivation runes, an item was gradually taking form. Jiang Ming's eyes flashed with astonishment. Although he could not understand the complicated cultivation runes, he could vaguely see that the altar was using its own cultivation runes to create something. However, even this altar seemed to have some problems now, which was why it was hibernating in this burial ground. Could there be something more terrifying than the great calamity of the new era? However, now is not the time to worry about these things. With a soft sound, all the runes of the great cultivation retreated quickly and returned to the altar. It seemed that the refining had been completed, leaving only a fist-sized object in the center of the altar. It was shrouded in clear light, and its appearance could not be seen clearly. What dense vitality! Jiang Ming returned to his senses, and his eyes were filled with shock. He was still more than 100 feet away from the item. However, he felt that his entire body was being baptized by rich vitality, and his cultivation was somewhat restless. He quickly walked forward and came to the center of the altar. He lowered his head and picked up the item. A seed? Jiang Ming looked at his palm. The light gradually faded, revealing what it originally looked like. It was a round green seed. From time to time, there were flowing lights on its surface. When Jiang Ming looked carefully, he seemed to see countless cultivation runes contained in the flowing lights. They were as vast as the sea of stars. This was the result of the first time the indestructible origin light released its aura. Jiang Ming's eyes flashed. Even if he could not see the origin and use of this seed, he knew that it was extraordinary and perhaps surpassed all treasures in the world. Just as he was in a daze, the seed in his hand suddenly changed. The entire seed turned into thousands of streams of light and quietly merged into his palm. Jiang Ming felt a mysterious and vast power flowing rapidly through his meridians and finally gathering in his spiritual core. A deep sound came from his body. Jiang Ming felt his spiritual core tremble violently and almost split open. He quickly looked into his spiritual core and saw that something had appeared on the originally bare spirit base. It was the seed he had picked up from the altar. At this moment, the divine light of this seed was circulating. It was actually taking root in his spirit base. Jiang Ming had cultivated for more than 200 years and had undergone several transformations. His spirit base should have been extremely tough. However, at this moment, under the spread of the seemingly weak and tender roots, it became fragile. In the blink of an eye, cracks appeared on it. The seed was planted in his spirit base. What's going on? Jiang Ming was extremely surprised. He had never heard of such a change in the spirit base of an immortal cultivator. The spirit base was the foundation of an immortal cultivator. All cultivation fruits were carried on it, and no accidents were allowed to happen. Even if it was a ritual implement, it would at most use the cultivation runes of the spirit base to gradually nurture and refine it. No cultivator had ever dared destroy their spirit base, let alone accommodate other things to fuse with their spirit base. However, since Jiang Ming had obtained the seed, the indestructible origin light had not made any movements, which made Jiang Ming feel at ease. It Seemed like this change was not a bad thing. Perhaps this seed would be of great benefit to his cultivation. Then, he observed carefully and realized that the seed was absorbing the spiritual energy in his spirit base. However, while absorbing spiritual energy, the seed also emitted vast and boundless cultivation runes that fused with the spirit base. Jiang Ming was shocked to discover that when he was in the Foundation establishment realm, some of the blurry cultivation runes engraved on the spirit base seemed to have become clearer. A few broken and incomplete runes seemed to have been patched up. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and finally confirmed that he had obtained something extraordinary. The runes of the great cultivation on his spirit base were obtained from the remnant light of the heavenly tribulation. They were the original cultivation runes of heaven and earth. Even a saint could not say that he could completely understand them. It was a rare opportunity for ordinary cultivators to occasionally come into contact with them. Refining hundreds and thousands of fragments of the great cultivation into his spirit base was a feat almost impossible for even a saint to accomplish. These fragments of the great cultivation could help Jiang Ming cultivate and comprehend the cultivation. However, that was all. If Jiang Ming did not become a saint, he might never be able to comprehend these runes. Moreover, this mysterious seed had just been planted in his spirit base, and it had already brought him such great benefits. If one day it completely matured, perhaps I can finish these incomplete cultivation runes on my spirit base? Jiang Ming's heart trembled as he thought of a possibility that shocked even him. All the scriptures in this world were entrusted to the great cultivation of heaven and earth. If Jiang Ming could carve a complete cultivation rune on his spirit base one day, he would be able to cast a terrifying and powerful spell with just a wave of his hand. That's right. It seems that it will take time for this seed to grow. It's better to be patient. Jiang Ming observed the seed for a moment and found that it had completely quieted down after the initial movement. He did not know when it would germinate. Fortunately, I have plenty of time, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. Unnoticed by Jiang Ming, the seed quietly circulated a trace of extremely weak and strange cultivation runes. It fused with the tens of thousands of cultivation runes surrounding it. It was almost indistinguishable. The trace of the great cultivation flowed out along the roots and spread toward Jiang Ming's spirit base. It quickly succeeded and seeped into Jiang Ming's spirit base without causing any abnormal movements. The indestructible origin light floated quietly in the depths of Jiang Ming's consciousness. It did not react at all. The strand of cultivation runes paused for a moment. After discovering that it did not cause any reaction, it suddenly became bold and spread deeper into the spirit base. Vaguely, a trace of fierceness circulated within this strand of cultivation runes, as if it contained the bloody aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Soon, it gradually spread from the surface of the spirit base to the inside and took root deeper, wanting to permeate Jiang Ming's entire spirit base. During this entire process, the indestructible origin light did not move at all, as if it did not sense anything at all. This made the ferocious cultivation runes bolder, and the speed at which they seeped in became even faster. Finally, the ferocious cultivation runes completely penetrated Jiang Ming's spirit base. They took root from the top of the spirit base and penetrated into the deepest part, reaching the opposite side of Jiang Ming's spirit base. The chaotic gray fog lingered on the backside of the spirit base like an endless chaotic space. It was quiet and turbulent, as if it was detached from the world. The fierce cultivation rune suddenly froze, as if it was a little stunned, and had never seen the reverse side of a cultivator's spirit base. The reverse side of the spirit base should be a dark and desolate area. There should be nothing there. Why was there gray chaotic fog here? What was this? The ferocious cultivation runes trembled slightly. This fog seemed to cause it to feel some primal fear. It was as if it had encountered its natural enemy. Even before it had collided with it, it could not help but want to submit. If the ferocious cultivation runes had a clear consciousness, it would definitely ask what kind of monster this body was. However, since things had already come to this fierce cultivation aura had no other way out. In the next moment, a bloodthirsty aura suddenly erupted from this fierce cultivation rune. It was about to engulf the entire spirit base and occupy this body. Just as this fierce cultivation rune was about to erupt, Jiang Ming's spirit base shook slightly at this moment. The fog that seemed to be calm and peaceful suddenly rose and danced. Flames rose from the depths of the fog, as if it was angered by the disturbance of outsiders. Jiang Ming was stunned. He was ready to leave. Why did something happen? Again? He hurriedly looked into his spirit base again and saw a scene that stunned him. Flames were rising from the seed that had just been buried in his spirit base. They lingered around the seed and burned extremely fiercely. What happened? Jiang Ming was a little surprised. Wasn't this chaotic flame transformed from the bundle of dry wood that the old man on the starlit path had given him? It had turned into a chaotic gray fog and lay dormant behind his spirit base. There had been no movement all this time. Why was it suddenly active today? Jiang Ming quickly checked the reverse side of the spirit base. Sure enough, he found that the fog was rapidly seeping into the spirit base from the reverse side, rushing toward the front of the spirit base and gathering toward the seed. Vaguely, Jiang Ming seemed to hear the sound of something being burned. Then, a pure and vast spiritual energy suddenly erupted from his spirit base. Under the impact of the pure spiritual energy, Jiang Ming's cultivation suddenly erupted at this moment. It suddenly rose violently. Jiang Ming suddenly broke through to the peak of the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. What kind of gift is this? Jiang Ming was shocked and ecstatic. Although he did not understand the reason, the increase in his cultivation was real. Although his aptitude had increased by a lot, and he had obtained many treasures from the trip to the ruins, it would still take him at least 10 years to reach the peak of the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. However, he seemed to have broken through in an instant. However, this spiritual energy seems to contain some kind of fierce and fiendish intent, which is somewhat inconsistent with my peace-loving temperament. Whatever, it'll be fine after a few more refinements in the future. Jiang Ming observed it carefully for a moment and felt relieved. The improvement of his cultivation was very stable and there were almost no flaws. It meant that the quality of the spiritual energy was amazing. However, Jiang Ming immediately realized that after his cultivation increased, the changes in his spiritual core did not stop. The fog on the reverse side of the spirit base still did not stop burning and smelting the mysterious seed. Strands of fog rushed into the front of the spirit base from the back. While the seed was being burned by the flames, the strands of fog also slowly seeped into it. The green seed that had been circulating with a halo earlier was also slowly changing at this moment. The halo was restrained and became a little gray, as if it had returned to its original state. It was as if the fog wanted to live in the seed. This altar is not as fierce as the black sword described. He squatted down and patted the altar. Wow, you're really generous. You gave me such a powerful seed and even gave me a chance to increase my cultivation. I can't thank you enough. If there's anything you need in the future, feel free to look for me. As long as it's within my power, I'll do it for you. The altar seemed to be angry out of humiliation. It shook violently, and Jiang Ming flew up. He fell from the altar and landed on the grass outside. Such a bad temper. Jiang Ming almost fell on his face. He turned around and found that the light fog around the altar had completely dissipated. The altar had returned to its initial silence, and there was no more movement. Wow, you're so selfless. You don't want anything in return. Bro? You didn't die? The black sword flew over from afar and asked in surprise, what kind of danger did you encounter on the altar? Jiang Ming was in a trance. The figure of the altar became even more ethereal, as if it was shrouded in fog. He could no longer see it clearly. All right, it's time to think of a way to leave this place. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows, picked up the black sword, turned around, and strode away. In the depths of the grassland, the mysterious altar gradually disappeared into the endless darkness. Jiang Ming glanced back and knew that he probably would not encounter this mysterious item again anytime soon. Perhaps the next time we meet, we will be able to dig out an even deeper secret, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. He was still interested in this thing. After all, it could attract the attention of the indestructible origin light, and it was something that seemed to have existed forever. Jiang Ming smiled inexplicably. He turned around and strode out of the place. He crossed the valley and flew deeper into the burial ground. A moment later, Jiang Ming saw a group of Pegasuses with wings on their backs, galloping through the air. A few of them even circled around Jiang Ming as if they were observing some new species. Then, they were fanned away by an old Pegasus with its wings and flew away while whining. Before the old Pegasus left, it stopped in the distance and stared at Jiang Ming for a moment. There was a strange light in its eyes. The spiritual energy in the void was slightly chaotic, as if there were fluctuations spreading. Then, the old Pegasus leaped up and turned into a streak of light before disappearing. The deeper we go, the stronger the intelligence of these creatures seems to be. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered. Before the old Pegasus left, it actually sent him a vague spiritual signal to express its respect. Before this, he had already encountered several kinds of animals. Moreover, they were all extremely agile, as if they far surpassed ordinary animals in the outside world. Friend, there are so many living beings in the burial grounds. Jiang Ming immediately spoke to the black sword. Is that normal? The burial ground is mysterious and unpredictable. It only exists in legends. No one can tell what is inside, the black sword said slowly. Perhaps the burial ground is ever-changing. Maybe the next time we visit, everything will be completely different. It might become an endless ocean or even a forbidden land with immense spiritual energy. Jiang Ming was speechless. Then, he did not ask any more questions and continued to go deeper. After a few hours, Jiang Ming had already crossed several mountains and valleys, and the surrounding spiritual energy became a little thin. A mountain rock under his feet suddenly shattered, turning into dust and gray smoke that curled up and dissipated. Jiang Ming looked ahead. The mountains and rivers seemed endless. However, when he looked carefully, many of them seemed to be illusory, constantly changing like ink paintings. Even the mountains and rivers in front of him were like decaying ruins. They kept shattering, turning into ash, and merging into the void. "We should be at the end of the burial ground," Jiang Ming said softly. In front of him, there was an illusory river that was surging endlessly. It seemed to be the same river as the one he saw when he first entered the burial ground. The end of the river entered an illusory galaxy. The mottled spacetime fragments there were like meteors falling in all directions. "Looks like that's the exit." The power of a saint was not limitless. Perhaps there were still many secrets in this burial ground that he had yet to see. However, his current strength was limited, and he could not waste any more time here. If he was trapped here, by some means left behind by the saint, it would be too late for regret. The trip to the altar just now seemed calm. However, if the other party used another method and sealed Jiang Ming on the altar to prevent him from leaving, it was uncertain whether the indestructible origin light would still help him. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and exhaled. Without hesitation, he leaped toward the illusory river. At this moment, a wave that made Jiang Ming's heart palpitate suddenly swept over from behind. He suddenly saw that the illusory mountains and rivers around him were like clouds that were swept by a hurricane. They suddenly shattered and withered, turning into dust and dissipating. Jiang Ming quickly turned around and saw a terrifying scene. The end of the void behind him had turned pitch black at some point in time. It was like a demonic abyss that covered half of the sky. It was filled with monstrous black fog that quickly spread toward Jiang Ming. In the pitch-black abyss, a ball of dark red light lay across it. It was like a blood-red sun that emitted an endless aura of negativity. It was filled with slaughter, destruction, despair, and sorrow. In just a moment, Jiang Ming seemed to be immersed in it and was eroded by the negative aura that spread. Tears of blood dripped from his eyes, and his mind was in a daze. The indestructible origin light shone and expelled the corrosive aura. Jiang Ming then regained consciousness. At this moment, all the living beings in the burial ground fell into oblivion. However, only Jiang Ming was awake. The dark red eye seemed to flash slightly as it noticed Jiang Ming, the pest that had escaped from the fall. It did not even take the initiative to release its aura. However, Jiang Ming felt an evil intent that was countless times more terrifying than before, attacking his divine will. If it were not for the indestructible origin light continuously releasing its power to keep his consciousness clear, he would have died. The black sword in Jiang Ming's hand suddenly trembled violently, and it shouted in fear, "Run quickly." Jiang Ming did not hesitate. As soon as he saw the eye clearly, he desperately mobilized all his strength, accelerated crazily, and rushed toward the river. The river surged. Following the collapse of the mountains and other rivers, it became shaky. Even the illusory galaxy at the end of the river was like a reflection in the water. It swayed unbearably and would completely shatter at any moment. Behind him, a terrifying aura rushed into the sky. Jiang Ming felt that the world had darkened. Endless darkness was sweeping toward him. What a terrifying existence. Jiang Ming's heart trembled. He rushed forward with all his might and stepped into the illusory river. However, there was no water under his feet. The so-called river was so dim that it almost did not exist, as if there was only a shadow left. Damn it, the black sword is indeed a jinx. Jiang Ming cursed in his heart. However, he did not dare to stop. He ran toward the end of the river. At this moment, Jiang Ming finally realized that the beautiful scenery was just an illusion. Damn it. Don't tell me it's a saint's corpse. The more dangerous the situation, the easier it was for people to let their imaginations run wild. Jiang Ming ran so fast that his shoes almost fell off. Suddenly, his body turned cold as he thought of this possibility. Jiang Ming did not dare think further. He just wanted to escape from this burial ground as fast as possible. Finally, at the end of the river where Jiang Ming had almost disappeared, he touched the illusory galaxy and felt a chaotic spatial aura. As long as he rushed over, he should be able to leave. However, at this moment, a sword intent suddenly sounded in Jiang Ming's ears. The clear sound was like the sound of spring water, making him feel relaxed and happy. Sword intent erupted one after another like bamboo shoots after a night of rain. However, his speed also increased sharply under this terrifying sword intent. Like a cannonball, he was blasted into the illusory galaxy. Feeling the power of space surging around him, Jiang Ming tried his best to turn around and look behind him. Endless sword auras shone and dispelled the darkness in the burial ground. It was as if the starry sky was flickering and the universe was breathing, containing the endless aura of the great cultivation. Under the sword aura, the heavens bowed down. The dark red eye erupted with a terrifying dark fog as means of resistance. However, it was still rapidly suppressed and quickly dimmed and dissipated. A thunderous roar rang out, causing the entire burial ground to tremble. Around the dark red eye, an even larger body seemed to be emerging. The scene in front of him shattered like a mirror. However, Jiang Ming could not see anything. After an unknown period of time, Jiang Ming fell into a forest. He stood up with a grimace and looked around. Outside the forest, a pitch-black river flowed endlessly, as if it had existed since ancient times. The soul-suppressing river? Am I back in the Black Rock ruins? Jiang Ming's eyes flashed, and he was a little surprised. When he left the burial ground at the last moment, the spatial passageway was almost shattered and extremely unstable. He did not expect to be thrown back. Could it be that the burial ground is somehow related to the Black Rock ruins? Could it be that this blessed land of cultivation was once transformed from a saint? Jiang Ming guessed. Then, he suddenly looked at the soul-suppressing river. Perhaps it is closely related to this soul-suppressing river. The soul-suppressing river really hides quite a number of secrets. Jiang Ming stood up. After centering himself, he continued to rush to the depths of the snowy valley. However, just as he stretched out his arm, his face suddenly twisted, and he rolled his eyes in pain. What happened? Jiang Ming was shocked and quickly looked inside. He was shocked to find that his wounds from before had only healed externally. He was still severely injured internally. Traces of sword intent remained, destroying his body and meridians. The indestructible origin light was silent and did not continue to release its power, allowing the remaining sword intent to wreak havoc. Jiang Ming was bewildered when he suddenly noticed something strange. The sword intent, with different cultivation runes, circulated in the meridians and bones in his body. This sword intent was the shadow of the terrifying swords in the burial ground. Even if their power was extremely weak, Jiang Ming would never be able to expel them by himself. He even suspected that even the most powerful cultivators in the blessed of Cultivation might not be able to do anything to this sword intent. However, at this moment, Jiang Ming realized that the power of the sword intent in his body seemed to be gradually decreasing. It was as if something was eating away at it. Soon, he found the source. Is it this seed? Jiang Ming looked inside his spiritual core and stared at the green seed that was surrounded by chaotic gray fog on the spirit base. After the chaotic gray fog fused into the seed, it no longer had the sharpness it had before. Instead, it had an ancient and calm feeling of returning to its original state, as if it had become even more extraordinary. At this moment, Jiang Ming was surprised to find that the seed was shimmering with a faint light. The vitality in the seed seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. It was as if the sword intent could become its nutrients and provide it with the power to grow and germinate. Jiang Ming was shocked. He asked the black sword, "Friend, can you sense what level of power that I and those terrifying sword lights had?" "There is no doubt that it is a Saint Realm confrontation," the black sword said without hesitation, and there seemed to be some lingering fear in its tone. "The eyes and sword aura that you saw were just projections. Otherwise, we would have been finished long ago. The true confrontation will probably take place in the deepest part of the burial ground, and not the place you see on the surface. That place houses an extremely terrifying thing. If it erupts, one day, the entire cultivation world will probably suffer." Jiang Ming's heart trembled. Even the projection on the surface had such a terrifying scene. How terrifying would the real place of confrontation be? Is that red eye a saint's corpse transformation? Or is it a saint who evolved the burial ground to suppress some huge monster? Jiang Ming sighed softly. The saint was too mysterious. It involved a place. That was not something he could explore now. He had to be more cautious in the future. In addition, it seems that the injuries in my body can only be completely healed after the seed has devoured the sword intent. Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly. This seed was a little overbearing to be able to devour the projection of a Saint Realm power. He identified the direction and continued to head deeper into the ruins. There was nothing to be afraid of. Although he was injured, he was still invincible. In the Foundation Establishment Realm area, in the Silent Valley, a figure slowly moved forward and gradually disappeared into the vast snowy valley, leaving only a trail of shallow footprints that were quickly covered by falling snow. The concentration of spiritual energy here seems to have increased by a lot. The subtle mysterious power of heaven and earth is also gathering in front of us. Jiang Ming's face was a little pale. The wounds in his body continued to wreak havoc, causing him some pain. After all, it was a Saint Realm attack. Even if it was a projection, it was not something that a mere Foundation establishment realm cultivator like him could withstand. However, now that the indestructible origin light was pretending to be dead, Jiang Ming could only let the mysterious seed in his spirit base slowly absorb nutrients and heal his injuries. Meanwhile, he was slowly treading on the deep snow as he went deeper into the valley, sensing the changes in the surrounding environment. The opportunity at the end of the snowy valley is finally about to open. Other than a few forces with ulterior motives, such as the mysterious star Grotto Heaven, the Foundation Establishment Realm geniuses of the other immortal cultivation forces should have all gathered there. According to the information that Jiang Ming had collected, that place of opportunity did not seem to simply open any time and anywhere. Instead, it would only open at a specific time once every 60 years, when the Black Rock ruins opened. It contained great benefits. In the past, every time it opened, it could produce several stunning peerless geniuses who became the core figures of each sect. This was also the reason why Jiang Ming was not in a hurry to go there. With Wu Hen's ability, as long as he was not attacked head-on, it should not be difficult for him to hide in a crowd. However, if he wanted to fight for this opportunity, it was impossible for him to hide in the crowd all the time. Sooner or later, he would have to come out. However, Wu Hen actually took the initiative to come and take the risk to compete with the various geniuses for this opportunity. It is quite surprising, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. He thought that Wu Hen had entered the Black Rock ruins to fish in troubled waters and gain some benefits. He did not expect Wu Hen to be so ambitious. Jiang Ming furrowed his brows. Based on his understanding of Wu Hen, he should not be in the limelight for no reason, let alone the fact that he had almost been killed. There must be a reason he did not know. Were you forced by someone to come here and fight for the saint's scripture? Or are you stuck at a bottleneck and are unable to break through? Therefore, you came here to seek a way to break through. Jiang Ming's eyes flashed. Back in the cloudy dream mountain forest, Jiang Ming had imagined that he would eventually become heartless as the years went on. However, that seemed to not be the case. Looks like I'm still a good person. Jiang Ming sighed. However, I can't rush it. I have to heal my injuries first. I still need to do my best. I'll be facing some of the most powerful geniuses in the Feather Kingdom. I must put my best foot forward. Jiang Ming spoke softly and continued to circulate the burning spirit scripture to assist the seed in absorbing and refining the sword intent in his body. With the help of the circulation of the technique, the light in his spirit base surged, making the seed seem stronger and able to absorb the sword intent faster. As the seed continued to absorb the sword intent, its appearance became more robust. A protruding arc appeared at the top, as if it could break open and sprout at any time. Jiang Ming had never heard of such a change. The indestructible origin light in the depths of his consciousness was also extremely silent. He could only let it develop. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Half a day later, the sky gradually darkened. Jiang Ming walked into a withered forest. The white snow under his feet reflected the moonlight, and there were mysterious withered trees around him. In the dark night, they were like monsters that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they looked down at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming looked up and glanced at these mysterious trees. Other places were covered in ice and snow. However, this forest was bare and looked particularly strange. There must be something wrong with this place. Let's leave. Jiang Ming shook his head and quickened his pace. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he did not want to cause any more trouble. However, the more one feared something, the more he would attract it. Just as he leaped up and was about to fly through the sky to avoid the forest, a pitch-black vine suddenly shot down from below. The tree vines whistled through the air. The vines were as sharp as swords, flashing with a dark light as they shot at Jiang Ming. F***ck. Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched. It's just a tree spirit. However, it still wants to challenge me. It sure has some guts. Jiang Ming sneered and flicked his finger. An attack shot out, surrounded by glaring flames, and slashed down. He used the fire metal sword technique. The power of metal and fire was extremely effective against the power of wood. With the enhancement of Jiang Ming's burning spirit scripture, his attack contained an extremely terrifying destructive power. It immediately tore apart the incoming tree vines. The burning spirit scripture and the fire metal sword technique fused together, and the spiritual fire that was refined was extremely terrifying. It spread toward the mysterious tree. It let out a shrill scream. At the same time, the entire forest of mysterious trees seemed to have been alarmed. Countless pitch-black vines soared and attacked Jiang Ming. Below, the entire forest erupted with ear-piercing screeches, as if countless little demons were howling. Jiang Ming endured the pain in his meridians and circulated the burning spirit scripture with all his might, preparing to burn the trees to ashes. However, just as Jiang Ming was about to make his move, a hurried and agile voice suddenly sounded from afar. Freeze! In the sky, a purple light rippled and instantly swept across. The cold wind carried by the tree vines brushed against his face. Jiang Ming was surprised to find that the tree vines that rushed into the air stopped at the same time, as if they were fixed in the air by an unknown mysterious force. The screams below also stopped in an instant. Hundreds of those trees were actually suppressed by a light spell and could not move. What kind of expert is this? Jiang Ming's heart trembled. Each of these trees had the strength of a foundation establishment realm cultivator. The few tall trees in the deepest part even contained the power of a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment realm. Even if it was Jiang Ming, it would take a lot of effort to get rid of these trees, and it was even more impossible to suppress them with a spell. Moreover, this mysterious person was probably not simple. However, in just a moment, Jiang Ming's face revealed a stunned expression. He could already make out the appearance of the person who had come. It was a little girl who looked to be about 11 or 12 years old. She had a wooden hairpin that looked like a butterfly on her head. She had a delicate and energetic appearance. She wore a dark purple gauze dress and had a mysterious beauty about her. The aura of this little girl was actually only around the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. It was even a little erratic, as if she had just broken through not long ago. Although it was already extremely monstrous for an 11 or 12-year-old to be able to break through to the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, Jiang Ming also knew that looks were just a facade. Who knew how old this little girl was? What shocked Jiang Ming the most was her ability. She could cast a spell that could directly suppress so many tree spirits at the foundation establishment realm. This was a little too demonic. Mister, are you all right? The little girl stopped in front of Jiang Ming in a hurry and asked anxiously. I'm fine. Although Jiang Ming was still vigilant, his divine will could already feel the other party's kindness, and a smile appeared on his face. It's good that you're fine. The little girl quickly patted her chest and smiled, revealing her white teeth. These ghost trees are actually not evil. It's just that too many people have passed by during this period of time. They have been disturbed as well as hurt. That's why they are subconsciously hostile to humans. Ghost trees? Jiang Ming was slightly surprised. He seemed to have read about the ghost tree in some ancient texts. It was a kind of ghost that did not originate from living beings. It was a monster formed by some strange tree species condensing the ghost chi underground. It was also a kind of treasure that could be used to refine some special pills. However, with Jiang Ming's current cultivation and background, he had no interest in these horrifying ghost trees. Then, he looked at the little girl with a strange gaze and suddenly had some theories about her identity. Even if these ghost trees were not ordinary monsters, to be able to easily suppress them with an early-stage foundation establishment realm cultivation was rather shocking. It seemed like there was only one sect in the Feather Kingdom that specialized in this. It should be about right, Jiang Ming thought to himself. He saw an inconspicuous patch on the corner of the little girl's clothes. It was the ghost spirit sect's emblem recorded in the ancient texts. I didn't meet any ghost spirit sect cultivators along the way. I didn't expect to meet them here, Jiang Ming thought to himself. It seemed that the opportunities in the depths of the snowy valley were indeed extraordinary. Even the people of the ghost spirit sect came here. According to various sources, this sect had always been inconspicuous. If it was not for the fact that they had more people than the chasing Moon Lake, they might be the sect with the least presence in the Feather Kingdom. They rarely took the initiative to contact other sections. It was rumored that most of the cultivators in the sect were loners and did not like to pay attention to outsiders. However, this seems to be different from the texts. Jiang Ming looked at the lively and enthusiastic little girl in front of him and felt that the legend was wrong. Suddenly, another aura rapidly approached from afar, heading toward the two of them. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The little girl in front of him quickly said, "Mister, don't worry. This is my master." A thin old man with gray hair and a gray beard flew over from afar and stood in front of the little girl. He looked at Jiang Ming in surprise. "Fellow cultivator, has my disciple offended you?" The old man was dressed in a pitch-black robe and his aura was old and wise. He was clearly an old cultivator who had been immersed in the foundation establishment realm for more than 100 years. Jiang Ming shook his head with a smile and explained the reason to him. Finally, he smiled and said, "This disciple of yours is not ordinary. She saved my life. Fellow cultivator, you have great talent. How can you be trapped by these ghost trees?" The old man hurriedly shook his head. "I wonder which sect you're from. Are you here for the opportunity in the depths of the snowy valley?" Jiang Ming nodded and smiled. "That's right. This opportunity is coveted by everyone. I naturally can't help but be curious. My name is Zhang Shan, and I come from the Flower Fruit Mountain, a cultivation sect outside the Feather Kingdom." Flower Fruit Mountain? What an interesting name. Behind the old man, the little girl blinked. A trace of surprise flashed across the eyes of the old man. Why had he never heard of the existence of such a sect? Jiang Ming's face suddenly turned pale, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He could not help but take a deep breath. Just now, he had only moved his hand. However, the meridians in his body seemed to have been completely torn apart, and he could not suppress the pain. However, that damned seed was still absorbing the sword intent. As the sword intent surged, it caused his injuries to become even more severe. "Mister, are you injured?" The little girl was surprised, and her eyes were filled with purple light. "I know some healing spells. They might be useful." "Don't." Jiang Ming quickly stopped her. He was like a ticking time bomb. Even if an outsider was a golden core realm cultivator, if they wanted to treat his injuries, they would be struck to death by the Saint Realm sword intent. The old man hesitated for a moment before he could not help but say, "Fellow cultivator, if you are injured, you must be careful if you continue to move forward. The battle for the opportunity this time is probably very intense. The strongest foundation establishment realm geniuses in the Feather Kingdom are all there. Perhaps you can compete with them when you're at your peak. But don't tell me you two are going because you have the confidence to compete with those peerless geniuses?" Jiang Ming smiled nonchalantly. The old man's expression froze for a moment before he shook his head helplessly. "Of course not. However, we have to go. I have to go too. It seems that we all have our reasons to go." Jiang Ming grinned. "Master, let's go with Mr." The little girl looked at Jiang Ming worriedly and tugged at the old man's sleeve. His injuries seemed to be very serious. "I can feel it. All right, if anything happens on the way, I can still help." Jiang Ming grinned. The old man rolled his eyes. Obviously, he did not think that Jiang Ming could really help. He saw Jiang Ming as a young and frivolous genius. When he reached the place and hit the wall, he might know to leave. Yay! When the little girl heard Jiang Ming agree, she also raised her hands excitedly. After being glared at by her master, she put down her arms with a pout. Just like that, the three of them formed a strange group and continued to go deeper into the snowy valley. On the way, Jiang Ming also found out the names and identities of the two people. They were indeed members of the ghost spirit sect. Just as the three of them were chatting casually, the black sword suddenly called out to Jiang Ming from the storage ring. "What's wrong?" Jiang Ming was puzzled. "We're almost there. Do you need something?" "No, I don't need anything for now anyway. What I want to say is that the girl beside you is not human." "She's not human?" Jiang Ming was a little stunned by the black sword's sudden and somewhat insulting words. He was shocked. This slim and elegant little girl was not human. Then, what was she? Jiang Ming believed that his divine will was extremely sharp, and the heightened perception that he had cultivated since he was in the mortal world was also extremely strong. No one below the same level could escape his detection. Previously, when he used his divine will to investigate this little girl, he did not find anything unusual. She was clearly a young genius at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. Moreover, she was full of vitality, and her spiritual energy was pure and dense. Jiang Ming was suddenly stunned. He realized that something was wrong. She had no flaws. The spiritual energy in her entire body was perfectly balanced, and her cultivation base had no flaws. Her cultivation was neither high nor low, and she did not stand out in the black rock ruins. It was easy to ignore her. However, even top geniuses like Qiyu and Li Qianya were not this perfect. As long as they were cultivators, they would always be injured and have all kinds of flaws in their cultivation base. Even if Jiang Ming had transformed several times, it would be difficult to make up for all these flaws. "Looks like these two are really not simple," Jiang Ming whispered in his heart as he recalled the conversation he had with the master and disciple. "My name is Yang Changshan. This is my youngest disciple, Zhuanan. I brought her here to fight for this opportunity so we can cure her terminal illness. Even if the chances aren't high, we still have to fight for it. Although the ghost spirit sect cultivators keep a low profile, we never cower when it comes to doing things." Jiang Ming was talking to the two of them on the road. When he heard the words of the ghost spirit sect elder, Jiang Ming praised the two of them for being so determined. However, the Black Sword suddenly said that this little girl named Xuanan was not human. Jiang Ming thought of something else. If Xuanan was not a human, then what about the old man beside her? As Xuanan's master, was he not human as well? Recalling the strange forest he had just passed by and the sudden encounter with these two people, Jiang Ming suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. Were these two really ghost spirit sect cultivators? Friend, what did you see? After Jiang Ming recovered from his shock, he quickly asked the Black Sword secretly. Her body is full of vitality. However, she doesn't have a divine soul. The Black Sword was also a little surprised. Although there seems to be some secret treasure covering her body and emitting the aura of her soul, it's obvious that it doesn't belong to her. The physical body and the soul are the yin and yang of a person or a demon. Neither of them can be missing. Although this girl is smart and kind, she doesn't have any divine soul aura on her body. It's as if her body is just an empty shell. It's neither human nor demon. This body lacks a divine soul. However, it has flesh and blood, and a clear consciousness and intelligence. As expected of a new era, such a body was actually invented. As the Black Sword spoke, its tone seemed to contain a hint of envy and excitement, as if it was thinking about its own situation. What? Jiang Ming did not notice its excitement. He was a little surprised and quickly asked, is she a ghost? Isn't the ghost spirit sect the best at raising ghosts? Of course not. What is a ghost? It's just a lonely soul. This little girl doesn't even have the slightest trace of a divine soul. She doesn't even have the qualifications to be a ghost, the Black Sword immediately retorted. After a moment of silence, it continued, however, bro, don't panic. Although this girl's aura is strange, her strength should only be around the foundation establishment realm. She's not a threat. Jiang Ming was speechless. Who would not panic when an unknown creature was by their side? What about Yang Changshan? He asked hurriedly. He's an aging human, the Black Sword immediately said. However, his aura seems to be a little ethereal and dark. He should indeed be a ghost spirit sect cultivator. Only those strange people, who deal with ghost training all day long, would practice this kind of cultivation technique. Ghost training is not a very easy cultivation field. It hardly reaps any benefits. I met such a person in the previous epoch. Fellow cultivator Zhang. Fellow cultivator Zhang? A shout suddenly came from beside his ear. Jiang Ming quickly returned to his senses, and saw Yang Changshan looking at him. Zhu Anan also had a look of concern and said worriedly, Mister, did your injury get worse again? No, it didn't. I'm just thinking about something. Jiang Ming smiled without changing his expression. He looked at the concerned master and disciple and thought to himself, no matter what their background is, since they have revealed their cultivation base and appeared in this area, it means that this master and disciple have to follow the rules of the Black Rock ruins. Moreover, the two of them did not reveal any evil intentions along the way. In fact, Zhuanan had even helped me a little at the beginning. Otherwise, I would have been in a pinch. Jiang Ming gradually calmed down. In that case, there is nothing to be afraid of. As long as the two of them do not cause any trouble, it has nothing to do with me. In just a short moment, he had figured it out. The world of Immortal cultivation was so big, and there were countless strange places. It was not a big deal to meet people who were different. After changing his mindset, he actually had some interest in this strange little girl. All right. Jiang Ming nodded. He did not have any thoughts of being the best in the world and rushing up to crush the enemies. He was quite satisfied with Yang Changshan's plan. Keeping a low profile and making a fortune was the right way. After a while, the three of them found a cave. They rested there temporarily. Late at night, Zhuanan was cultivating with her eyes closed in the depths of the cave. Jiang Ming and Yang Changshan sat beside a bonfire and chatted casually. Are you familiar with this place? Jiang Ming asked. During the day, Yang Changshan had explained everything about this opportunity. He did not seem like someone who had come to seek an opportunity to cure a terminal illness for the first time. Yang Changshan was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly and said, Zhangshan, you look young, but your mind is quite meticulous. That's right. I can be said to be extremely familiar with this place. I arrived here for the first time more than 12 decades ago. I even came here a second time 60 years ago. It's a pity that I was too weak back then. I didn't manage to seek any opportunities both times. Yang Changshan laughed self-deprecatingly. In the sect, my aptitude is average. I only reached the peak of the foundation establishment realm after cultivating for more than 200 years. It's a pity that there's no hope of breaking through to the golden core realm in this life. It is just that I still have a disciple who I cannot let go of. Otherwise, why would I enter this place for the third time? Yang Changshan glanced at Zhuanan, who was cultivating seriously in the depths of the cave. And a gentle expression appeared on his face. Jiang Ming's eyes moved slightly. He felt that Yang Changshan's expression at this time did not seem to be fake. He somewhat wanted to ask what kind of terminal illness Zhuanan had. However, he could not bring himself to ask. The other party had used an artifact to conceal Zhuanan's aura, clearly not wanting outsiders to know about Zhuanan's background. If he rashly asked, it would seem somewhat impolite. Jiang Ming no longer asked too much about this matter. He discussed the path of immortal cultivation with Yang Changshan and exchanged some insights about their cultivation experiences. Although Jiang Ming did not think much of Yang Changshan's strength, Yang Changshan lived in this world for more than 2 centuries. He must have seen and heard much more than Jiang Ming, who had lived in various places for the same amount of time. However, along the way, Jiang Ming amassed a lot of immortal cultivation books and various scriptures and spells. He was not stingy and shared them with Yang Changshan. In the end, Yang Changshan showed him some of the ghost spirit sect spells. To Jiang Ming, it was not a peerless secret technique. However, Jiang Ming benefited a lot from it. Rumors have it that the ghost spirit sect cultivators are introverted. Wherever they pass by, ghostly fog will fill the sky, causing people to fear them. I didn't expect that the first time I met a cultivator from your sect, the feeling I got would be completely different, said Jiang Ming with a smile. Yang Changshan was not surprised at all. He smiled mysteriously and said, humans and ghosts are separated by life and death. Everyone in the world is afraid of death. Naturally, they are also afraid of so-called ghosts, and Spirits. They see them as ominous. However, who knows, the ominous existence that many people fear might be the person that others yearn to see day and night. If they can see each other again, it doesn't matter what they are. He followed Yang Changshan's train of thought. Then, according to what you said, the ghost spirit sect's cultivation path is to raise ghosts and refine them. From another perspective, can it also rematerialize some people that you miss day and night? Is it the same as reviving them? Yang Changshan smiled. Many cultivators who joined the ghost spirit sect already had bright prospects. However, some people resolutely destroyed their cultivation base and recultivated the ghost spirit sect's cultivation technique. Perhaps many of them are indeed unsociable and unlikable. However, they are definitely not fierce or evil people. The ghost spirit sect's philosophy has never been to cause trouble. We only seek peace. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. He had gained some knowledge today. However, he then said with a faint smile, although your sect's philosophy is good, the path of ghost training is not the orthodox immortal cultivation. After all, it's a different path that relies on the external force of ghosts. If your sect is really as you said, your reputation in the outside world will probably not be so terrifying. Although the ghost spirit sect was inconspicuous in the world of immortal cultivation, Jiang Ming had heard rumors about this sect several times when he was in Shaoqian Mountain. They were famous for their ruthless methods, and there were even rumors of them massacring mortal villages. According to Yang Changshan, the cultivation path of the ghost spirit sect was based on the cultivation of ghosts. Although there were many cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation, they were only a drop in the ocean compared to mortals. It was almost inevitable that someone would have evil thoughts and attempt to use the lives of mortals to nurture ghosts. Hearing this, Yang Changshan's eyes darkened as he sighed. People can be evil. Just as you said, there are some people in the ghost spirit sect who have different cultivation ideals and have caused many deaths in recent years. Zhang Shan, if you encounter a ghost spirit sect cultivator in this place in a few days, please don't let your guard down. Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched. Yang Changshan actually spoke about the ghost spirit sect's dirty little secret without any hesitation. However, he could not be bothered to ask about other people's matters. He only chatted for a while and then brushed it off. 3 days later, the spiritual energy here suddenly became more and more chaotic. One could even see wisps of faint light in the sky, gathering toward the depths of the snowy valley like a haze. The opportunity is about to open. Jiang Ming and the other two did not hesitate and set off immediately. In 3 days, the wounds in Jiang Ming's body had been mostly healed by the mysterious seed. Only some stubborn wounds remained. However, it did not have much impact on Jiang Ming's strength. After crossing a huge glacier, Jiang Ming finally saw the final destination of this trip. Up ahead, the clouds gathered in the sky. All kinds of light rays collided and shot out, exploding into dazzling rainbow streaks. It is indeed the end of the Foundation Establishment Realm area. It is almost connected to the Golden Core Realm area. Jiang Ming looked up at the sky. There was another flame in the depths of the light. It contained a pressure far beyond this place. It obviously belonged to the Golden Core Realm area. Under the gorgeous haze, a vast river filled with cold foam surged forward. Even from afar, one could hear the thunderous roar. That's the Guanghan River. It's rumored that it was a wonder in the world of immortal cultivation 10,000 years ago. In the end, it was moved by a saint into his own blessed land of cultivation with great power, Yang Changshan said. 10,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. However, the Guanghan River still flows, Jiang Ming said softly. On the other side of the Guanghan River, on a towering peak that reached the clouds, thousands of rays of light fell down like a waterfall from the sky. They contained extremely pure spiritual energy and vitality, making the frozen sides of the Guanghan River bloom with flowers. It was spring. Let's go. The Saint cultivation platform has opened. The Guanghan River surged, and cold fog filled the air. The thousands of rays of light contain the true meaning of sainthood. It is very beneficial for cultivators who have just arrived here. They can strengthen their cultivation base and even improve their comprehension. However, they also contain corresponding tests. The further you go in the tests, the more benefits you will receive. Yang Changshan, a veteran Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator from the Ghost Spirit sect, explained to Jiang Ming. However, I've already been baptized by this light. Therefore, it's useless to me. I'll go up the mountain first. Fellow cultivator, there's no need to be anxious. After you've been baptized by the light, you can go to the Saint cultivation platform to fight for the final opportunity. This light will only be there for a few hours. Fellow cultivator, don't miss it. After giving a few instructions, Yang Changshan took out a white jade spirit ship, which grew to 30 feet in length with the wind. He brought Zhuan in and stood on it, flying toward the other side of the Guanghan River. Goodbye, mister. We'll wait for you on the mountain. Zhu Anan waved her arms vigorously and said goodbye to Jiang Ming. She only retracted her arms when she could no longer see Jiang Ming. The wind is piercingly cold. It's not good for your illness. Don't jump around randomly. Yang Changshan smacked the back of Zhu Anan's head. Zhu Anan's eyes darkened. She mustered up her courage and asked softly, Master, what illness do I have? Why can't it be cured? It can be cured. Yang Changshan's tone was firm. He raised his head and looked at the peak that was filled with multicolored light. His gaze was deep as he urged the ship to fly up. However, he did his best to avoid the descending multicolored light. He did not even touch it. He did not even want to touch the fog at the outermost edge of the multicolored light. Zhu Anan looked at the colorful light and asked, curiously, Master, this is my first time here. Why can't I accept the baptism of the multicolored light? There are still many places that I can't go to. Zhu Anan seemed to have recalled what had happened in the past and spoke somewhat dejectedly. Yang Changshan ruffled her hair and said with a smile, when you're cured, you can go anywhere. At that time I will bring you around the world of immortal cultivation, and you can go wherever you want. Good. Promise me. Pinky promise. Zhu Anan looked excited and was about to jump up again when Yang Changshan hurriedly pressed her back down. Beside the Guanghan River, Jiang Ming stood on a flying sword and looked at this magnificent scene. He could not help but sigh at the work of a saint. To them, moving mountains and filling the sea seemed to be a piece of cake. When I become a saint, I'll also make a beautiful place for myself. Jiang Ming flew directly to the other side of the Guanghan River, where the sun was setting. He had long heard that when the Saint cultivation platform opened, the light was an opportunity that every cultivator could only encounter but not seek. It could cleanse one's root bone and refine one's spirit base, which would be of great benefit to one's future cultivation path. Beside him, a ray of multicolored light fell. In the distance, it seemed to be as thick as a lock of hair. However, when it came close, it was like a long river pouring down. Jiang Ming could even vaguely hear the chanting of a saint. His heart stirred as he took a step forward and stepped into the multicolored light. Jiang Ming's vision was blurry. Then, he instantly arrived at another unfamiliar place. Jiang Ming looked in front of him in surprise. It was a barren hill that was less than 1,000 feet tall. There were common weeds and shrubs everywhere, as well as bare grayish-white stones. It looked like a small hill in the mortal world. The only special thing was that in front of Jiang Ming was a bluestone path. It was unknown who had carved out the steps. They were already covered with moss and went up to the top of the mountain. Is this the test? Jiang Ming chuckled. Without any hesitation, he stepped onto the first step. In an instant, Jiang Ming's mind seemed to have plunged into a mountain peak. He saw a young man's figure practicing his fist technique on a low mountain peak. He was drenched in sweat and contained an extremely fierce power. The figure of the young man seemed to have smashed into Jiang Ming's heart and occupied his entire mind. It was as if he was fighting with the young man in his mind. He's quite powerful. Jiang Ming's eyes were filled with surprise. This youth had no spiritual energy and was only using ordinary fist techniques. However, his understanding of martial arts seemed to be many times better than Jiang Ming's. If they were at the same level, Jiang Ming believed that he would be no match for this young man without using forbidden techniques and other tricks. Suddenly, Jiang Ming seemed to hear the slight sound of metal clashing in his body. He felt like his entire body seemed to be a little more relaxed. Previously, in the burial ground, the sword intense remnant that was left in his body by the hundreds of thousands of swords had been absorbed by the mysterious seed for many days. There was still some left. Now, under the punches of this unknown youth, it was as if it was being refined by his fists. It completely fused into his body and became a part of him. In the spirit base, the mysterious seed was still devouring the sword intent. In fact, under the young man's attacks, its speed was even faster. Jiang Ming waved his fingers unconsciously. Wisps of sword aura gathered at his fingertips. The young man was still practicing his set of fist techniques. Every punch carried an amazing power, which sharpened the sword intent in Jiang Ming's body, making Jiang Ming's comprehension of sword intent increase rapidly. However, this benefit was not something that anyone could bear. It was a very painful kind of tempering. Finally, the figure of the young man in front of Jiang Ming gradually blurred and disappeared. His footsteps were still on the first step of the hill. Interesting. Jiang Ming smiled and stepped onto the second step without hesitation. The young man appeared again. His eyes were sharp, and he was taller than before. His aura seemed to be more vigorous. He performed a completely different set of fist techniques and continued to sharpen Jiang Ming's sword intent. Even Jiang Ming's bones and meridians were slowly being tempered. Inside the spirit base, the mysterious seed trembled slightly and rippled with light. It released mysterious cultivation runes and guided Jiang Ming into a deeper state of enlightenment. The continuous and vigorous sword intent merged into Jiang Ming's consciousness at an amazing speed. This seed, even though he was in a state of enlightenment, Jiang Ming was still shocked and realized the power of this seed. The sword intent was as strong as a saint. If Jiang Ming were to comprehend them himself, it would take him decades. However, after devouring the remnant sword intent, this seed fused it into Jiang Ming's body in an unimaginable way, allowing him to quickly comprehend the sword intent. Within the spirit base, the green seed had suddenly split open. A green sprout could be vaguely seen within it, as if it would grow out at any moment. A moment later, the second young man's figure disappeared, and Jiang Ming ascended the third step. This time, the young man was a little stronger, and his tempering of Jiang Ming's sword intent was also more intense. He was sure that ordinary Foundation establishment realm cultivators would find it difficult to withstand this level. Jiang Ming climbed up level by level until he reached the 12th level. At every level, he would undergo tempering. The aura in his body became more condensed. However, it also became more mellow and smooth. The most shocking thing was naturally the sword intent in Jiang Ming's body. It was almost impossible to suppress it. He was like an immortal sword that was about to be unsheathed. He ascended the 13th step. In the spirit base, a sprout finally emerged from the mysterious seed and swayed. On the steps of the hill, Jiang Ming felt his body suddenly become lighter. The remaining sword intent in his body had been completely refined. He took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with a sharp light. Sword aura surrounded his fingers, and the grass on both sides of the steps was cut by the invisible sword aura. Jiang Ming's heart was inexplicably filled with unparalleled sharpness. He suddenly slashed down with his fingers, and the sword intent accumulated in his body poured out at this moment and rushed to the sky. The clouds in the sky scattered. Among the countless colorful clouds, only a dazzling sword light rushed into Jiang Ming and did not dissipate for a long time. On a towering mountain peak, many geniuses from various cultivation sects were gathered here to compete. At this moment, their expressions changed as they looked to the side of the mountain in shock. Not far away from the huge peak, in the endless sea of clouds, a dazzling sword aura rushed out. What a terrifying sword intent! Who is that person? Is someone here for the first time and experiencing the baptism of the saintly light? Who can recognize which sect this sword aura belongs to? At the peak of the giant mountain, clouds and mist lingered, and all kinds of rare spiritual herbs and flowers grew. It was a blessed land filled with spiritual energy. Many young geniuses from various sects were discussing and competing here. However, at this moment, almost everyone's eyes were attracted by this sword intent, and they revealed a look of horror. Is this really a Foundation establishment realm cultivator? Almost all of the people here will probably not be able to block this sword. A genius from the mysterious star grotto heaven muttered, his face filled with disbelief. He looked at the figure in front of him, who had an extremely dense aura, and asked softly, Feng Yu, you're one of the strongest people in the Foundation establishment realm of the mysterious star grotto heaven. You're a person who has the hope of stepping into the saint realm in the future. Look at this. However, even Feng Yu shook his head lightly. I can't block it. This kind of sword intent has almost surpassed the limit of the Foundation establishment realm. This is not a genius that can be nurtured by the grotto heavens and blessed lands of the Feather Kingdom. Behind Feng Yu, the genius's expression changed slightly. He could not help but glance at a few figures in a certain direction. He quickly lowered his head and said in a low voice, You mean another blessed land of cultivation? Who knows? You should warn everyone to be careful today. Do not show off too much. Everyone was like this. All these geniuses were shocked by this sudden sword intent. In a quiet area where almost no one dared approach, there were a few figures who revealed solemn expressions and discussed in low voices. Does the ancient kingdom-blessed land have such a genius? A black-robed figure sat quietly on a rock and suddenly asked. Holy Sun Guqi, it should be no. A slightly older middle-aged man pondered for a moment and shook his head. After all, the ancient kingdom-blessed land does not specialize in this. We do not have such a genius. Holy Sun Guqi's attainments in our sex cultivation scripture have become even more terrifying. Haha, Guqi was chosen as the Holy Sun when he was at the foundation establishment realm. How can that person live up to his reputation? A few geniuses from the ancient kingdom-blessed land exclaimed. Even the old foundation establishment realm cultivators of the sect, who were much older than him, revealed shocked expressions. Then, they smiled in relief. With such a peerless prodigy in their sect, there was no need to worry. Now, let's wait and see who that genius is. If he's a prodigy from another blessed land, we can kill him. He might be an individual cultivator. That's even better. On the 30th step, Jiang Ming saw a young man who cultivated an ancient and strange cultivation technique. With a single thought, he could take away the enemy's lifespan. What a powerful spell. Jiang Ming was envious. Unfortunately, he was only a witness and could not learn it. In his heart, he had some speculations about the multicolored light. The stone steps of this hill should be the cultivation path of a strong person. Each step represented a stage of their cultivation, and Jiang Ming had to experience these stages and the tempering of his body and mind. Suddenly, a strand of Jiang Ming's hair turned gray, and then turned into ashes and fell to the ground. A wave of spiritual light rippled around him, and Jiang Ming felt a repulsive force. He knew in his heart that this should be his limit. Jiang Ming was content. On the 30th step, not only did he comprehend the sword intent, but every single part of him had been tempered. However, at this moment, the indestructible origin light that had been silent for a long time suddenly moved. The indestructible origin light shook slightly, and a trace of light circulated around Jiang Ming's body, instantly repairing the injuries he had suffered. His strand of hair, which had turned into ashes just now, also grew back. Around Jiang Ming, the rippling spiritual light suddenly flickered in disorder. A moment later, it suddenly dissipated, as if nothing had happened. You can do this? Jiang Ming was shocked. He tried to ascend another step. Multicolored light rose and continued to cleanse his body's cultivation base. However, this time, he did not see any figures. With the help of the indestructible origin light, Jiang Ming went up the stairs. After the 30th step, he could no longer see anyone. However, the higher he went, the more terrifying the great cultivation was. After 100 steps, Jiang Ming could even feel that a terrifying existence seemed to be standing beside him. After 300 steps, Jiang Ming felt the increasingly mysterious and profound cultivation runes around him. He was more convinced of his guess. The path of growth on this staircase might really be the path that a saint once walked, leaving it for future generations to comprehend and refer to. On the 500th step, Jiang Ming could even see the fragments of the great cultivation floating in the surrounding air like broken mirrors, reflecting magnificent colors. Jiang Ming's spirit base became even more agile and mysterious. On the 634th step, Jiang Ming finally reached the top of the hill. It was still bare rock with withered weeds and shrubs. There was nothing special about it. Is this the end of the Saint Realm? Jiang Ming muttered. There was nothing special about this number. It did not have any special meaning. Perhaps it was just the height of this saint's cultivation realm. The surrounding light was faintly flowing, and the entire hill was gradually becoming blurry. Jiang Ming seemed to see a towering peak that was gradually overlapping with the hill. Before the hill completely disappeared, Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed. At the end of the steps, a line of shallow footprints appeared in front of him. They emitted a faint light. Even though the hill was almost blurry and had disappeared, the line of footprints still existed. Are these footsteps left behind by a saint? Jiang Ming was shocked. However, he could not see anything. The entire hill had completely disappeared, and even the footprints had disappeared. Behind Jiang Ming, the clouds rolled and scattered. In the sea of smoke and clouds, there was no shadow of the hill. On the top of the mountain, which was filled with spiritual energy, Jiang Ming walked forward. Standing there, he could finally see the source of the multicolored light. It was actually from a smooth stone platform that was surrounded by black rocks. In the depths of the peak, the stone platform was like a mirror and reflected the sunlight. Spiritual light circled the stone platform. This is the Saint Cultivation platform, right? However, the stone platform did not seem to be an entity of its own. Instead, it was joined to the mountain. It was as if a part of the mountain had been carved to make it. The pouring multicolored light was frenzied. It was as if it had been released from a long captivity. I wonder who built this. They must have been powerful. Jiang Ming exclaimed. In his heart, this towering mountain contained amazing cultivation runes. It was said that it had a terrifying origin and was one of the most important places in the blessed land of immortal cultivation back then. Someone who could carve such a platform would be terrifyingly strong. He could not help but think of the figure he saw while ascending the stairs. Could it be him? Where did that youth go in the end? Did he become a saint? Many questions arose in Jiang Ming's mind. He then took a deep breath, ignored them, and walked forward. The closer he got to the Saint Cultivation platform, the more people he saw. They were all experts in the foundation establishment realm. Jiang Ming looked around and saw many geniuses and veteran experts from various large sections. They were obviously here to compete for the benefits. Here. Moreover, these geniuses are not ordinary. Jiang Ming could sense that the spiritual energy in the bodies of those seemingly young foundation establishment realm geniuses was extremely dense, as if they had been tempered for decades or centuries. This place only opens once every 60 years. I'm afraid that many sects have chosen their top disciples to come here. Fellow cultivator, where are you from? I'm from the Flower Fruit Mountain. My name is Zhang Shan. What kind of place is the Flower Fruit Mountain? I have never heard of it. Many cultivators were still preparing to rope him into their teams. However, when they heard this, they lost interest and retreated. Jiang Ming did not care. Most of them were individual cultivators who came here to scavenge. Eh? You brat, you're here. Suddenly, Jiang Ming's gaze moved. Jiang Ming finally saw Wu Hen's figure among the crowd of individual cultivators. He was gathered together with a young man and a young woman in an inconspicuous manner. They hid in the depths of the crowd of individual cultivators and were extremely low-key. However, Jiang Ming was Wu Hen's teacher. He could recognize him at a glance. Seeing that Wu Hen was fine, Jiang Ming finally heaved a sigh of relief. The benefits of this trip were secondary. Making sure that Wu Hen was safe was the most important thing. However, Jiang Ming did not go forward to greet them. This place was not a good place to catch up. Mister? Suddenly, a familiar cry of surprise rang out not far away. Jiang Ming turned his head and saw a little girl running over happily. It was Zhuanan, who had been traveling with him earlier. Zhang Shan, congratulations. It seems like you've been enlightened. Yang Changshan walked over with a smile. Jiang Ming laughed and then looked at Zhu Anan with a strange expression. The aura of this little disciple of yours seems to have become much livelier. Have you also experienced the baptism of the sacred light? Yang Changshan shook his head and chuckled. Not really. Her illness is special. Therefore, it's not suitable for her to be baptized by the multicolored light. Jiang Ming's eyes darted slightly. He knew that the old man was joking. Therefore, he did not ask any more questions. The ghost spirit sect has quite a few people here. Jiang Ming suddenly said. With a faint smile. Yang Changshan was taken aback. He quickly turned his head and saw a figure leaving the ghost spirit sect's group. His eyes were cold as he walked over. It was a woman in her 20s. Her face was soft and delicate, and she wore a dark purple dress that accentuated her tall and graceful figure. She had an extraordinary temperament. What was even more strange was that wherever the woman passed by, there would be a strange shadow of a tree blocking the sun for her. One could even vaguely hear the rustling sound of leaves being blown by the wind. However, there were no trees around her at all. She's one of the most powerful Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. Here, Jiang Ming secretly commented in his heart. Miss Huai. Zhu Anan hurriedly bowed when she saw the person. Huai Mei, take good care of your juniors. There is no need to bother with us. Yang Changshan shifted slightly and smiled. The woman named Huai Mei had a gentle voice. However, there was a hint of danger in her tone. Don't worry, this is the last time I'll bring in and out, Yang Changshan said. With a smile. However, Jiang Ming's heart twinged. His heightened perception made him feel that there seemed to be another meaning in the old man's words. However, before he could think further, Huai Mei looked at him and said with a smile, I wonder which sect this cultivator is from. I know all the geniuses. From the 3 grotto heavens and 6 blessed lands. Why have I never seen you among the geniuses from the various sects in the Feather Kingdom? I'm Zhang Shan, from the Flower Fruit Mountain. It's a small faction outside the Feather Kingdom. There are not many cultivators in my sect. I'm used to cultivating in seclusion and rarely show my face outside. It's not strange that you haven't seen it before. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. Huai Mei's gaze shifted, and there seemed to be the shadow of an ancient tree swaying in her eyes. She stared at Jiang Ming. If you're a genius who has never appeared outside, rumors about you should have been long spread. Why have I never heard of the Flower Fruit Mountain? She was the most outstanding genius of the ghost spirit sect's current generation, and she had a sharp mind. Naturally, she would not easily believe Jiang Ming's nonsense. Zhuanan was extremely important to the ghost spirit sect. Mei suspected that this mysterious cultivator who approached her had other motives. She directly used her natal ghost spirit to spy on Jiang Ming's true power. Jiang Ming chuckled and looked straight at Mei. He said with an insincere smile, "Genius? Is it that interesting to be a genius?" "I don't think so. To me, the geniuses here are all like weeds. They're just annoying to deal with. With his divine will that far surpassed the Foundation establishment realm. How could a Foundation establishment realm cultivator see through him?" Jiang Ming had comprehended the sword intent of the Saint realm. He was incredibly powerful now. "I've met countless outstanding talents in the world. However, this is the first time I've seen someone as arrogant as you." Mei smiled. However, her eyes were filled with ice. "I take it you find these people irritating, right? This is the last time the Sage cultivation platform will open. The younger generation of all the grotto heavens and blessed lands of the Feather Kingdom will gather here. They are the strongest batch of Foundation establishment realm geniuses in the past 100 years. A few of them are not weaker than me. They have shocking and unfathomable combat techniques. Not to mention, outside the Feather Kingdom, the holy sons of the top sects in the world of immortal cultivation, such as the ancient kingdom blessed land have personally come. I wonder if you can even match up to them." Miss Huai. No matter how naive Zhuanan was, she could see Mei's dissatisfaction with Jiang Ming at this moment. She quickly tried to ease the tension. "From your tone, it seems that you've met many young elites and have competed with them. It seems that you're also an extraordinary genius." Jiang Ming smiled nonchalantly, then shook his head and sighed. "It's a pity that I never compete with others. When I fight, I only see life and death. If I die by the hands of those people you mentioned, then you're right. However, if those people you admire can't withstand my power, then it can only mean that geniuses like you are worthless." "Oh right, Zhuanan, it's time to return to the Ghost Spirit sect with me. You are an indispensable part of the young master's journey. If you dare leave without saying goodbye, you and your master will be separated forever." Before Mei left, she had her back to the group. Her light voice did not carry any emotion, as if she was talking about some trivial matter. However, it caused Zhuanan to shrink back. Fear flashed in her eyes, and she could not help but nod. Jiang Ming looked at Yang Chongshan in surprise as he watched Mei leave. It seemed that the Ghost Spirit sect was not very harmonious. Yang Chongshan's aged face was calm. "I've embarrassed myself in front of you. No worries." Jiang Ming also smiled and did not say anything else. He stood with his hands behind his back and watched the Saint cultivation platform in front of him. This lofty peak had an extraordinary origin. Every 60 years, it would spew out the light of sainthood. When the light was completely poured out, it was time for the real opportunity to open. Everyone who had ascended the mountain now focused their gazes on the stone platform on the peak. The atmosphere had also become a little tense. This battle on the Saint cultivation platform will probably be hundreds of times more exciting than the previous ones. Not far away, some geniuses from various sects were sighing. The battle for the Saint cultivation platform was held once every 60 years. In the past, it was considered a grand event for the 4 sects of the Lit Fire region. However, in recent times, even the grotto heavens and blessed lands of the Feather Kingdom had been coming here. This time it was suspected to be the last time it would open. It was related to shocking opportunities and had attracted countless geniuses of the younger generation. The Saint cultivation platform overlooked the Guanghan River and gathered the cultivation runes of heaven and earth. There were very few people who could fight on the platform. However, those who could win on the platform would obtain amazing benefits. The final champion would become a saint. The various grotto heavens and blessed lands have accumulated strength and used their shocking foundations to nurture the strongest foundation. Establishment realm geniuses. For the sake of this battle for the saint cultivation platform, the Jiang Ming grotto heaven has invested a lot. They used extremely rare resources to cleanse the foundation of their sect's rare genius, by Xuanrua. It is rumored that his spiritual energy is not inferior to a golden core realm cultivator. Don't forget that the immortal feather grotto heaven is the leader of the 3 grotto heavens. Their master is only in his 20s. However, he defeated the young geniuses of the Feather Kingdom. The 6 blessed lands are really serious this time. The Ghost Spirit sect has placed the mark of the old locust tree into Huaimei's soul. They are definitely one of the most troublesome sects out there, not to mention the old and mysterious sects like Spirit Silkworm Mountain and Chasing Moon Lake. Perhaps their geniuses are not inferior to the 3 grotto heavens. You seem to have forgotten about those people. Rumor has it that the ancient kingdom blessed land sent a holy sun here. As soon as he said that, the surroundings fell silent. The various immortal cultivation blessed lands were the most dazzling and tyrannical existences in the world of immortal cultivation. They ruled over hundreds of millions of miles and had countless geniuses. The Holy Sun was at the top of the hierarchy of a blessed land of immortal cultivation. Only a few people in each generation were qualified to compete for the next Holy Sun. One could imagine how terrifying the strength of a person who could become a Holy Sun was. To be able to stand out in an environment like a blessed land of immortal cultivation, his cultivation was definitely unparalleled. Moreover, it was rumored that those who could be chosen as holy sons all had an extraordinary foundation. They were either born with an innate divine body or were accompanied by the saint's divine bone. Some even awakened their memories of their previous lives. Their backgrounds were shocking. It seems like this same cultivation platform has an astonishing origin. Although it was only an item from the ruins of the destroyed blessed land of immortal cultivation, it actually attracted a holy sun. I wonder what kind of shocking foundation he has. I really want to take a look. Hey, come on. I'm afraid none of the geniuses here can force out the true strength of that holy sun. That might not be the case. It is rumored that there is more than one blessed land of immortal cultivation that has sent disciples to come here. Moreover, a dark horse could appear. Have you forgotten about the sword intent that shot into the sky at the foot of the mountain? At the mention of that sword intent, everyone's eyes focused, and they could not help but feel a little terrified. Perhaps the fight for the saint cultivation platform this time around will be extremely exciting. However, I wonder where that mysterious swordsman is now. I can't wait. You're not the only one. I want to see him too. Jiang Ming listened with great interest. When he heard this, he raised his head in surprise. As expected, he saw some strange people looking around without leaving a trace. Some even sent disciples from the sect to look down the mountain. It was a rare opportunity to get to know a top genius who was suspected to be From a blessed land of immortal cultivation. Let's search slowly. Jiang Ming's gaze was relaxed. His sword intent was completely withdrawn into his spirit base. The chaotic fog on the mysterious seed covered his spirit base's aura. He was not worried about being discovered. At all. At this moment, a thunderous voice came from the foot of the mountain. What happened? Many people who had just arrived were slightly shocked. The mountain was covered by a sea of clouds, and they could not see anything clearly. The eyes of the old cultivators who had been here all darted. It's the waves of the Guanghan River. The battle for the Saint Cultivation platform is about to begin.